blessed love and peace. You know what? We mukbanging this. We mukbanging this. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Allahu Akbar. 道可道非常道命可命非常命 Já Rastafari. Deus nos de qui es in cielo sanctificato nomen tuum. Vahegu sanam. Baruch ata Elohim Eloheinu melech haolam hamotzi lachem min haaretz. Amen. Kyrie eleison, sevomas tu savegegatehi, sabe sata bavantu sukitata. Vagabiem. Aquaba upendo na amani. Fakir na salami. Chinda dam per me, leba of me womanjaga. Ubuntu shabana fakitka. Session, como senira, domo arigato, pilama yellow walk and toko doko shingun, gomanigan. God, we thank you for all that you bless us. Ata jamia yat afname. Ado, aho, om shanti shanti shanti. Amen. So, also, what is shared recently is this. Actually, first, Clowning. Something we must do with children. Proper. So, first things first, and this is before the first things. Then, first things next. Which is this, something recently shared. The greatest peace on this earth is only attained through insanity. What? Put it like this. First of all, the greatest peace there is exists beyond this earth, exists beyond this earthly realm. So, we have a remembrance of that. We have a semblance of that. We have resemblance of that. However, it's partiality. So, the next best, or the nearest best, is the highest peace on this earth, the greatest peace on this earth, in this universe. But we'll keep it to the earth because it's for the tangible. The greatest peace on this earth. Many religious teachers today and through the days speak about peace, broker peace, sell peace, teach peace. I don't know. I think we can teach peace. But just this notion of like peace as a commodity. Oh, dear. And then trying to prove how peaceful one is, how relaxed, how calm one is by residing in calm situations. Not hating on that. That's beautiful, but still, that's not evidence per se of the experience of peace or the intensity or the highness of that peace. So, what the ancients teach us, and what the teachers of today, who are students of the ancients, teach us, is that peace is attained through discipline and prayer, meditation, and yoga, exercise, balance. Yes, all that. But still, when people do them things, they still like, oh, you know, yeah. Either lacking peace of mind, peace of body, peace of spirit, peace of heart, all that. Still dissatisfaction. Can't get no. Can't get no. Can't get no satisfaction, and then the other one is infatuation. Oda. Okay. Two different singers, same island, is it? Yeah. A Stewart and a Jagger. Anyways, continuing on. This is why these things are so brief in the mind. It's like, here's the idea, and then to explain it, here's 5,000 hours, and even further words. But the basic joint is this. Let's because there's further things to address today at this moment, because we got other things to do. Oh, you're busy. Let's not be busy. Let's be genuine, and let's be productive. Let's be purposeful, and let's be mindful. Busy. Anybody can be busy doing anything, doing nothing, and getting nothing done. So busy ain't the thing. In distraction. returning. All right. The highest peace on this earth. Kinfolk talk about it. Guru, swamis, rabbis, priests, imams, and additionally, a lot of people broker it as an occupation, whatever else, sell it and try to prove how much they got it or whatever. But here's the thing: there's this the continuing susceptibility to reversion, to possession. That's a better word than that. We got a better word than that. To the competitions for earthly, even just for water and food. And so, even when people claim, particularly today, people claim to have this experience of peace and study this way and study this tradition or study our techniques or whatever else and experience this peace for yourself. Like, it's an aesthetic significantly. Not to hate on it, but it's an aesthetic because even like genuine lamas and rinpoches, and additionally, are dependent upon others to support them, and thus rely upon the temporal politics, the competition, the volatilities that communities have. So, and I say particularly the Rinpoches and Lamas because that's probably the most, one of the closest examples of like the highest or the nearest. It's the examples of probably the nearest to the highest peace that organized religionists experience in this world. Let me tell it. Who has the empirical evidence for this? Science is still struggling to find out what that is, what peace is, love, truth, what all that is. How you measure that? How do you quantify? How you put it in a box? That's what we're getting to. The boxes. So, just we can look at all the different religions, all the contention, everything else like that, and then see which religions are the least contentious, and then just very logically discern. Okay, that's probably where the greatest experience of peace is. Again, yet still, there's still attachment. Getting somewhere with this, something insightful, and we get caught up in the all right. Still attachment. Even within Rastafari, there's attachment to the notion, even when referring to His Majesty as His Imperial Majesty, there's attachment. Oida. This is proof of not doing salat, sleep in the eyes. How about that? Testifying against myself. Even with Rastafari, when referring to His Majesty, His Haile Selassie as His Imperial Majesty, there is attachment, there's reversion, there's reverting back to a foundation of imperialism, and so that's not peace. So, and when it's proclaimed, it's like it's evidence of an ingraining of the concept and experience of downpression within the presumptions of what is touted. So, it's not a matter of peace and no peace. It's just a matter of like degrees of intensity and whatever else of peace. So, all right, I guess we're just going back to crazy. So the actuality is that in order to experience the highest peace on this earth, one must be crazy. Plain and simple. One must be crazy, and let go of all the advantages that come, even as a religious, like an austere religious practitioner, a virgin, a male virgin, like ascetic who studies from the monks at the monastery from the beginning of life. Never violated any of the precepts or whatever else. Still, in that attachment to the structure and to the infrastructure, there's still that experience of volatility and a limitation of the intensity of peace. And it's only when one experiences the ostracization. And again, I am not speaking without bias, but this is actually evidence when we look at the examples and teachings of the teachers from the ancients. And the Buddha is somewhat of an exemption because the Buddha wasn't necessarily accused of being crazy or otherwise, like Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam or Jesus or Moshe Rabbeinu, kind of sort of, Abraham Avinu. But at the same time, there's still attachment. So craziness is a matter of like being ostracized, being shunned, being outcast from society, and in that outcast there is liberation. Don't give a fuck what people think at this point. I'm not in the game. It's out. It's gone. It's done. We out. So it's like living like an animal or otherwise. And then there's a continuing endeavor of subjugation, so subordination of being enslaved to convention, and just being again a cognitive mule and just bearing like the subjectivity like an imp or otherwise, or a gimp. That's what I'm thinking of, or something like that. But just that designated like burden bearer of just like, oh, I feel terrible today. I want to feel better about myself. Who am I going to shit on? Oh, there's that person. I shit on them. So that there are designated people in society and designated groups in society for that service. And that's one of the endeavors of people with quote unquote mental liberation. So, because again, some of the most nicest people I meet in life, many of the most nicest people I meet in life are in psych wards. There's some nasty kinfolk and out there kinfolk in psych wards too, but in the psych wards, it's kinfolk who refuse to shit on anybody else and instead just keep on absorbing, and there's only so much kinfolk can take, but there's, yeah, how about there's only so much kinfolk can take? How about that? And there's only so much kinfolk can take in terms of absorption. There's only so much kinfolk can take in terms of extraction. So anyways, point is that even the religious leaders of today, the most celebrated, and peace and blessings to all the religious leaders, but to recognize that the religious leaders who are particularly, I mean, it's easy to see if they're rocking like bling bling and fancy whips and expensive houses or whatever else like that, that's not peace, and that's attachment, to the volatilities. And additionally, so that's easy to see when the kinfolk are actually humble. You don't know their names because they're not out there like that. That's further towards that element of the higher peace. But still, when kinfolk are connected to the organized religiosities that at some eventuality are involved in the volatility, that's a limitation of the intensity and experience and ascension of peace. It's not necessarily a greater than or less than thing. It's just a matter of actuality, understanding the nature of it, when working to cultivate that within ourselves, and to understand that the genuine peace, like the further peace that the prophets share, that and the teachings that are shared from that peace that endure for generations and centuries and millennia, are derived from that type of separation from convention and not caring what people think. It's not a malice, but it's just an indifference. And eventually, there's a necessity of compassion. Eventually, I mean, there's actually a constancy of compassion that I'll actually allow somebody that fuels somebody to get through that trial and tribulation, that pledge process of being ostracized and outcast, and still enduring in a path of righteousness. So through that, the teachings are forged. How about that word? Forged, strengthened, established, and endure for the next 7 generations and beyond. Ask the great peacemaker, whose name is sacred. And we're supposed to be eating. This is mukbang. So that's the first joint. Then the second joint is Now we're gonna mix it up a little bit. We're talking about boxes. What is also recently recognized and shared is that it can be difficult, or it can be easy to forget this when in a multicultural, secular, national culture, national society like the United States, where there are all these different people of different backgrounds or whatever else. And yes, groups are at each other, whatever else, but at the same time, people are working together, and the vast majority of experiences, people living as co-workers and neighbors, and having a certain knowledge about each other, learning about each other, having a certain respect, and additionally. So that's, and in that, when the ordinary kinfolk like of society like work through life, there's an observance of like, okay, all the groups have their things. There's ebbs and flows in terms of conflict or hot topics or hot issues, events happen or whatever, atrocities happen. But the large experience of people day in and day out is working with each other. So it can be easy to forget that how tribalistic people are, and that across the board, all the colors, all the ethnicities, even all the religiosities, like wait, um, are at each other, and are in a mode of conquest. Some of it is outright, very blatant, immediate term type of conquest. Some of it is low key, subtle, pimp game, or otherwise kind of like slow trod or slow grind, slow hustle, slow grift type of long term conquest. And some of it's kind of just like maintain or whatever else. But it's beneficial to recognize that, because for mixed people, that it short circuits that mentality of us versus them, and that's what we observe within world society. And it's been going that way, but now it's like it's at a point where it's like it's reaching like a denouement stage of like just being so ridiculous. Like, it's so obvious that the surface level kind of policies of multiculturalism, getting along, and everything else are bullshit, because the actualities of how people are living, of what the intentionalities of the laws are, and additionally don't coincide with that surface level of, oh, we all get along, e pluribus unum, and everything else like that, and all the trinkets to buy people's attention away from that is not enough. And there's a lot of pollution that's been accumulating from the production of those trinkets. So it becomes increasingly untenable as the saws and motors and engines buzz and the birds partake of basmati. The birds know about the peace. Gotta find food every day, but still know about peace. Still not the highest, but up there. But don't. The birds share the peace too, and you already know that. The rats share the peace, although low-key it's different. Thinking about being in a labyrinth that's dark, that's just pitch black, and the only light there is like little slivers of light, crevices from one space to another, and having to creep through the darkness, not knowing what's in the darkness, to get to the other little sliver of light to see what's happening there. I said rats. That's actually the life of mice. And then in getting to that sliver of light, like getting to another portal of darkness, and continuing to try to find sustenance and maybe some type of relationship in that process. Oh, D. So there's still peace in that. One finds one's way. All types of crafts, manners, I'm eating like a sparrow. All right, we're talking about happiness, but not whoa, concentration. We're talking about mixed heritage now. So boxes. So thing to recognize, is that, again, like every ethnicity, it has a very primordial, foundational, fundamental aversion towards the experience of mixed race, because it's difficult to compute that phenomenon of not either being us or them, of not being in one of those boxes of the binary, us versus them. That's the complete simple binary that people are dealing with, us and them. That's it. Us and them. That's it. And so for somebody to be, wait, hold up. Okay, even if somebody comes from them, they are ingratiated within us. So, all right, we can deal with them. They're a lesser status. They can work their way up, but they're still part of us, and there it is. But they're still us. Fine. They agree to our things. They make a pledge. Da 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 da. They're us. They don't do that. Boom. They're them. That's it. Doesn't matter. Brother versus brother. What? Doesn't matter. It's them now. So, honor our ancestors. It's them. They've betrayed us. They betrayed our ancestors. They're them now. See, they're one or the other. And that notion of us and them, of, wait, hold up, they're keeping the gate open. Hold up, they're keeping the door open. They're letting kinfolk in and everything. It challenges like the very primordial experience of us versus them, the tribal, the clan, and otherwise. Religions speak to this in terms of reconciliation and it's all us and this and the other, universalism. However, again, then it just reverts to a religiosity-based us versus them binary. And it may blur the lines in terms of tribes and clans, yet it still is founded on a very temporal bias experience of language, geography, and also blood and ethnicity and otherwise. So at this point, that mix, that phenomena of blending is the standard of life on earth at this moment. Today, mixed is the norm. Even when it's other than the explicit bloodline mix, the ideological mix, the mix of cultures, the mix of languages, the mix of technology, the mix of holy, sacred, scriptural knowledge and religious knowledge and practice. That's the norm of the world. It's fueling the world. It's protecting the world. It's feeding the world. And the world has yet to, like, much of the world has yet to like recognize that, accept it, be at peace with that, and still holding on to the divide and conquer kind of methodology of civilization. And by divide in this particular sense, I mean divide into that binary of us versus them, and then conquer them one way or the other. And that's an interesting kind of mix right there, a fusion of concept in the notion of divide and conquer, divide including ourselves, or separating ourselves, just that notion of there being a separation of it together. India has a certain kind of historic, traditional, ancient experience of that oneness, Advaita, and otherwise. However, still specific to a geography and language, and additionally, but much knowledge and insight and experience and wisdom to share and learn from. So, just to recognize that amidst all the nice talk and all the multiculturalism and all the service level kind of mosaic of different cultures and ethnicities and all the festivals and everything else like that, like the painful actuality is that kinfolk are still when smiling at each other, and additionally, like they not together. Tough. And how it translates is this: people put on fronts. People put on that face. They got to go to work. Okay, here we go. We're at work. And they do it all. At some point, kinfolk just want to relax and just be themselves, and be around people who are like themselves, and say racist shit, say religious, xenophobic, anti-Semitic, anti-Islamic, anti-whatever shit, just to promote themselves and who they are, like who they've been for thousands of years, unapologetically, unpolitically correctly, and everything. Every traditional kinfolk has that yearning. It has even almost lightweight that need of just like, yo, I don't give a fuck about anybody else right now. I'm just want to be us. Let's just be us, y'all. Come on. Let's talk our language. Let's sing our songs. And let's think of ourselves better than everybody else who's not us. Every group. Now, mixed kinfolk, we don't have that luxury. Many of us don't. Some of us try to have that, but we don't. We know in our hearts we don't have that luxury. Because whenever we are in those spaces and we do that, and we like just kind of revert into that kind of like tribalism and primordial, like, yo, let's just be us. Even when we're accepted into that fold and we speak that language, we know continually, like, we're still outside that door, and our ancestors are outside that door. And so we might be perceived as like faking the funk or whatever else, but like it's just a matter of knowledge. Like, yeah, like we'll do this because we're honoring our ancestors and what the children, the progeny of our ancestors are doing right now. But we know that there's something beyond what's going on right now. And there's a greater truth. There's a greater peace. There's a greater being. So, and that's continuing. We know that even if we don't want to acknowledge it to ourselves, we know that, and we don't have a choice. It's continual. Our choice is how much we honor that truth, and honor our relations. So, and again, that unsettles all kinfolk. And the point of it is not for there to be mixed race superiority or conquest or whatever, because that's not what mixed race is either. It's honoring our ancestors and recognizing and supporting the legitimacy within every ethnicity, within the pure blood of anything and everything. It all comes from the Most High Creator. It all is natural, and it's a matter of supporting that nature. So there are a lot of different, I mean, mixed people have all different types of politics and everything else like that, but speaking from an omnilateral, one love, uno brazo consciousness, that's the nature of it. So part of the challenge in the whole mixed black thing is that changing it up a little bit, going on to further topics. Okay, I'll try to say this briefly because there are further bigger topics to address that this fits within. But for the moment, because it's the contemporary thing that we're being force-fed whenever we go on the internet at this point, whenever we try to find anything about mixed race, we find for every like one post that has something like of substance, we find like 10 posts of mixed versus black, mixed versus black. So just on that trope again, it's recognizing this. In the United States, the policy has been, again, to put people in boxes. Not to put people are already in boxes. People like self-apply boxes. It's just a matter of how much people accept that, and then treating people in those boxes differently according to that box. And so, in this methodology of manipulation and downpression, subjugation, and other nasty things. And when there's necessity of like making concessions to a particular group, okay, who is the leadership within that box? What are the organizations, and who do we buy off? What policies do we adjust to get a little bit favorable conditions to ease up the people in that box? And so that's been the thing. And then meanwhile, the whole time, particularly in the United States, the long-term and foundational intentionality and nature of the United States is annihilation of black folk, because the labor is not necessary any further. So actually, it's actually the catch-22 of the United States, because the actual long-term foundational nature of the United States is the enslavement of black people. However, and initially that's the physical enslavement of black people, Africans, and then once that physical labor becomes obsolescent, comparatively antiquated because of machinery, the Industrial Revolution, then it's not, we don't need Africans any further. Why won't you just get rid of them? Try, but that doesn't work, because still need black people to be the designated burden bearers of society. So it's a continual enslavement. But at the same time, amongst the masses, particularly the European kinfolk who have lost a sense of self, and additionally, there's just a vitriol towards Africans, and so it's a dissatisfaction with just enslavement. It's like, don't want to see kinfolk at all. So then there's the catch-22, because there's a necessity for enslavement, but then there's an aversion for existence, a hostility towards existence. So that's the trope. Now, in the meanwhile,
there's a gradual process of endeavoring to replace black folk who've emerged from the Middle Passage with new black folk from Africa. And additionally, all right, that's a little bit off topic, but um, uh, so for mixed people, this is the thing. For when particularly amidst affirmative action, I'm jumping ahead a little bit with affirmative action thing, but with affirmative action, when looking at the boxes and everything, and things became uber boxed with affirmative action because now public policies. Before, like people were just people, and if they got a job, they got a job. If they didn't, they didn't. And a lot of jobs, it was very racist and everything else like that. So, but that was what it is. With apartheid, with affirmative action, it was a matter of now, like these are federally mandated boxes, and there's a lot of money that is issued based upon these boxes, census and otherwise. School applications, jobs, scholarships, like there's serious community investment projects, grants, and additionally are based upon the boxes. And so an initial benefit is that okay, further Africans are getting involved into the schools and everything else like that. But along the years and amidst generations, um, what happens is that the system kind of or the racism or whatever the xenophobia, however you want to describe that, catches up somewhat with the initial benevolent will and like the things that come from the civil rights movement and trying to like make amends or whatever or make things nicer, and the greed kind of catches up again, and then starts to do a divide and conquer between black people and mixed people, whereby again without particularly before the 1990 census, I think it was in the United States, um, mixed people, particularly of African ancestry, were just of African ancestry, generally speaking, and we don't talk about it. So that means that all those programs and all those initiatives, all those monies, scholarships, um, uh, university acceptance, quotas, and everything else like that to comply with federal mandates, um, job requirements in terms of companies having a certain number of people of African ancestry being on the payroll or whatever. Um, a mixed person qualifies those boxes as much as a black person does, according to the standards of the government. So then it becomes a competition, and then again, recognizing kinfolk don't want to mess with kinfolk who are different from themselves, there's an incentive, a federally mandated incentive, for companies and schools and universities and scholarships to award these things to the favorable. Again, like it's the whole house versus field kind of scenario played out through affirmative action. So, and again, mixed people don't have much of a choice in the 70s and 80s and 90s, even because there was no other category other. But then it's like, who's other? Um, so then light skinned kinfolk get these favorable things, particularly when there's an interview, particularly when there's a photograph and otherwise, particularly when there's like a pedigree of like, oh, they come from what school? And oh, they come from, oh, okay. So, oh, they still qualify as black? Wada, double check. So, and it's a woman? Wada, triple check. So, anyways, that becomes like the thing through the 80s and 90s to the 2000s and continually. And that is, and so that is problematic again. And that's coming from the system, the government. We're 40 minutes into this joint? Wow. That's coming from the system. But then it's also being fueled ourselves because kinfolk are accepting those privileges. We don't want to say the privileges. Privileges is a pimp game. People are accepting those handouts or incentives or otherwise because there's lucrative individual benefits with that. Uh, and so, uh, black folk, quote unquote, Africans, dark skinned Africans, and um, if there's octoroons and quadroons and what's a half rune and then what's a full rune, so the full runes or whatever it is, I mean, if that's how silly people want to be, like that's the logic of it. The full runes or the third runes or the quarter runes or wait, quadroon is a quadroon, wait, a quadroon is quarter black, okay, so what would be a quarter white? uh a seventh, eighth runes. But then that's like Scandinavian Nordic ancient writings, those runes. Anyways, again, that's how silly the whole thing is. But the dark skinned kinfolk have rightful beef about that discrimination because there's no distinguishing along the statistics of like who's um, the bourgeoisie, silver spoon, light skinned kinfolk who've been college educated for 5 generations, who are getting this extra benefit for acceptance into these other universities, whatever, or even high schools and scholarships and everything else, compared to other African kinfolk who've been like toiling in the fields, sharecropping, and then in the hood, and additionally, for generations since slavery and before that. So like, there's no distinguishing between those experiences. So there's a rightful beef. Like, yo, wait, you doing this? You all these things to uplift the race and everything is going to these kinfolk that already been like given things. Like, what's going on with that? That's bullshit. So rightfully so. That's a beef with that. And then there's particularly kinfolk who don't even identify as black per se. Again, particularly mixed. That applies to light skin, but particularly mixed because again, there was no mixed thing just 20, 30 years ago. Kinfolk by and large did not do that. Now, one of the things we observe like in the 2000s is when there is an increasing like mainstream kind of like mainstream amongst mixed people starting to self-identify and be conscientious. A lot of times, particularly when we see a lot of the conversations that students at universities who are coming from an affluent experience, upper middle income, who don't have a lot of experience with quote unquote black culture, who speak very lily white English, and are just like not acculturated to like the experience of being an African, don't know much about the history or otherwise, but at the same time, they qualify for the statistics, and then like genuinely like, wait, do I do this? And I see the conversations. You can watch. Well, how you get this copy would be difficult, but that road trip that the Maven Foundation does over 20 years ago. That's an example. I'm thinking about that as I'm saying this. Because they had conversations with the university students who were talking about this 20 years ago and asking these questions. I don't hear it a lot today. I don't know how things have changed a lot since then, 20 years. But that was generally like a genuine crisis because people are being offered scholarships based upon being of African ancestry. Mixed people are being offered scholarships. One's getting university. And that would be very helpful right now because the person is like, even though they're coming from upper middle income, college is expensive. And like they might be working a side job, or their parents might be working multiple jobs to get them whatever. So if they got the scholarship, they could ease up a little bit and then focus on the books and like parlay that into a better job opportunity or whatever else. So like, that's serious help right there. But at the same time, wait, is this deserving? Like, who am I depriving this from? Because if I take this, who's not gonna get it? And what are they needing, and what are they going to be doing, and everything else like that. So I mean, it's a difficult challenge, and it's a difficult gripe for kinfolk who say, "Yo, don't do it. You don't know anything." Or if you do take it, you better double up on your studies and make it genuine and authentic. So, anyways, there's legitimate beef. Now that being said, it's all part of the plantation game, and it's all playing from the manipulations and the set determinations of divide and conquer between people of African ancestry and mixed people and otherwise. So when black folk double down on that, you're not mixed or you're not black. Wow, I'm getting onto a lot of that. Again, it's still reverting to a slave mentality. It's not a liberated, and it's not speaking from an authoritative position, a genuine authoritative position, any further than anybody else's. So there's I've given it the description of like the difference between the club and the kingdom. People gatekeeping like they're at a club and seeing who gets into the club, but the club is just a temporary thing, and the club is owned by somebody else. Black is owned by somebody else. White is owned by somebody else. How about that? The kingdom recognizes the severity, the depths, the heaviness of belonging, the responsibilities of sovereignty and authority and being at the gate and honoring our ancestors. Because when black folk talk about mixed black folk not being black. That's like a man who has many wives and many children by the many wives, and one group of children saying, "Oh no, you're not his son." It's like, what? What you talking about? Huh? Um, that's exactly what it is. It's denying our ancestry, and saying, "No, you can't be because you didn't grow up in the house, or you did this and you did that." So well, hold up. You do recognize that we are the same. We are children of our father. Yeah, but you know, what are you talking about? So now some people might say that's taking it too personal or whatever, but the reply would be that other kinfolk are taking it too individual, being too self-involved, and basing things upon individualistic experiences and separation. And that's part of the ploy of imperialism. A precipice for separation. So, returning back to the basic point, as much as people might show a nice veneer about getting along from different tribes or whatever else, they're still fierce and foundational, primordial antagonism. And eventually that plays out in people just wanting to be themselves. They've been nice at work, they've been nice at school, they've been nice on the streets with people and everything else like that, but now they just want to be themselves. They want to be the people who are like themselves. They don't want to be politically correct. They want to say what they think. They want to vent what they've been experiencing. All those type of people, blah, 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 blah. And mixed people are a mystery, an enigma that deters or that impinges upon that experience of just like being ourselves type of thing, and doing what we do and being who we are, particularly when people are in a foreign land that's not their ancestral land. So that's part of the challenge that all groups have towards being mixed and acknowledging mixed race, because again, mixed race, mixed ethnicity is the norm of the world today. Whether we're talking about people who are mixed race from Africa, Asia, and Native, or we're talking about people who are mixed race from Italia and France. Now we're having some volume from local kinfolk. There it is. So we're gonna have to navigate through this with other methodologies, because it's very obvious this brethren is a nearby brethren, lived here for over a year, and now has the occasion of like standing right underneath the window and talking loud, and not the first time, and it's not by accident. So this is the first occasion of potentially engaging, but we have to like calculate in terms of the methodology. So it's a different diplomacy here, but it's in the context of other things going on. Are we going to have another one? This is not a game thing. So, anyways, mixed race is the norm of the world, and the basic point I'm sharing here at the moment is that each ethnicity, each tribal group, each religiosity has an intrinsic aversion, and maybe that's a better word than antagonism. Aversion. Each ethnicity, tribe, and religiosity has an aversion towards mixed race itself, because mixed race, and when I say mixed race, I'm talking about mixed heritage and otherwise. Mixed heritage is a superseding enigma that unsettles, that unfounds, perhaps if that's a word, unfounds the whole notion of us versus them, and that sense of safety away from them amongst us. Because again, in the historic scenario, when there is an experience of mixed heritage or whatever else, there's just this requirement, this like either a physical or a mental or otherwise, like beating down a person to submission into into the norms of the binary of that us experience versus them. And if somebody doesn't do that, then it's the them treatment. But in being mixed, again, I'm repeating myself at this point, but that's because of that, like existentially, each group is like tenaciously wrestling with that, of how to deal with that, because it's like mixed people aren't accepting that scenario, and it's not even just a matter of mixed people as is with respective individual wills not accepting it. Like the phenomena of mixedness is establishing itself as its own independent earthly sovereignty, regardless of where it's located or otherwise. And so, it as a phenomena, as a sentience or otherwise, manifested within each respective being that experiences this, is not tolerating that us versus them thing. We are gonna go outside. We're gonna go outside. Sadauji, Gambaro, forgiveness, Ahimsa, Ubuntu, Veritas, Shu, Maka, Higa, Samadhi, Shaman, Shabon, Narak, Nisanoko, Academia, Sadaji, Gambaro, forgiveness, Ahimsa, Ubuntu, Veritas, Chaim, Shu, Maka, Hugo, Samadhi, Shema. Ahimsa, Ubuntu, Veritas, Chaya, Shu, Maka, Hugo, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Allah wabha, Dao Ke, Dao Fe Chang, Dao Min Ke, Min Fe Chang, Min Ja Rastafari. Deus nos de qui essentiale sont avquito nomentum vaigus anam baruchata Elohim Elohim melchelam. Amen. Kyrie eleison sevomastus savigatehi sabe sata bavantus sukidata. Fagabiem quaba upenda namani fakir nesalami chinda da per me liba me unjime. Ubuntu shibon fakitkum. Cheshe, como se me ando moega do pelo mayelo, logo tomo topo do shibon, como God, we thank you for all the blessings. Ata Jami Yatafnami, Bado, Ho, Shanti, 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 Amen. Ahimsa, Ubuntu, Veritas, Chaya, Shu, Maka, Higa, Samadhi, Shema, Shabona, Nisamafa, Academia, Sadaji, Bombaro, Forgiveness, Ahimsa, Ubuntu, Veritas, Chaya, Shu, Maka, Human, Samadhi, Shema, Shabona, Narap, Nisamafa, Academia, Sadaji, Kambaru, Forgiveness, Ahimsa, Ubuntu, Veritas, Chaya, Shu, Maka, Higa, Samadhi, Shema, Shabona, Narap, Nisamanfa, Academia, Sadaji, Kambaru, Forgiveness. So you might observe the hostilities come from many different directions in many different ways. High, low, hot, cold, and further. Now we got different kinfolk with their phones and everything else like that, not acknowledging and otherwise. And now we got a van pulling up with some type of markings but unrecognized. Carpet cleaning. So sometimes things can be test runs, sometimes things are test runs. And this is an interesting orchestration. Now, the original precipitus of me being here at this moment is now, the brethren is now gone. When I arrived, well, first listening to the commercial that's audible with Open Door is an advertisement for some type of pharmaceutical situation, and again, those advertisements are the planting of suggestions of disease, and even like the things that are being advertised, most people have no need of. But what it does is that it plants the suggestion of a disease within somebody's mind, and health is very much psychosomatic, and so when people have this stress and then people get a suggestion of a specific type of affliction, then there is either manifestation, lightweight directly, or increasing susceptibility to conditions and behavior of experiencing that affliction somehow. So that's what is observed in terms of the actual intentionality of the advertisements, is to plant that suggestion, almost like personal injury lawyers advertising on buses about being in a car accident. So then that's what's heard, evidenced on the way out here, and then upon arrival, again, as expected, the brethren is gone, is elsewhere at this point. So was right underneath the window, continually speaking loudly. And again, it's a distinct occurrence. It doesn't happen all the time. It happens frequently, and it particularly happens when I'm recording something. or doing something else that has certain type of intensity. Uh, and it can be very loud and very hostile on certain occasions. So, given the conditions at this moment and a lot of the different groups of hyenas doing their sniffing or whatever else, that's what we're dealing with at this moment. So, um, but as expected, as I even before I arrive out here, there's acknowledgement. Oh, on the way, and then brethren disperses. Now, the brethren is generally affable or like meanable, respectfully acknowledges. We speak briefly through the years of mutual residence in this vicinity. Acknowledgement, so that's respected and that's appreciated. And there's diplomacy with that, and that's acknowledged. But at the same time, particularly when doing certain projects, there's the occurrence of further further types of communication of intolerance about the activity that is being done on our side. So, but again, it's communicated in an indirect kind of a passive-aggressive type of way. So, given conditions, again, we respond accordingly. So we're talking about mixed race, we're talking about ethnicity, and talking about the divide and conquer, talking about the aversion that all tribes have towards the mixed experience, because it is fundamentally distinct from the primordial binaries that people are accustomed to, us versus them. Now, the thing about it, though, is this. It's the natural, continual evolution of civilization and life on Earth. And so it's a matter of people getting accustomed to it. And it can be compared to the phenomena of nationalism just a few centuries ago, even the notion of cosmopolitanism, and additionally, this identification with a greater characteristic, a greater purpose, a greater being, a greater commonality, and a greater unity that brings all peoples together. So because before that, it's been pretty much just family, bloodlines, and that's it. And it can be very easily evidenced through phenotype, appearances, who's part of our kin or not, when we talk about extended bloodlines and clans and additionally. But then with the advent of like empires and additionally, and people traveling and migrating from different places and getting acculturated and even rising through the ranks, the phenotype isn't the exclusive methodology of discerning who's us and versus them. So it becomes additional things about language, religiosity, creeds. Prove it. Say the creed. Prove it. Show circumcision or otherwise. Now, the purpose of circumcision isn't just a matter of proof. I'm just saying that's one of the methodologies of discerning people's allegiance and affiliation with a clan or with a clique. But the point is that in those circumstances, the preceding methodology of determining us versus them in a primordial way is primarily blood and family. Eventually, even thousands of years ago, people find another way of primarily identifying and learning how to like get along with each other. Even, again, in like a further semblance or otherwise. So, this notion of mixed is like a further continuation of that process of identification, not just of identification, but of relationship. So, and that's not just mixed people like just becoming like individually militant or whatever else, but that is the phenomena furthering itself, because it's the phenomena further establishing itself. Because amidst all of this, whilst groups, tribes, clans, and religions are holding on to these binaries, and it's not these the binaries are legitimate. These binaries are valuable. These binaries are natural. Part of the aversions are natural. The aversions are beautiful. The aversions are purposeful. Life is a continual process of wrestling, of navigating, and reconciling. So that's all part of it. So this omnilateral experience of being mixed is not anti-monoethnic or anti-homogenous. It's a matter of all kinfolk finding a way of coexisting and working together. So, but what is recognized is that part of what causes the aversion within groups, the primordial natural aversion that groups have towards outsiders, and particularly and including towards mixed race and towards even just acknowledging mixed race. Part of the what inflates and infuriates that aversion towards becoming antagonism and hostility is particularly what each group does within its own self. And by that I mean each group through the ages to this day finds ways of competing even within house, rising up through the ranks, getting favorable marriage arrangements and positions within the interior of each one's own group, competing against each other. Brothers competing against brothers, cousins versus cousins, and additionally, all part of the same clique, all part of the same sept, the same ethnicity, the same race, the same tribe, the same clan even, competing with each other. And in that competition, that getting very fierce. And in that fierce competition, looking towards advantages from the outside to have some competitive advantage and conquest over one's own brethren, cousins and otherwise. So that might mean getting some weaponry. That might mean like learning a skill set or otherwise, doing trade. And so people, thousands of years and across the board, all tribes, all clans, one way or another, reach outside of the clan self to grab something from the foreigners, from the them, in order to have an advantage in competing against the in-house experience. And in doing that, them kinfolk open up them doors for the foreignness. And once doing it, got to keep on doing it in order to keep that advantage. And in keep on doing it, got to keep on trading, and you got to keep on getting that knowledge, and got to keep on using the mathematics and the weaponry and whatever else. So that door is continually open to the foreignness. And so when naturally marriages emerge and additionally, like then it aggravates, it inflames or again infuriates the interior, and then the mixed kinfolk become the scapegoats of like the vulnerabilities to the foreignness, when it's actually the kinfolk's own selves who are holding on to the spoils and the innovations and the technology and knowledge that exists from foreigners. And kinfolk are actually infuriated with kinfolk's own selves because of that. And then the pointing of fingers and everything else like that, and the belittling and devaluation of others is just overcompensation for that own sense of insufficiency within one's own self. So that plays out from the individual to the macro levels of society, and tribalism particularly. So, and religiosity too. And anybody who speaks about that, oh, they're a betrayer. But fact of the matter is, don't start none, won't be none. So, there's a natural aversion. Now, a natural aversion that tribes have towards each other. It's natural, it's beneficial, it's beautiful. It's through that we have our distinct cultures, and additionally, or it's with that we have our distinct cultures. And there's also beauty and nature and miraculousness within mixing them. And the part of the rub of life is being continually reconciled with that yin and yang, and it's getting it gets to the next levels. So if somebody is, well, I can't give the example of Scottish, because Scottish right there is rather already mixed heritage right there, effectively. But if somebody is like pure Bavarian, and doesn't want to mess with anybody else outside of the Bavarian race and ethnicity, letting go of all the technology that comes from Japan, letting go of the mathematics that come from Arabia, come from India, come from China, letting go of all the inventions that exist outside of Bavaria, and just living in Bavaria with Bavaria. That's it. That's the answer. That's the honesty. That's the truth. That's facts. Otherwise, whenever anybody, any Bavarian kinfolk reach out of Bavaria to get something else, even if it's just a kebab, that might be a little bit of an extreme example. Even if it's just a croissant, what up? Foreignness, and only oneself to blame for that. Because with that croissant comes Jean-Pierre, and everything else. So, and if the wifey has a taste for croissants now, and like, yo, the only way to make her happy, she gotta get her croissant every week or every month or whatever else. So, all right. Now, again, that's across the board. That's all ethnicities. That's all around the world. Kinfolk and cultures around the world have different ways of dealing with that and doing that and unfolding it. But that aversion, that natural aversion, is just life. It's Earth. Now, what we observe in this is, well, we've been at this an hour, okay? What we observe at this is there are a lot of different methodologies of separation. But what we can look at, particularly in recent history, is 3 paradigms of ethnic separation. Yeah, we can categorize it like that. 3 paradigms, very different paradigms, and each one having a different methodology in endeavoring ethnic separation. One paradigm is apartheid, epitomized within South Africa. Another paradigm is Holocaust. Notorious to Deutschland. And then another paradigm is affirmative action. Did you think affirmative action had the purpose of integration? Not at all. Assimilation. Not pluralism, dilution. So, looking at each one, and again, this is a very brief kind of like joint with it or whatever else, but looking at apartheid, long time established. Okay, here what we're looking at particularly is just like the methodology itself, and then the outcome, the out product. So the methodology, and then the outgoing product. What happens from that? What is evidence from that? So apartheid is a legal doctrine, a systemic methodology of separation between an ethnic, a minority foreign ethnicity amidst a majority indigenous ethnicity. So it has to be very methodic in implementing such a system. Very, very cheeky, one might say, to endeavor to impose a national policy, a governing policy of separation between a foreign group amongst the indigenous group. I mean, that just sounds preposterous. But then when we look at the United States, we say, oh, it gets even worse. So, apartheid, South Africa, it's a methodic separation and subordination of a majority ethnicity over long time, centuries. I mean, there's formality of it in terms of maybe over a century or so ago, or over a century ago. But the existence and the methodology of apartheid is established a number of centuries ago for generations, and it is maintained through certain technology advantages and otherwise. But rather than getting into all the details, it's just a long-term methodology of separation with the intentionality of ongoing differentiation, division between ethnicities, and that when there is the eventual emergence and establishment of a middle group, the Khalids, and others like Indian and otherwise, or Jewish, and people who don't necessarily fit into that binary of white and black categorically, then there's like nuances of exceptions and everything else like that in that middle ground. But again, the methodology is widespread, upfront laws, public laws, and codes and culture of separation. So that's the general methodology over generations, and it's significantly maintained through technology, militarism. There's wars in the process, and further. Now, the work product of that, what happens eventually, is the dissolution of apartheid, at least as official way. And in addition, in actuality, it can be looked at as the evolution of apartheid, much like the evolution of colonialism into what later becomes essentially like the new imperialism, which is now becoming like something else in terms of like science and this, that, and the other. But for the moment, just recognizing that apartheid as an entity officially dissolves. So what is the outcome product? What does it look like? So first, the initial, like during the process of apartheid, the outcome is just like severe disparity between the ethnicities. People being sequestered, native black Africans being sequestered in urban areas, into impoverishment, get townships, Soweto, and additionally, and being isolated and just categorically devalued as subhumans. And that's the immediate, the interim work product. Now, what comes after, like the fall of the official fall of apartheid, is the, Africans assuming the roles of government on an official basis. However, still the sensitive portions of society. Peace and blessings, George. The sensitive portions of society in terms of the military, the high technology weaponry in terms of planes, and additionally the positions of authority in terms of banking institutions and institutions of higher education, and additionally that's still maintaining like the gates of the socioeconomic hierarchy. That's still predominantly people of European ancestry, and there's still if not the de jure methodologies of separation, there's still the de facto and just kind of other pretenses and rationales for inclusion or exclusion along those lines. And increasing concessions, however, still apartheid by another face. And the other outcome from that long-term to this day outcome, long-term, what we mean by that, after the long-term existence of apartheid, what is the outcome in the recent generations after the official dissolution of apartheid, is the African downpression towards mixed heritage kinfolk, Khalids in the Western Cape, in addition, that constitute the majority population, but are actually continuing to be disenfranchised and sequestered and experiencing the township conditions through the hands of the native black African kinfolk who assume the positions of governance and have certain authority to manifest those conditions, and favoritism towards other Africans, giving incentives for Africans of other regions in the country to move to the Western Cape and get jobs and housing. And additionally, whilst mixed kinfolk Khalids are continually on a list, a waiting list to get housing, a waiting list to get jobs, and living in townships, enduring very tenacious rates of crime and further. So it's a different type of apartheid of the native Africans imposing those injustices amongst colored people. Now, some might say, well, that's karma, that's just desserts because mixed people, the colors, enjoyed a higher status in the days of apartheid. So, um, because of that, now it's like this is payback, quote unquote, or whatever else. There may be certain legitimacy within the conditions of favorable status within apartheid, but the intentionality of payback, that's a little different than the initial injustices and downpression of apartheid itself. So that's again, that's how it plays itself out in terms of apartheid is the thing, because the structure of conventional power is still very much the same in terms of being Eurocentric, um, but the, um, the 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 burden bearers are somewhat shift, and it becomes further nuanced and evolved. But anyways, that's probably one of the further. I won't say that's the further complicated of the paradigms, because each one has its very own very significant complications and intricacies. So, but anyways, that's some of the basics. We invite reasoning on this. How much kinfolk agree or disagree? What other things people think are kinfolk think are salient or otherwise? We invite that respectful reasoning. So, second paradigm. The second paradigm is the Holocaust. Horrendous. Sometimes it feels like anybody's out of pocket just to talk about the Holocaust, but it's legitimate to talk about it. Um, so again, the conditions of the Holocaust are somewhat different than what experienced in South Africa, whereby specifically looking at Jewish population, um, resides and is established and is acculturated to Deutsch, to German culture and society for many generations, for hundreds of years, and becomes rather influential in the hierarchies and resented because of that. So such that when there's the preceding World War, and there's a lot of pain and suffering and devastation within Deutschland, certain groups become a scapegoat within the culture of the people, and as a premise for motivating productivity of, okay, there's been this destruction, we've got to rebuild. We don't feel like it because we're devastated right now, but if we get mad at somebody other than ourselves, that anger can fuel us, and we can become productive, and then we can conquer others and get our payback, and get our just desserts or whatever. I guess that's not the actual application of just desserts, presumably. However, that's an effective methodology of motivation, and so that's what happens. And generally speaking, and in that scenario, the final solution, um, amidst the Third Reich, is the annihilation of Jewish people. And the methodology, I mean, it's initially gradual, of just separation, putting kinfolk into ghettos, separating from the from the mainstream society, identifying by the yellow star, the Magen David, and just separation. Then it's upped, the stakes are upped, and it becomes annihilation. The concentration camps, being forcefully taken to concentration camps, and then killed by the many numbers, methodically, very scientifically, very orderly, a very methodic way of endeavoring genocide. And it's scary to think of how methodic the methodology and the endeavor is. Um, and in the meanwhile, doing a lot of nasty experiments on humans concerning the mind, behavioral control, torture, um, even just like basic things in terms of testing the capabilities of the brain in terms of memorization and cognition and everything else like that. So because again, these people are slated for death. Might as well find something else. Oh, I knew you were gonna be here. Ganga. You're so quick. And so all over the place. I don't want to eat you. And if you're there, there's probably others. I knew that too. I knew that. I tried to look. Oh, naughty. Come many. Come me. It doesn't take that long. I know you get the signal quick like. You get the signal quick like. You crop on me when I sit down. So, Aika, get out. Alright. Now we have to, because all this right got crevices. All the rice got crevices. All the rice got crevices. Oh, there's one too. You bunga. All the rice got crevices. 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 So, well, continuing on with this narrative. So what happens? First of all, it's beneficial to recognize that this was a very distinct from apartheid, which was a very long-term um, methodology, generation after generation, and that's one component characteristic of it. In addition, the intentionality of apartheid was the ongoing subordination of an underclass. So that's the part of the intentionality within apartheid. Within the Holocaust, it's a very short-term methodology. Like there might be the pretense initially of the separation additionally, but it very much fast forwards and escalates into annihilation, like fast forward genocide. Perhaps somewhat like Armenia a few decades before that. So it's a very short-term, one-generation type of venture, which is a very dubious thing to try, and that's one thing. So the duration of it is very short-term, or very near-term, like very expedient. The other element is that it's annihilation. It's not a matter of endeavoring to subordinate and like ongoing devaluation and dehumanization and subordination of a collective. It's the endeavor to actually annihilate. So again, the methodology and the intentionality is different because of that. So that's the differentiation from apartheid. Now, the outcome, the work product, is a world war, and the world war wasn't just about that particular issue, but it's all part and parcel of it. Even when we look at Italia's invasion of Ethiopia, there are very, very strong, thousands of years old motivations for that. The Vatican having a vying with the Church of Ethiopia. So um, that's part of what plays itself out in the Second World War. It's not just about politics. It's not just about militarism. It's about religiosity as well, continuing crusades in a number of different respects. So it's beneficial to recognize that. And some of the reason why that's overlooked is because it's continuing to manifest, and so there's less of an interest of drawing attention to it. There's less interest amongst conventional authority or conventional powers to acknowledge those motivations because it's ongoing. So instead, other things become highlighted and emphasized to detract people from the actuality. So the outcome from the Holocaust is World War, and then Deutschland becoming destroyed in that World War, and uh, that's an outcome. So it's very detrimental to Deutschland itself, and then there's the establishment of the nation of Israel on Eretz Israel. That's an outcome of that. amidst the geopolitics and further. Um, uh, and to be honest, there's a lot of discovery. There's a lot of scientific findings and knowledge, laboratory knowledge that is gleaned from that process. Even atomic bombs that are crafted. So um, there's a whole lot that occurs in a number of different directions from that endeavor of Holocaust, that endeavor of genocide that exists within a context of additional hostilities and conflict. So that's the second paradigm, the Holocaust. Third paradigm of ethnic separation is um, affirmative action. So, affirmative action, as many English speakers might be aware of, at least on this continent, on this hemisphere, affirmative action is that government policy of providing uh, basic um, social welfare, um, basically favoring people of ethnicity who have experienced tenacious and atrocities for generations. So, as a way of endeavoring to remedy that and to provide the population with education and a cultivation of how to make it in society, there are the affirmative action programs that require students or require universities, schools, to have a minimum number of students from specific types of communities, ethnic communities, particularly. Um, so that goes for I presume private schools actually before the collegiate level, before a secondary level, but particularly university, graduate school, and additionally, each school has to have a minimum number of people of a certain ethnicity in order to guarantee, quote unquote, or to assure um, that people are learning, getting knowledge, information, and getting the credentials to be established within society. So that applies to the universities. It applies to companies. It applies to corporations and large employers that have large number of employees. That a certain number of those employees have to be of a certain ethnicity, and it applies specifically towards that ethnicity being people of African ancestry. But it becomes a multiple ethnicity. So that's the methodology and the pretense or the explanation and the intentionality of affirmative action is giving kinfolk an opportunity, an equal opportunity within society. Now, um, how that plays itself out is again a very divisive. How it actually is it applied, or how it is actually applied, becomes a very divisive and manipulative thing because um, again, it becomes a box game. The boxes, the numbers. It becomes, amidst that box game, it becomes a public policy game about adjustments because as the economy changes, as there's inflation, the numbers have to be adjusted. So, how are the numbers going to be adjusted? That's going to affect jobs in school and scholarships and additionally grants. And so it becomes this numbers game of boxes. And um, one of the focal points of that game is political representation in terms of um, representatives within government bodies, the legislative bodies particularly, who are supposed to be the ones who are making the decisions about how those numbers are adjusted. Um, so it's an ongoing game of boxes and numbers. And in that game of boxes and numbers, it very much devolves itself into a divide and conquer because people within one particular box compete against each other to have some say within that box, and then people within different boxes compete with each other to get a bigger slice of the larger pie of society. So it becomes a very divisive type of trope in terms of social order and relationship. And that occurs over the past few generations, over the past 60 years, thereabouts. So that people, again, going back to the black mix thing, people pay less attention to actual substance in terms of knowing one's history, one's ancestry, one's language, and otherwise. And instead, people just focus on who's in what box. And does that person belong in this box? Does that person deserve the benefits that exist within this box? In pecking order within that box and otherwise. So all of that mentality is based upon the conventional power pulling the strings, and acquiesces to the conventional power pulling the strings. So that's the methodology. It's comparatively new. It is influential because the United States in that process becomes very influential around the world. Science, as its own governing phenomenon, becomes significantly ascendant in that process too. Computers, communication, transportation, and otherwise. And so science is also significantly attached to that mentality and that methodology. It's a science thing, boxes, algorithms, figuring it out. But social order exists beyond the sum of its parts. And science is not proficient in that game of statecraft. So science still has to rely upon government significantly for that. There's a robin who's been just standing still, probably hunting for worms and trying to peep out where there might be worms. The siren is scaring away the robin. So, but I say the robin is probably hunting worms because the robin was not moving, and it was probably just like looking for any slight movement. And I say worms rather than insects because the robins, when hunting insects, very presumably this is but from observance, when the robins are hunting insects tend to move very kind of like pronouncedly. Like it's like when a mosquito is buzzing or flying, it's easier to see. It's a house fly. What is a house fly in the field? That's a whole different thing. I showed it before. But insects are moving around. It's not that difficult to see an insect. It might be another thing to catch an insect. Ants. Yo, all you gotta do is get a pot of rice, Mr. Robin, if you want to catch ants. But ants are probably not the meatiest meal for a robin to have. So, but in that sense, it's a matter of the robin moving around to find out where there might be a potato bug or something like that. But moving around, checking here and there to see the movement of an insect. Hunting a worm, I imagine, is rather different than hunting an insect because hunting a worm, the worms are not as obvious, particularly presumably from the ground level, looking at it from the ground level. So it might be further difficult to see a worm in action, particularly because the worms are usually underground or under rocks, and robins have that less of a proclivity of lifting rocks to get at the worms. Now, when it rains, there is this tendency of worms raising further to the surface level, and kind of just emerging here and there very comparatively subtly. And thus, rather than just hopping around and looking for movements of bugs, when hunting for a worm, it's a matter of staying still and like keeping an eye on the entire field and seeing wherever there's like a slight movement of a worm. And when there is the observance of the slight movement of a worm, payload, that's a big meal right there. And again, these are conditions when worms tend to be further at the surface level. So that's some of the experience of the force at this moment. And also observe that there's a little mound of dirt that used to be where our corn plants were planted before another being of the forest done broke it. But at the moment there's a small pile of dirt, so the robin would just sat still on that pile of dirt, probably a better advantage of the grassy field Serengeti of this tree lawn. Continuing on, so affirmative action. That's much of the methodology. It's a little bit, again, still a bit new in action in terms of its implementation and otherwise. So there's not that perspective of looking on it from hindsight, because it has yet to be quote unquote officially conquered or dissolved or otherwise, like the Holocaust or like apartheid supposedly. So to look at the work product, like the after effect, that might be the better word to utilize, the after effect. It's still somewhat presumptuous. But what we can do, I guess if I'm going to spit, it's better to be outside. But anyway, probably less so to have it recorded with technology though. What else would it be recorded with? Haha. Alright, let's wrap this up. This part of it, at least. The after effect of affirmative action is just lost. A lostedness. Kinfolk losing themselves. Across the board, all ethnicities, kinfolk losing themselves. Because, again, kinfolk have a motivation just to be a box. And then to rise up within that box. And not to know about where kinfolk come from, their relationship with creation, relationship with ancestors, language, customs, rituals, traditions, culture. That is less consequential for box identities. It might help in getting some advantages, but it's less applicable or relevant within the box politics. And in that process, people become increasingly susceptible towards manipulation, exploitation, isolation, desolation, losing a sense of meaning of life, a sense of purpose within life, and with that listlessness, like just basically responding to base motivations of sense, intoxication, sex, overeating, and otherwise, and all the manipulations, exploitation that comes with that. So, and the further aesthetic of this is, we could say obesity. What does that have to do with anything? Compensations. The other thing is, again, just the aesthetic. Looking at people. When we look at African kinfolk, the sistren with processed hair, and now it's not just processed. Now it's colored, blonde, pink, red, and otherwise. It's unnatural, and this is not a judgmentalism. It's just an observance of people becoming further distanced and separated from people's natural selves. People being further dissatisfied with people's natural selves and looking for affirmation, approval, acceptance, belonging, support, rewards, salary, based upon appeasing the biases, prejudices, intolerances, aversions, and antagonisms and hostilities of others. And might get a nice salary for it. But that's the outcome, the working outcome, because it has yet to be formally dissolved. So people across the board lose themselves in trying to please others in order to rise up within the boxes. Even when talking about the boxes, still reverting to the boxes. So, facelifts, nose jobs, breast implants, butt implants, liposuction, all these things that are invading and harming the body, are abusive to the body. People do them to themselves. in order to gain favor in the eyes of others. Again, the solution is just be crazy. Don't give a fuck. That has its own challenges, but it has its liberty too. And it's a working process that has yet to be solved. Whatever. So, anyways, I'll try to say something further definitive in terms of the working product or the outcome, the effect of affirmative action. It's people who've lost their ways. People who have lost themselves across the board, white, black, and otherwise. People who have lost themselves. And this is categorically applied to life experience in terms of job and occupation, in terms of family and relationship, in terms of religiosity, but particularly it is evidenced in the aesthetic of peoples. As I mentioned specifically with women. With men, we're talking about men wearing pink, men wearing pink shirts and pink shoes and fingernail polish, and otherwise. And people can like talk about the long hair and the dreadlocks, and additionally, we can talk about that, but it's also a different thing. So if people are going to just look at the surface level of things, we're talking about what's manifesting from within. The dreadlocks is a manifestation of spiritual awakening. Let us tell it. It's not a cultivation of individual whims that are implanted by basically pedophile, sodomite type of hostilities, latent, intrinsic, passive aggressive, and very high established types of sufferings. So, that's the outcome. That's the working outcome. That's still working itself out, is being lost. And overcompensating it through attachment to devices, attachment to vehicles, attachment to status, attachment to jobs, attachment to money, attachment to houses. Sometimes attachment to children and family, and that's an ancient thing. Reading from the Quran just this week about people priding themselves upon perceived accomplishments and assurities, including gold and silver, horses, cattle, houses, wives, sons, and additionally. Each of those things is legitimate. Each of those experiences and beings is holy and sacred and miraculous and to be respected. The point is to abstain from losing ourselves in attachment to those things and the presumption of those beings, those phenomena, those miracles, those holinesses, and to maintain a sense of purpose, a remembrance of purpose, and that is done particularly through, again, a relationship with Creator, with our ancestors, with our language and heritage and customs. Those things are relinquished within affirmative action, essentially. Arguably, people might say, "Oh, you can have all those things still." When we recognize that the objective of affirmative action is assimilation, it becomes necessary to ask, assimilation into what? Indeed, the pursuit of happiness in and of itself. That is not truth, and that is not life. Are those the trifecta? Life, liberty. That's what it is. Life, liberty. I guess I wasn't worried about truth. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Okay. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So, if it's just the pursuit of happiness, and the liberty to pursue happiness, that's not life. That's what we're saying. That truth seems to be less evident, though. When we're full of it, what up? Squad car, shout out, peace and blessings. I remember 30 years ago. Was it 30? No, 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago. There's a comedian, a stand-up comedian. Dennis Miller is his name. All right. The ants and kinfolk of the forest can have the rest of this. And that's not an intention of just sharing the scraps. It's just like, I'm not trying to keep this on my lap for the rest of the day. Dennis Miller, he's a stand-up comedian in the United States. He was on Saturday Night Live for a number of years. Like, very intelligent, has like a knowledge about like history and culture and everything else like that is savant. And so he was very popular in Saturday Night Live, but at the same time, he tended to like push the envelope. And I'm trying to remember like how would he like push the button or push the envelope on a Saturday Night Live? It was a mainstream, main network kind of a program, even though it was at Saturday at midnight thereabouts. So it still had like its requirements of FCC standing and everything else like that. And he would maybe push things up, or he had some kind of. He was extremely popular and was on there for a number of years. But at the same time, at some point, the management, Lorne Michaels and otherwise, like they had a falling out, and so like he left. So I remember Colin Singh. What was his name? Colin. Wow. There was a guy who replaced him essentially, particularly for the Weekend Update, which was a coveted segment within the television show. So Colin something or other. Wow, I don't mean disrespect by that, but it's interesting. But the way he introduced himself when he actually filled in for the popular Dennis Miller, he described it. He was like, "Hello, my name is da 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 da," and he's like, you ever been to a bar? Like, you ever were a regular at a bar, and you had like you knew the bartender real nice, and he had a strong friendship with the bartender, and he was funny and everything else like that. And then one day, like the bartender's gone, and there's a new bartender. He seems nice and everything, but he's just not that first bartender. Like, hi, I'm that next bartender, or whatever else like that. So the way he like introduced himself was very humble, acknowledging like whose seat he's filling, but at the same time, it's this the game. So anyways, I remember that introduction that he shared about himself. So anyways, Dennis Miller, back to that sidetrack, is again his savant kind of knowledge about our history, culture, and this and the other. And so one of the gigs that he like lands after that, a couple years later, is like a further primetime gig on Monday Night Football, American football, which was like the one of the most watched regular programs on television at that time. So Saturday Night Live was popular, but it was kind of like the adult late night kind of thing. So now he was like now on prime time, stand-up comic who does all this raunchy material, or whatever, in his comedy shows or whatever, but on prime time he just pushes the envelope, and now he's on like the biggest primetime show there is. And the thing about it is he's not a football expert. He's not trained in like he didn't play American football. He didn't play in the NFL. He didn't play at college level. He didn't coach. I mean, he don't know nothing about football. But at the same time, he has his personality. He's funny, and he just has the ability to talk off the cuff, extemporaneous. So by that point, the personnel for the show was like established. They were there for a number of years. They had a rapport. John Madden had moved from CBS to ABC. I think that was ABC that was hosting Monday Night Football. This is a whole big sidetrack, but Dennis Miller hosted to our John Madden was like an anchor in the field of football. He might have played, I don't know, but he was a coach for the Oakland Raiders back in the day, so he like strong cred. And then he was he was like for years and years he was like the go-to commentator. And then there was Al Michaels, and then there was Frank Gifford. Okay, so Frank Gifford left the Monday Night Football. So, and that was like all-stars. That was like the all-star journalist crew for American football. Like for American sports, it was like the most watched show. Baseball was low demographics, low what's it called? Nielsen ratings. Basketball, lightweight, but still not as. American football, Sunday afternoons, no question. That's what it is. and this was Monday night, so this was like the featured match of the week that everybody's waiting for. After everything played itself out, now here's the follow-up joint for Monday night. Cats would stay up till midnight on the East Coast, at least. West Coast, well, it would be earlier on the West Coast, but stay up till midnight to watch Monday Night Football. It was like an experience, and the broadcasters, the TV presenters that would share this, it was a trifecta initially that eventually kind of got established. John Madden, Al Michael, and Frank Gifford. Eventually, Frank Gifford leaves. I think there was something that happened, whatever, but he had to leave. So, and maybe he was there. I remember that eventually it became John Madden. I think it was Al Michael, and then Dennis Miller joins the crew. So John Madden is established. He's the commentator. He has the authority in terms of being a coach. He knows it. He knows the game. He's going to talk. He's going to explain what's going on and everything else like that. Al Michael is the play-by-play call. He's just like, he's the professional. He brings it all together. He makes observances. He does the play calling, names the names of the players, talks about statistics, brings in the outside information, everything else like that, asks questions to the color commentator, and there it is. And then, like, the third person is, like, it's usually another person who has experience, who has credibility, and kind of gives, like, a back and forth to the other color commentator. And so that was initially, or before that, Frank Gifford. But then it becomes Dennis Miller. Dennis Miller fills the role. He becomes the bartender. And the thing about it, again, Dennis Miller himself acknowledges it up front, because I mean, to be like a plain-spoken person, one has to admit the obvious. And so he's like, yo, I don't know anything about football, but I like it, and like, I'll say what I can, and I'll do my best to make it interesting and whatever else. So I remember him saying that, like, in his first broadcast. And so the thing about it is that as it goes on, it was funny because, like, he would just make these random jokes, and peace and blessings, bro. All right. So he'd make these random jokes, seemingly random, and like quick, genius, like savant-like jokes, because the humor of it was like spot on. But the thing is, few people would get the references. Like, he would be talking about literature, like 18th century Gregorian literature, or he would talk about like Chinese feudalism or whatever else. He would like bring these references, so people who get it, like, that was hilarious. And then he would apply it to like what was going on in the field, like a battle, like the scrimmage, the line of scrimmage in this game is like da 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 da. Some of it might have been prepared, but some of it was like off the cuff, and it was like, for those who got it, it was like hilarious. Even for those who got just like some semblance of it, like learning something about that in history class 18 years ago, whatever, they'd be like, that's kind of fun. I remember something about that. Okay, I see you. But for a lot of people, like blue-collar kinfolk who just work in the factory, ain't never been to university, ain't trying to hear all that sedity bourgeoisie type stuff, it's like, what are you talking about, man? We trying to watch a game here. Now the thing about it, and like I say, that's the demographics of the audience as well, because the upper class or whatever who's watching it, the middle class, middle income, additionally, like, that's actually beneficial to have that kind of knowledge and literacy, and for children to be introduced, students, young boys, to be introduced to like those facts of history and references, and additionally, who's that? Who are they talking about, Daddy? Oh, go look it up. Oh, that's interesting. I think I'm going to major in that. Blah. So there's benefit to getting that knowledge, but at the same time, for the blue collar kinfolk, it's like a reinforcement of like that, just like the separation, the apartheid, the class apartheid. And it's like, yo, we're not trying to hear all that, man. We work all day. We've been working all week. I saved up. This is my time. This one particular Monday night, my team is playing. I've waited all season for this. I'm not trying to hear like you being so sedity and everything else like that. And so it was a little bit divisive in terms of the audience. And the thing that was particularly hilarious was that how that played out in terms of the three amigos themselves, because John Madden was not trying to have it at all. Like I said, he's coming from that experience. He's been in the trenches. He knows the culture. He's of the people, and that's what he has tremendous standing and value for. That's what he just talks football. Let's talk football, and he does it. There's a whole video game series, like the most popular video game series 20 years ago was named after him, Madden. So like, that's who he is, and that's what he knows. That's what he's about. He's not trying to hear all that sedity. He might even know all that, but he's not trying to hear it. We're talking about American football here. Let's talk about that. So he would just be quiet. Like, he would do his color commentary and do his job, but then when Dennis Miller would start cracking his jokes or whatever, he would just be like, Okay, when we're ready to talk about football again, like let me know, and we can go ahead. So that was kind of like hilarious to kind of observe that. And again, I'm not watching too much of this because I wasn't watching too much TV at that point 20 years ago, a little over 20 years ago. But anyways, that was one thing. Now on the other side, Al Michael, who is like the play-by-play caller, who's like the moderator, who like brings it all together. He's the center point. He's the one who's like the focal. He's introducing everything like that. He's the host essentially. He's cracking up. He loves it. He thinks it's hilarious. He can't help himself. Like when Dennis Miller would say a joke, Al Michael would like laugh and couldn't like he would be thrown off his game because he would find it hilarious. And it was like for him, it was like finally somebody gets me kind of scenario. Like Al Michael is in the throes of blue collar, like knowing the ins and outs of the football game. He himself knows about it. Frank Gifford, I think, played, who was the predecessor. I don't know if Al Michael played actually. A lot of times the play-by-play caller never played. That tends to be in journalism because sometimes it's just a matter of somebody who knows how to be a journalist. Wow, one sparrow just came up on a crumb of rice, like flexing. Like anyway, so I don't even know if Al Michael ever played, and that's a big thing for people, particularly in the blue collar community. Like, yo, did you play? Do you know what you're talking about? Well, find somebody who does. People only respect experience. Tell me from what you know. Don't tell me what you read or what you heard about. Tell me what you know. Tell me your stories. So Madden had that. Al Michael, he might not have had that, but he's not supposed to. Generally, the host, that person, that figure, doesn't have that skill set. They have the skill set of being the stats guy, of knowing like the history and being able to call it up like an encyclopedia on the spot. Make references to past games and ask the right questions and be humble, not to pretend to speak from that experience of knowledge and experience, but just to say, here's what I do know and here's what I bring to the table. That's what the host presenter does in that respect. And he was established by that point. Like he's on his game at that point after years and years. But he was cracking up, hilarious, finding Dennis Miller hilarious. And the reason why I say I'm finally somebody who gets me because he spends that stats guy kind of personality spends much of his life studying sports amidst people who are studying civilization and rising through the ranks of hierarchy, because it's difficult to observe or to recognize this as a youngster when looking at TV, particularly in the days of TV. But oftentimes, like people who are seen on TV are like seen as like the authority, like that's who's running things right there. It's Al Michael, and it's John Madden. Yo, he got his own game right there. What you talking about? He's running things. Eventually, kinfolk learn, or through proper education and everything, eventually kinfolk learn they're not the ones who are running things. They're employed by the kinfolk who are running things. They're employed by the people who are employed by the kinfolk who are running things. So Al Michael, he has his own savant knowledge about statistics and history and everything else like that, and the skill set of journalism. And he studies sports. But whilst he's studying sports as a youngster and preparing for his job as a sportscaster, his classmates, in addition most likely, are studying civilization and rising through the ranks and getting higher than him in the hierarchy, and knowing those things about history and civilization and Chinese feudalism from the Ming Dynasty and otherwise. But Al Michael, he's having different conversations with the sports kinfolk. So for him to be in an environment where it's blended, where somebody's talking about civilization and somebody's talking about sports, and like doing it off the cuff, extemporaneous, and with like savant intellect of like smart, intelligent, witty kind of humor. Like again, it was very evident. Like Al Michael's like, yo, this is my realm. Like this is it. And he would just be laughing and just enjoying Dennis Miller. And that's probably why Dennis Miller was on for as long as he was. I don't know if it was like a year, one season, or 2 seasons, but it wasn't that long, to be honest. But it did obviously make an impression. So, anyways, I say all that because, I got off track. I'm reminded of that about myself when observing like my sidetracks and references to different types of culture or references, even like that one right there. That's like an inception of references. I'm reminded of that. Like the point being, like how many people actually get what I'm saying, in terms of like the detailed or the nuanced references and allegories or whatever else. And then even if when people do get it from one particular culture, then when sharing one from another culture, like how many people from that culture actually get it, and then how many people from any culture get both of those. This is life. This is the world. And this is continuing on with the conversation. 2 hours in, why not? So, I talk about the 3 paradigms of ethnic separation. What I can also provide here is also the three types of mixed heritage kinfolk. I gotta remember this now. Okay. All right. Now, there are many types, just like there are many different types of ethnic separation or whatever, many different paradigms of ethnic separation. There are many different types of mixed heritage kinfolk. And I may be accused of a certain susceptibility of venting frustrations or whatever else, so there's a legitimacy within that scrutiny, but there also seems to be considerable legitimacy in sharing this insight for people to self-process. I'm also sharing this with in the context of prioritizing mixed heritage experience and focusing increasingly on connecting and building relationship and community with kinfolk of mixed heritage experience. I do that for over 20 years. And we continue doing that. So what I am sharing is in this context. And I can give my disclaimer of where I perceive myself as identifying or existing in the different paradigms that I'm endeavoring to articulate, with all protocols of full disclosure and otherwise. So, all that being said, here we go. 3 types, I won't say paradigms, but I'll say 3 types of mixed heritage kinfolk. And there are many additional types, but for the moment, these are 3 types that we're looking at. Particularly, those who are public in identifying as mixed, and even prominent in terms of like doing mixed activism, organizing, and additionally. This is less applicable to people who are in an established mixed heritage community, as we've talked about Métis or Eurasian, but it actually is applicable. But this is particularly for like the avant-garde. I'm not trying to do a reference there. This is particularly for the, I don't want to say pioneering, but that's very imperialistic. For those who are endeavoring a path of the brave new world, all this shibboleth. Well, I guess there's a stack of rice there, or something. Oh, that's grass. Yeah, that was grass. Those who are learning and building within this experience of being mixed heritage, and are having to find a lot of peace and blessings, are having to find a lot of the answers oneself and kind of do a lot of discovery. So we can call it a discovery process, and then sharing and trying to lead and help others people in that process. And I might very well fit in that. I do fit in that category. So this is the general group that I'm addressing. These 3 types within that particular group, but it's applied to all types of mixed folk. Could be applied to any type of ethnicity. But so anyways, here we go. 3 types. One type, I gotta remember again. Okay. One type is self-hating, and this is tough. Disclaimer of like warning, trigger warning, whatever. These are comparatively negative things, and we can, God willing, we work to finding like the 3 paradigms of or a way of flipping it into an affirmational thing. But for the moment, like I said, I'm working on this. I'm working through this at the moment. So this is where the stage we are. We're just observing it and like working with it as it is. So the three types. One is self-hating. One is self-destroying. And one is idgaf. I don't give a fuck. So the self-hating is, it's not necessarily a very blatant, even conscientious or conscious self-hating. It's a latent self-hating. It's one that assumes and accepts and acquiesces to a position of subordination, such that the kinfolk's own expectations, ambitions, and endeavors are very much lowered in life, categorically, and particularly in the experience of being mixed, continuing to accept a subordinated role within whatever surrounding context and box. So that is the self-hating, and again, it's very often a quiet self-hating. That's in a trope of like liberal kind of apologetics or whatever. Just the trope of victimization, and the whole while, again, the whole like presumption, the whole accepted like presumption of life is mainstream assimilation, and it's just a matter of like assuming the necessity of finding an optimal experience in this absolute of mainstream assimilation. And it's not even necessarily an intentional refusal to recognize an existence beyond the conventional contemporary mainstream, but it's just an unwillingness, pain, significant conditioning and abuse to not even recognize an actuality, an existence, and a plausibility and a favorability beyond the status quo. And that is a form of self-hatred, because the result of that, or the consequence, or the continuation of that, is denial of self, and suppression, self-suppression, and then being rewarded for that, getting acceptance into schools for that, getting acceptance into jobs based upon that self-suppression. And then even when talking about being mixed, the topics that are addressed exist all within that confines of self-suppression. And even when venting and commiserating, and additionally, it's all with often that unspoken presumption and protocol of not changing status quo, maybe adjusting, maybe quote-unquote advancing within status quo. But in terms of actually like being autonomous, being a sovereign, being authority, it seems to not even be within people's purview, like even at fathomability. And if somebody suggested, then there's fear of like, what's the reaction going to be? There's a militant, there's a revolutionary, there's a rebel. We're scared about what are going to be the consequences of our association. That's on one side. The other side is, rather than just fear, people knowing about like the practicalities of life, and like going along to get along, or whatever else, and resigning oneself to that position, even as mixed heritage, and resigning oneself to a position of favored minority status, and then socializing with those who also resign themselves to favored minority status, and knowing where the lines are drawn, where the mixed ceiling is, or whatever, about what topics can be addressed and what topics can't be addressed, without having being explicitly being told or otherwise. As long as kinfolk are staying within those lines, kinfolk are rewarded. Even having festivals and conferences, and additionally, that's part of the rewards of staying within the lines, and making sure that those festivals and conferences, and additionally, don't go beyond those lines either. And so the people who are invited, And otherwise, does this sound like bitter grapes? And otherwise, there's an element of that. Um, but it's eventually, essentially, self-hatred, because it's self-suppression, it's self-denial, it's self-subordination, and otherwise. And some people are doing it intentionally. Some people are doing it subliminally. Um, some people are doing it very effectively, and guiding others to doing it as well. So, and that's part of the methodology of a comparatively homogeneous mainstream, um, and the paradigm of affirmative action, of diluting the experience of culture and heritage and relationship into a trope of individualism, and thus increasingly susceptible to separation and isolation, subordination. As long as people have the aesthetic to find some value and reassurances with them, whether that's a salary, whether that's a residence in a favored suburban municipality, whether that's alumni status at a specific university, and otherwise. Side note about that, I think I've yet to talk about the African experience of the Ethiopian restaurant. All right, well, let's work on finishing this and then we'll get back to that. But that goes into the topic of university degrees, university diplomas, degrees, and then likening that to like Costco, because it's kind of like that. Some university experiences are like that, and also recognizing that in the United States, one's brand, personal brand or whatever, is substantially established at university, and then any graduate school or whatever is kind of like a compounded version or a souped up version of that original brand. But the university is like a distinguishing factor, credential, or feather in people's caps, or in people's bands. And the graduate school thing, it's got like, for those who have that interest of like doing what they didn't do before, or getting into the school that they didn't get into before, or proving themselves in a way they didn't prove themselves before. It was truly included. All right, we done finished, so now we're gonna concentrate, and we're gonna see how much we can get this done. Shalom, Dov. So, talking about the assimilationist trope, self-hating. So that's one type. And again, it's not a blatant kind of like I hate myself type of thing. It's just it's an acquiescence, it's an acceptance of inferiority, of even just minority status, so that how one talks about oneself is in that trope of subordination, and without the presumption and without the intention of actually getting out of that experience of subordination and a sense of inferiority. It's basically just a matter of trying to feel better and trying to feel further substantiated within that experience of inferiority, and then socializing and organizing with other people who also acquiesce and share in the experience of inferiority. So that's the one type, the self-hating. So the self-destroying, it's one can consider if one is being self-destructive, that necessarily has to have some type of self-hatred. So it's not necessarily a matter of self-hatred. I mean, everything is everything, but rather than self-hatred, it actually might be a very great sense of self and knowledge of self and love of self per se in some ways, but at the same time being without solutions of how to live practically within society as oneself, as being mixed, without being inferior, without acquiescing and otherwise. And so, uh, as a result, there's it's a certain nihilism, like whatever, and it tends to be further observed amongst younger kinfolk, youth, um, and what is observed is the manifestation in a very kind of libertine type of culture, of sexual promiscuity or activism. I won't say activism, sexual activity, um, and just all. I mean, that's the kind of the liberal trope or whatever. Um, but just like kind of like a laissez-faire type of thing, um, that pretty much feeds from what is shared with it. The people who experience this self-destruction tend to feed from the provisions that the parents provide, that the parents share, and so that behavior may endure for a certain period because of that. And it's not necessarily just a matter of directly getting money from the parents, but um, even knowing a little bit about how to like maintain a job or whatever, a job that allows for a certain amount freedom of politics and otherwise, or culture expression. And again, I mean, there's a whole gamut. There's a whole like portion of society that does this. I mean, the whole service industry in terms of like being a restaurant server, host or hostess. Um, there are all different types of jobs that allow for certain types of freedom of politics and otherwise. And so, what it's observed is many mixed kinfolk uh, migrating towards these types of occupations, and whilst having credentials and education and knowledge and skill sets that are I won't say above or whatever because it's not greater or less than, but to do further things that provide much further economic benefit and stability. But at the same time, know that to do those type of jobs, it means like playing that role and like accepting that box. And rather than doing that, it's doing these other jobs that are particularly comparatively labor intensive as youth and tend to only be available as youth, and as one matures, it's further precarious to actually to get married and support children and raise a family based upon the income provided from these occupations. So in the meanwhile, in those youthful stages, teens and early 20s, mid 20s, generally speaking, um, mixed kinfolk in this of this type um, can be very vocal about being mixed because there's less consequences at the job place or otherwise, and can be very charismatic because oh they pretty, oh they look nice, ooh this that and the other, and they might seem like socioeconomically viable and prosperous because they're still wearing the clothes and the trappings that come from what they had before when being a formal student and having like an allowance, or like an aesthetic that's comparatively like bohemian or whatever else, but at the same time still having a culture and an air that speaks of one's upbringing in terms of um, prestigious education or otherwise. So there's a continuing sense of viability and like strength, and additionally, particularly because kinfolk are honest amidst others, the contemporaries and elders who are quiet and fake and duplicitous. Here's young kinfolk who are energetic, charismatic, unapologetically mixed, just this air of strength and in actuality of strength. Um, but in terms of like intergenerational stability and additionally, there's an absence of that. And then again, the self-destructive behavior because kinfolk, it's difficult to be disciplined without having discipline. And so when there's charisma, people want to have sex with mixed people. People want to have sex with pretty mixed people, and it's actually not. Well, it's harder not to have sex than it is to have sex. To be honest, in that experience, being young, and charismatic, being able to like make jokes, being genuinely having genuine affection for all different types of cultures. There is a very strong, powerful charisma that exists within that. And when one is young, one has one's youthful vibrancy, fertility, and proclivity. So again, it's further difficult not to have sex than it is to have sex in that experience. and in indulging in that, even when like not trying to be like too predatory or whatever else, but just like this is part of the culture of just like laissez-faire without having that discipline otherwise. That is self-destructive behavior, because that lends itself to all different types of relationship entanglements, insecurities, betrayals, jealousies, and all this other type of stuff that unfolds eventually through the passage of years, even the passage of months, and additionally. And so then those all that solidarity, all that let's do this, all those campaigns and all those ambitions and dreams about building become like just like a very bitter memory, because everybody like, I don't mess with that kid fucking no more, and I don't feel like no. And then it becomes further narrow, because that's the consequence of that type of self-destructive behavior. If there's drugs or other types of intoxicants involved, that just compounds the challenges, the after effects. But that's the nature of the self-destructive behavior. So again, it's not obvious. It's comparatively subtle, but it is what we observe through being in the game for a number of years. I had the liberty of being crazy during that much of that time. So and a little bit older, and when I get into the work of mixed heritage. So I had already experienced my knuckleheaded ignorances in years prior to that. During my formal student days. Once I graduated from my formal student days, like I've become like a hermit, and just like dealing with Babylon, and that's pretty much it. So I do my discipline as best as I can. I'm not perfect, but like I had again the luxury of not socializing with anybody for the first 5 years after I graduated from law school. I talked with hardly nobody, legit hard. Anybody outside my family, probably, if not one hand, probably two hands I can count, for 5 years, thereabouts. I talked to some people that I knew from school days on the phone here and there over the course of 5 years. Other than that, just people in life for 5 years, at least. Tough. I talk. And I'm not, that's not even like not even short conversations, not even like polite short, what's it called, how's the weather conversation. Nothing. I'm not trying to talk to nobody. I've already been locked up, tortured, abused, federal felony. I see where society is. I see the mindset. Kinfolk are out their minds, and I'm not trying to talk to anybody here, because I'm just trying to like not be mad at anybody. So I don't have the patience at that time to talk with anybody, and because of that, I have less susceptibility of getting enveloped even further. I mean, like I said, I already did my knucklehead stuff when I was in law school, or in my formal school student days. But so 5 years, I talk with my family. I live in my family house, so I talk with my family members, and then having challenging conversations with my family. Sometimes talking with people on the phone that I knew from school days, here and there. What's going on? How you doing? Okay, thought about you. How's everything going? All right. Yeah, I'm about to start crying. Think about that now. But other than that, didn't go to the store. Sometimes I went to the library. When I went to the library, didn't talk to nobody. Didn't do errands. No visits. Nobody outside the family. No short conversations, no walking, hey, how you doing? Nothing. 5 years. Hermit style. Babylon. And, okay, here's another exception is 5 years aside from my family, and then when Babylon came knocking and doing the torture and doing the examinations and everything was like that. Talking occasionally to kinfolk in those circumstances, trying to reason with kinfolk. We got, yo, you're tripping right now. What's going on? Stop! Don't do this. You're not. You know you're out it, right? That's who I would talk to. Other than that, nobody. So, because of that, like I said, in terms of the susceptibility of the self-destruction, in terms of being mixed, I wasn't perfect in my discipline, and additionally, but I wasn't getting caught up in those significant pitfalls of particularly sex behavior. I was slim and trim during those days. So at least initially, before I gained 200 pounds, and that was when I was being drugged up too. Just facts. Um, what shall we calculate? Shall we recall? Okay. Um, anyway, um, so but I wasn't messing with kinfolk, and across the board, black, white, or otherwise, everybody here is an American. So that's who United States of America versus Peter. Okay, wasn't talking to nobody, and that helped to like provide some type of buffer, sanctuary, insulation from my own stupidity and ignorances and selfishness. So when I started getting involved in mixed heritage movement 20 years ago, I'm studying, I'm looking, I'm researching. I can email and do things in that respect. There wasn't too much Zoom or video calling or anything else like that. So did email exchanges, and that was all business. Did a lot of facsimiles. You can ask the United Nations. As a matter of fact, I was looking at contact information for the UN just yesterday, and I find a name that I know from 20 years ago, who was pretty much in the same position as 20 years ago. It's a beautiful thing, because one thing I would do 20 years ago would be, one thing that I just mentioned, there was no Zoom or video calling. One thing that was like advanced technology at that time, it was like extremely rare, even for pornography. And that's a sign. That's a sign of time of civilization right there. When pornography is like leading advent of technology. But during that time, the United Nations would have a daily briefing. That's what was actually called a daily press briefing, and there was the spokesperson for I think it was the Secretary General's office or something to that effect. But I mean, he was high-ranking office, and he was the spokesperson for it. So basically, his job was to do a briefing before the journalists, the world journalists, and it was basically a very small core of journalists. Generally speaking, sometimes there would be events, and then the press room would be filled, but usually it was just like the same. It was actually interesting. It was a culture. It was like the in crowd. Like I had already been acculturated to that scene, being a lawyer and being working with international lawyers. I was already acculturated to that culture of working with people in international community and being in that fold. But then at that point, I was separated from that. So when I would watch the press briefings, I was feeling like, yo, those are my peoples right there. And they're doing a different thing in New York or everything. I'm like, yo, that's my scene. So, and I was right off that. I was fresh off that experience, just a year or so off that experience. So I'm like, yo, y'all need to holler at me. What's going on? What's going on? Anyway, that's not the point. But it was like a close knit thing. So it was every day, every weekday. There's a press briefing at noon, and it was the same. Usually, it was the same. Like 95% of the time, it was the same spokesperson. I am going to abstain from saying the brethren's name, particularly because I wanted to get it accurate. Anyways, but it was the same brethren, day in day out. And oftentimes there was nothing to say. Like, you just give a statement. He'd probably just read the statement, whatever announcements there are, and then open up the floor for questions. And again, when it was a slow day, which was often, probably maybe like 30-40% of the time, then like it would just be the core journalists. Sometimes it would be like 3 or 4. Sometimes like the usual, like the minimum usual attendance was maybe about like a dozen, and it would be the same ones. It would be they are staff journalists from some type of periodical that has an interest in what's going on in the United Nations. So just continually to like attend that, and they're not just doing that. When they go to the United Nations, they also visit with offices at the UN, permanent missions, different entities within the UN system, and additionally, so that's not all they're doing, but they go to the press briefing just as a basic thing. So there was a core of journalists. Sometimes there would be like specialist journalists, and if they made an appearance, see you appeared today. It must be an auspicious day today. We even got your attention today. So it was that kind of culture. It's kind of cool to think about that and remember that, even when just watching it online. And it would be a live broadcast, and that's one of the things that was like strengthening. Was like, yo, this is happening live. Or if it didn't happen live, this was happening. This was recorded, just like right before it happened, or this was posted. This was recorded right before it was posted. So it was like, if the briefing was at 12 noon, it would be posted at 12:30. If it got posted at 1 p.m., at 1300 hours, that means, oh, it was a long briefing today, and then watch it accordingly. So there was still that semblance of, yo, this is happening now, and that still that sense of connection. And again, the spokesperson would know that everybody, the regulars' names, and like present the information. He would have to have the answer, just like at the White House press officer or whatever has to answer and field all the questions and have a knowledgeable answer to the things that are being decided at that moment. So it has to have a lot of knowledge and like skill set in terms of communicating that information, and then be skilled also in those non-answers about just like circling around things and everything, because that's a lot of what hierarchy does. Anyways, he does that, and he does that with a considerable amount of compassion and skill and honesty, which is actually impressive. And as I say this, we know that like, the scenarios, like there's this susceptibility. When I say something positive about somebody, the internet algorithm governments do their thing accordingly. So, but we know there's greater powers too. So that is not provocation. It is simply peacination. It's peace. It's a sense of peace. We go back to that one, high peace. Not the highest, but high peace. Cause we crazy. Ngozi harder what them call me. All right. So he does that with a skill, and occasionally they're at the briefings. Like it would be packed. It would be like hundreds of people, standing room only, not even standing room, into the hallways, doors open. And additionally, sometimes it would be a celebrity. It was one of the United Nations benevolent will ambassadors, an actor or a singer or a musician, who would be giving who would be joining in a press briefing about a particular topic being promoted at the United Nations. It might be a particular day, International Day of this, International Year of this, and so again, a celebrity lending the attention to that cause and participating in the press briefing. So one day it would be like 6 people there, hardly talking about anything. Yeah, what's up? Yo, what's going on? Okay, all right, that's it. 5 minutes, there it is. The next day it's like packed, and it's a 90-minute like tour de force. That is rather generous, if I do say so myself. Sharing is caring. All right. Anyways, going back to the topic, self-hating, self-destruction. Then we get to the third category, the third type. Well, get summary. So self-hating, it's not that obvious. It's subtle. It's very acquiescent to status quo, and it doesn't think about things beyond that. The questions that it asks, the topics that it discusses, the solutions that it suggests, all are part of just staying within the inferiority status, and being compensated for that, getting monies, getting investment, getting jobs, and getting grants, getting publications, and additionally for staying in that lane of inferiority. So that's intrinsically self-hating, and that's not hating on self-hating, it's just acknowledging it for what it is. So people can wake up from that for who have the inclination, so people can avoid it who have the inclination, and people can love and build with it who have the inclination. So that's self-hating. Self-destroying is different. It looks different than self-hating, and it looks strong and like formidable and honest and charismatic, but the indiscretions that it has, and the comparative precariousness socioeconomically of being able to sustain that type of outgoing militants. Not trying to do references specifically with that either, but just that formidability is difficult to sustain as it is at the youthful stage through the duration of life and intergenerationally. So people who seem very strong in like in the activism, and additionally after a brief period of time, a few years or whatever, there tends to be a dissipation, and it's self-destructive because the behavior of sexual indulgence, of intoxications, or other types of self-destructive behavior eat away at that precarious position within the socioeconomics, and make it further difficult to sustain the formidability of like being unapologetically and out and out mixed, and eventually either like, I mean, it's just a challenging path that continues into, because particularly when holding on to the self-destructive behavior, because eventually there's that like, oh, I guess person's going to have to like get a job and kind of like just give in somewhat, and so in doing that, temper down the mixed heritage. But now at that point, that's not the option. It's a matter of like, no, we're gonna have to seriously like take on that inferiority thing, because you were loud all that other time. And so the acquiescence is to the people who are comparatively averse towards mixed heritage. So it would have been one thing if we just quiet the whole time and just accepted inferiority from the giddy up. But since kinfolk were a little bit loud and a little bit presumptuous, now we're gonna have to we're gonna have to temper that even further. We're gonna have to like cut down that even further, just to let it be known, like where things are, how things stand. And so that's part of the challenge. And we see the legacy of that. The kinfolk share very generous kinfolk who, in their youth, do a number of different projects, and that continue to exist on the internet to this day, that are extremely beneficial at that time, that encourage so many other people to think about mixed heritage and to be pronounced and affirmational in public about being mixed heritage, to do their own books and own projects, and additionally, myself included. So there's value to that. It's not hating on self-destruction, but it's just acknowledging if what it is, particularly for people to be further disciplined and practice lifestyles that are increasingly sustainable, so that youthful charisma and bravado translates further later in life, continues further and later in life, and is further transferable, otherwise known as inheritance and teaching to younger generations. So that's the intention with addressing and articulating the experience of the self-destructive mixed kinfolk. And for the self-hating mixed kinfolk, part of the intentionality is, again, being honest, being like finding courage to be oneself, like recognizing the truth within oneself, to be oneself, and to recognize that a lot of the trappings and a lot of the rewards for inferiority are not worth it. And particularly when we can look at like teaching our children or progeny about life and how to be ourselves, to teach our children optimally about our children's selves, where our children come from, creator, ancestors, relationship with nature, and being healthy and strong, optimally so. That's the purpose of addressing the self-hatred, and to see it as self-hatred, because again, we have to recognize that many kinfolk may not even recognize it as self-hatred. It may be just looked at as like actuality. It might be looked at as practical, being quote-unquote realistic or otherwise. So I'm not trying to hate on it, but at the same time, there's a greater truth, there's a greater reality. It does require, again, further discipline, letting go of a lot of the trappings, a lot of the things that people tend to value oneself within, and to learn to further value and be satisfied with our own knowledge of ourselves, and our discipline with ourselves and the love of self. So I'm getting into tropes at that point. So anyways, those are the first two categories. Now here's the third category, and this is the category that I might be classified in as well, and this might be like somewhat of a contrived category just to find a category for kinfolk like myself. And it is, as I said before, is the I don't give a fuck category, where, and this is where perhaps the crazy people dwell or otherwise, but it's not self-hating because, or at least in the same way, because there's acknowledgement of who we are and an unapologetic articulation of who we are. And so that's one thing. So it's talking about that. And when we don't know who we are, it's an honesty about learning who we are and going further. So acknowledging that and reasoning about that. So that's one thing. And it's less self-destructive because, again, there's a discipline. There's I mean, it's not perfection. There's not indulgences or otherwise. But in terms of like the very wild or the very outgoing kind of like liberties and otherwise that the self-destructing kinfolk take in at younger stages in life, the self or the idgaf kinfolk tend to be, and it may be very smaller in number, to be honest, or there might be very small in number in terms of who can be evidenced readily, but in terms of like who there actually is, like latent, like the sleeping giants or whatever, there may be a large number of idgafs, and that idgaf may simply just be a matter of a new convention in the waiting, and that idgaf just being another way of recognizing sovereignty, and not caring what other people think otherwise. Like, I don't care what slaves think about slaves, or slaves think about slavery. We're on some sovereignty. So that's the mindset. What up? So idgaf. In the meanwhile, amidst the trotting through the roads of creation and the walls of Babylon, the boxes, it looks like craziness. It looks like rebelliousness. It looks like teen spirit. There was way too long of a pause before that one, even though it was thought of before the pause. And maybe it caused the pause. Anyways, continuing on. Idgaf. So there is an honesty, there is a courage, there is a discipline, and at the same time there is a liability, because again, the hierarchy of the of conventional powers and the conventional authority is less happy with the idgaf mixed heritage kinfolk. There's less ability of controlling and manipulating and corralling and narrowing and subordinating idgaf, or even predicting perhaps idgaf. It's not to be predicted. So because of that, then conventional powers then employ that, well, stay away kind of situation. Particularly amidst the self-hating kinfolk who are given gifts or the investments in the materialities to do things, festivals, conferences, projects, publications. There's further like rules of like, oh yeah, you got this, but again, stay in the lines. Don't push the envelope. Don't go above the ceiling. And then also, don't talk to that kinfolk over there. We're concerned about that kinfolk. Did I not say this was already Freudian? Those kinfolk are concerned, and very talented, very, very this, that, and the other, because that's part of the trope. But at the same time, we're concerned about what the person might do. We're concerned about how that person might share information or otherwise, or share a message, or influence or otherwise. So part of the conditions concerning the conferring of treasures to the self-hating is to just categorical disassociation with the trying to think. We had self-hating, self-destroying, so idgaf may be somewhat relevant and applicable and accurate, but if we're going to do the trifecta, self-reverent, self-involved, that's self-deprecating. Well, without finding that at the moment, we'll just leave it as it is. Raindrops are starting to come. Raindrops keep falling on my head. That doesn't mean da 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 da. Almost on the key. So something about it doesn't bother me. Da 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 da. Who sings that? It's not Barry Manilow. Is it? Don't know. Anyway, yeah. Oh, if the roof was up, we could actually go in the schoolhouse. The roof is down because it's been raining, so we'll have to wait for it to quiet. It quiets. Oh, that's very thankful. Alhamdulillah, Baruch Hashem, for this moment. All right, continuing on. So the liability. Idgaf, mixed kinfolk, may be perceived as an increasing liability. One, because the culture involves honesty, and the culture also involves or the characteristic involves honesty, and the characteristic also involves calling things out. And when doing the whole truth limbo game with convention, in order to call the truth out on convention legitimately and sustainably, one must call the truth out on oneself. And that becomes very cringe. And additionally, because part of the process of getting knowledge within convention is being involved in perversions and not letting it come to light, doing one's best to like just keep it hidden, because one's standing within convention is based upon how pristine one appears. So when one's perversions become increasingly known, that's a demotion within the hierarchy. And so for those who care less about the opinions of others, and are on that tip of truth, on that truth tip in this life, it doesn't just involve like calling out the atrocities or the BS on convention. It also involves continually calling the BS out on oneself. And because of that, when people see that and look at that, again, that person just looks crazy. Look at them. They talking about they're putting their business on Front Street. Oh, they ain't got no couth. And that can seem like a liability in and of itself, without the conventional powers even have to say anything. Just be like, yo, look at that dude. Look what he's doing. Look what he's saying. You want to be associated with that? That's the status quo applying itself at that point. So there is the truth that is not self-hating, and then there's also a discipline and even a laissez-faire, or something that seems like a laissez-faire according to the status quo, because if people aren't caring what other people think about, that seems to be very libertarian, and it's not actually libertine or libertarian. It's simply honesty. So anyways, the challenge though is the liability. Now how it plays itself out is what we observe is that as we've been doing this for over 20 years, and learn in the process, again, not perfect, we don't know everything, or we don't immediately remember everything, so we've got to do study and research and pay our dues and pay our respects of the old heads who are before us, even the old heads who are part of convention in the self-hating category, self-destroying category, or otherwise. Pay our respects, because people put in work, and so we have to respect the work. We have to respect the being, and we have to respect the works. So and we also have to respect the time, because we got some other things to do just this weekend. We got some heavy things we're working on. All right. We put in the work. What we observe is that when we do that, when we learn things, when we find solutions, when we're like, yo, let's take this conversation from consensus, or from census, a domestic national census, let's talk about a world census. Let's talk about all this like 90s organizing in the mixed community with MASC, multiracial Americans of social California, Southern California, the land of Oleon and the Tongva. And we're talking about the American Mixed Ethnic Alliance, and we're talking about the Hapa Issues Forum. These are old school organizations from 30 and 40 years ago. And they do a considerable amount of work. Again, Dr. Maria Root, Reginald Daniel, the Brethren Spencer, and additionally, do a lot of work as a foundation in the mixed cause in the United States. And one of the focal points in the 90s is the census. And I guess actually the census was the first census with the option of ticking for the one box was 2000. But even then, that's not the epitome. That's not the solution. That's not the quote-unquote final solution. That's not like the final answer. That's not like the Shangri-La in Utopia, just to be able to tick one box and there it is, problem solved. That was 20 years ago. And so recognizing that, like at that time, 20 years ago, we say, okay, let's advance the agenda. Let's advance like the objective. We got into the game just as that is being established, and so there's a certain amount of self-congratulations. There's a certain amount of like accomplishment, and additionally, And so that's when we get into the game, and then we're like, okay, all right, congratulations, kudos, like nice job. Let's keep it rolling. Maven Foundation, and additionally, let's keep it rolling. Let's advance it, and like let's talk about international. Let's talk about world. We all come from many lands. We did all we already know the rationale for, and that actually also plays into the affirmative action thing about ticking further than one box, and that actually complicates the game too, which we also recognize, and that's one of the reasons why black folk get into the whole thing about mixed folk, because if mixed folk are ticking one box, that's diluting the benefits that black folk get from the federal oppressor, massa of society. So that's part of the politics. But all that being said, when mixed people are able to recognize the benefit that comes from that type of organizing on that specific issue of the U.S. national census, then okay, let's apply that same logic and that same rationale to the world scope, and recognize that if there's benefit at the national scope, then there's benefit at the world scope. And if there's legitimacy, like not even just benefit, there's legitimacy in the cause at the national scope, then there's legitimacy within the cause of the world scope. And the fact that the United Nations doesn't even, at least 10 years ago when we actually do a census, have official records of mixed heritage populations around the world, like, yo, this is the next thing. And particularly because like we come from many lands, and so for us to like organize as a people in an intergenerational way, we have to be connected with our ancestral lands, and our organizing, our activism, and additionally has to be directly rooted and connected continually with our ancestral lands. And so like it's the United Nations, that's the form for us to like have this discourse. It's not just the United States, it's beyond the United States. But very few kinfolk in the United States at that time to this day communicate a willingness, an interest, an acknowledgement, a motivation, energy to do that. And it becomes, again, further obvious, okay, this is a domestic thing. This is the plantation thing. This is a pre-writ kind of like, don't go beyond the lines, don't rock the boat of nationalism, because the United States is a very nationalistic entity. It's very uninterested as a general phenomena, very uninterested in genuine international cooperation, very, very hostile towards people, citizens or civilians or residents within the United States having relationship and connection with people outside or knowing what's going on outside the United States. People talk about China. Right now in the United States, there's a very strong barrier for a long time. And so when we look at the mixed heritage experience 20 years ago, and like the resistance and the reluctance and the hesitancy and the avoidance of even addressing things with the United Nations, and recognizing the benefit, the tangible benefits in terms of having policy and a think tank and otherwise, just like any other ethnic community and marginalized community and otherwise, particularly given how many numbers there are officially of mixed people around the world. It just becomes obvious, okay, mixed kinfolk and the leadership of these organizations aren't on that, and are getting onto a whole thing right there. Point is that the actual solutions are perceived as a liability by many within the self-hating experience of mixed heritage. So it's a matter of recognizing that and identifying where we can't think. Oh, so the point of me sharing that was that what we observe is that in these 20 years of seeing where things are when we first get involved, and then learning about the nature of things, learning about life's spiritual path, finding solutions, what are things that basic communities have and basic communities need, and how do communities go about establishing this historically and eventually. We start finding like priorities within the mixed heritage community to address, and when we recognize that the established organizations of the moment being unwilling to even talk about that, because again the preset lines, then we say, okay, we're gonna put the information out here, and just like share it for anybody who is willing to talk about that, for anybody who's willing to build from it. And we recognize, our methodology of communication is somewhat strained even 20 years ago in terms of connecting with each other directly. Conferences here and there, maybe internet, social media, maybe a few years ago, but today it's just it's difficult to like begin, and it's also a factor of my age, The older we get, the less inclined people are to make cold calls and then to receive cold calls from old folk or gray-haired folk. But at the same time, also, social media initially is very different than it is 10, 15 years ago. So our communication is somewhat strained. So to cultivate that type of conversation and the regular communication and the regular coordination, it takes some doing. In the meanwhile, like, we'll share the information that we have, so that people can take it as they wherever they're at. They can build from it as wherever they're at. When they're motivated, they can connect with us wherever we're at, God willing, and then we'll build accordingly. So that's what we've been on for a number of generations. That too, depending upon what type of species we're talking about. But for past number of years. So in that process, we share the solutions that we find. Now, what we observe through the years is, again, we observe cycles of organizations emerging, of activists emerging, leaders emerging, and then the ones that are most prominent staying around for maybe 2-3 years, maybe, and then kind of subsiding. And again, there's a number of different explanations, some of which I've already described in terms of the scenarios of self-hating and self-destructive. But what we observe is that there is an increasingly evidenced orchestration of these ebbs and flows, and that when people are beginning up, there's like a standard trope about the conversations that people are beginning. And again, I've already talked about the recycling of the same conversation over the past 20 years. And it's new people doing it, so it seems like, oh, they're just discovering. But then it becomes like, hold up, you know what? No, like, there's an intentionality. Like, even like podcasts getting started up, and this is not hating on anyone. We're not trying to like call people out per se. We're not trying to hide it. We're observing and we're speaking to what we observe. But even when kinfolk start up and have a certain amount of staying power in the initial stages, again, a lot of the trope is still very much within that accepted inferiority and subordination. And it seems like the initial funding or the initial support and backing, even when people are doing it independently, like the indirect support, is based upon that staying in the boxes type of thing. And again, the reluctance towards interacting or communicating or even being seen with somebody or other entities, other kinfolk, who are perceived as crazy, outcast, cringe, and otherwise. Now, that being said, the whole point for this side note type of joint is that when we share what we share, whether it's these vlog type joints or whatever, through the years, hours and hours, thousands of hours of these joints through the years, whether it's written materials, the publications, the census, and otherwise that we do observe that people are picking up on it, and not just the people, and mixed people directly. I'll speak, God willing, on this in a second. What we observe is that what we observe is evidence that even the mainstream status quo, powers that be in the mainstream status quo, are making concessions about allowances, about what I got to think of a better thing than self-hating, and I said that before. Let's continue to work on that, but upping the allowances of what the self-hating kinfolk are talking about, and addressing some of the solutions that we share. And it's not a matter of like, oh, we share this, you're not giving us no promise, but it's recognizing like there is a responsiveness, there is the utilization of the things that we share. We are seeing some, like in the conversations that are being advanced, they are advancing in many ways in things that we share. Tangible example would be beneficial right here. Well, one thing about is like storytelling, and that's like, oh, you invented storytelling, did you? It's particularly the emphasis of storytelling. Actually, there's one podcast that we observed recently, and this is not, don't want to call it self-hating, but it's not necessarily an individual onus, but some of the trope. Well, I mean, you can look at some of the topics from the Critical Mixed Race Studies Conference, and a lot of the subject matter is the conference focal points are based very strongly coincide with what we emphasized during that time, even in immediate years prior to that. And oftentimes what happens is that the core of what we share in terms of emphasis, and additionally, whether we're talking about ancestors, whether we're talking about like sharing our traditions, whether we're talking about religiosity and otherwise, you can evidence like those type of tropes emerging within the mixed heritage community. And not trying to, all things and praise the Most High. Everything comes from the Most High. We're not trying to take care of it. We're talking about a methodology because we find solutions and we share the solutions in a very what up, Chippy? What up, Chippy? You okay? Listen, I know. Chippy might already done bounced. Anyways, Chippy's like, yo, if you just didn't say anything, it would have been cool. I would have just walked by, said what's up, and kept on going. But you gotta be loud. You gotta let everybody know. Come on, man. There are hawks around here. What you doing? So anyway, all right. Getting to a point. We share things. We find solutions. We share it in a comparatively, what may be seen as a random way. We share it how we can. We share it directly with organizations that often just don't respond. And there's a lot of interference and intermediaries and saboteurs in between. So we can't. That's part of the nature and culture of internet communication. We can't like just say, "Oh, we gave it to you. You got it. We know you got it. You just didn't respond." We can't say that because we don't know. So that's part of the ambiguity. So we share what we can. We share directly as much as we can. Otherwise, we leave it available. And then we do see evidence of people receiving it. We do see evidence of people building upon it, and further, because there's legitimacy within it. All things are praise to the Most High. And what we observe is that it also heightens, it increases the allowances that the subordinate, the domestic, let's say that, the domesticated mixed heritage, that's the best I can think of at the moment. The domesticated mixed kinfolk are allowed to do. It raises the bar, it raises the allowances. Because the conventional powers know that when those solutions stay out there and are available for unharnessed kinfolk, unharnessed mixed kinfolk who have yet to be subordinated, who have yet to be like, what they put that saddled to broken in or whatever else. When they get those solutions and they don't see other people doing it, they got powers to do it like uncontrollably and fast and thorough and enduringly. So as a way of mitigating that or endeavoring to mitigate that, it's a matter of heightening how much the domesticated kinfolk are able to do along those solutions and talk about it, give it a name, but then when talking to the details, not having very much substance. We've put a lot of the substance, we put a lot of the sources of the substance so people can find the further details. Study programs, teachings, deep dives, and additionally, just the history, songs and stories, and further. So that's just some of it. We put those out there, again, for availability for people to build as people have it. So because of that, the conventional powers acknowledge that and say, if this is just left here and anybody can take it, then there's no telling who's going to emerge up, and then there's no telling what we're going to be able to do to like address that. So as a way of like guiding people's attention to something that's comparatively not as productive, there's greater allowances for the domestic mixed heritage kinfolk to do certain things that speak about this, ancestors here or this and the other. But then the details of that are just going to be drawn towards kind of like feudal or non-productive or kind of dilettante type of pontifications, or the solutions of ancestors and are going to be infused with other things that are very toxic or degenerate or perverse or self-indulgent, meaning like we'll talk about ancestors, but then we'll also talk about like sodomy, or we'll talk about ancestors and then we'll talk about getting drunk and our right to do this and that and the other. or like free sex or something like that. So it's like infusing the healthy substance with these other distractions that are very tempting, particularly for young people and particularly for kinfolk without discipline. So, again, it's one of the other methodologies. The other methodology, and this is not even just the methodology. This is like the mainstream thing, particularly with the United States. We're talking about looking at mixed heritage as an academic field. It's all looking at it from the lens of oppression and understanding or studying and understanding and developing policy for mixed heritage from the vantage, from the perspective of keeping it domesticated and not actually looking at the substance of what mixed heritage is in terms of heritage, ancestry, and traditionally. It's a very clinical, very scientific, very Holocaust type of mentality because, again, the scientists have that mentality about understanding a phenomena and experimenting and otherwise into the psychology, into the behavioral control, into the influences and otherwise. Understanding the phenomena of mixed heritage from that vantage, and then hiring mixed people, mixed professors, mixed PhDs, to do studies along those lines, to fund those studies for those purposes. So it's mixed heritage people studying about mixed heritage, but paid for and for the purposes of another experience that's with the intentions of continuing to subordinate and inferiorize mixed heritage experience in peoples. So that's one thing, plain and simple. It's just when looking at any festival, when looking at any conference, when looking at any publication, when looking at any organization, it's plain and simple. Where does the money come from? Where does the material come from? Where do the material contributions come from? When it comes from mixed heritage people, that is an increasing evidence of the comparative authenticity and integrity of the things that mixed entity does, whether it's a conference, a festival, a publication, or an organization. Not a guarantee, because again, the self-hatred, self-destruction can be deep-seated. So, but it's further evidence of a further assurance of the integrity and authenticity of the work that's being done and the influence that's being had on the participants and the audience. When it is funded by another entity, then it's a matter of like, oh, let's hold up now. What's going on here? Let's be honest about this for our own sake, for our children's sake, for our family's sake, for our ancestors' sake, for the sake of life on Earth. Let's be honest about what's going on here. Now, it's not just because it's funded or supported by an entity that might be homogenous. It doesn't necessarily mean like it's a categorical kind of like genocide, Holocaust type of situation, or apartheid situation, or affirmative action situation. If it's coming from the United States, probably yes. Government, yes. From academia, from a university, yes. But there are scenarios like with the Japanese American Association, and I say it like that's the actual agency, but there are a number of Japanese American societies from the Los Angeles, land of the Tongva, all the way to and the Oleone, to Vancouver, in the land of the Okanagan and the Lumi, and the Salish-speaking peoples. So there's a large Japanese population in many of these urban areas for a long time, and Japanese heritage is very distinct, very we could say proud, but again we just try to stay away from pride, but like very honorable and very interested in maintaining itself, retaining itself. There's also a high rate of mixed heritage experience in the Japanese community in each of these locations, and the Japanese community, knowing this, seeing this, observing this, and recognizing this, has an increasing history and practice of specifically promoting the experience of Hafu. Specifically, and that's right there, talking about, if I don't like saying mulatto, then why are you going to say Hafu? Touche. But the Japanese community has a pronounced history of funding conferences, festivals, publications, and other programming organizations, lectures, and other programs on the experience of mixed heritage, and particularly on the experience of mixed Japanese heritage. Now, the motivations and the intentionality of the Japanese community doing that are somewhat distinct than what we can look at and observe and find within the intentions within the U.S. government, or the intentions of like standard academic institutions, universities, and otherwise. particularly because the Japanese community in the United States is also somewhat marginalized and somewhat in the minority status, if not accepting within the inferiority situation, still understanding the nuances of diplomacy and having a genuine motivation for some type of further strategic alignment with multi-ethnicity, perhaps recognizing that that necessarily includes some type of effective social diplomatic kind of relationship with Hapas, and that's a different term with a different shibboleth. We continue to utilize it. Native Hawaiian, Hapa Ha'oli, peace and blessings, aloha, and further. So, Japanese American community may recognize the long-term benefits of strategic alignment with mixed heritage, even when that mixed heritage includes mixed heritage Chinese, mixed heritage Korean, because one, Japanese American community has a vested interest in retaining strong relationship with its own children who are mixed heritage. So that's one thing, and that tends to be the situation with people who are very like strong in being one's own. Like when there's anybody else who's mixed, it's like, yo, be with us, and there it is. So that's one thing, and then also recognizing, again, this is just plain like facts and understanding the practicalities of things. If the Japanese community is going to be vested in retaining the Japanese community's relationship with mixed Japanese kinfolk on this land, that's necessarily going to involve having a pronounced and ongoing long-term coinciding relationship with other mixed Asians, mixed Chinese, and mixed Korean, particularly because mixed Filipino, and otherwise all the different kinfolk from the area, because the relationship, the intrinsic relationship when going to school and organizations, and additionally the intrinsic relationship between mixed Japanese kinfolk and mixed Chinese kinfolk is very close knit. And just as there's a strong relationship between mixed Japanese and the Japanese community, again knows the hard knock kinfolk, no life, no joke, no gaslight experience. Like, okay, if we're going to hold on to our children, we have to recognize that our children are going to hold on to the children of others as well. And so in our decision to like be proactive in continuing these things, because our numbers are lower and lower. So for us, and it's not just for that sake, but again, there's the sense of ancestry and additionally honoring our ancestors' filial piety and further. So in order to do that, it's going to require us to have a long-term diplomatic relationship with other types of mixed Asians. And that's going to have further implications in terms of relationships with China and Korea. And otherwise, that's another thing that's a little bit distant. But for the moment, like if we're going to have a strong relationship with our mixed Japanese children for the recent generations, we know our mixed Japanese children are growing up with mixed Chinese in the same neighborhoods, the same schools, the same cultural groups, and additionally, like we're going to have that diplomacy with mixed Chinese kinfolk as well. So a lot of the things, some of the programs that the mixed Japanese community does is specifically for mixed Japanese. Some of it is for the entirety of mixed heritage. I think the Japanese community actually helped support the Mixed Remixed festival for a number of years, which is actually organized by Heidi DeRoe, one of the mixed chicks who's actually, we can say, Afropean. She calls herself the Afro Viking. So she don't have Japanese blood that she proclaims, but at the same time, to the best of my recollection, even then she's working in the LA area. So like LA mixed is a huge thing. We could even say a predominant thing, at least ethnically. So the Japanese community has a vested interest in not just investing in mixed Japanese, but also mixed heritage in general, and mixed Asian as well as mixed heritage. And I think the festival was actually hosted at the Japanese American Museum on a number of occasions. So again, that's a homogenous community, homogenous ethnic community, investing in a mixed heritage entity. So it's not, there's levels and there's degrees of integrity in additionally. And so that's an example where there is that propensity. And I'm not saying that's like the perfect untouchable kind of scenario, whatever, but it's very different from the academic Eurocentric studying mixed heritage, hiring mixed, and the nature of investment from academia is much greater in terms of hiring professors, funding conferences, hosting conferences at universities, the level of material investment is much greater than what the Japanese community is doing with a mixed and remixed, or we can talk about Hapapalooza, and additionally through the years, Hapapalooza itself, again, Jeff Chiba Stearns is a mixed Japanese experience coming out of the Okanagan specifically. But again, connecting with other mixed Asian kinfolk and organizing the Hapapalooza, specifically mixed Asian, and that being a predominant experience within that part of the area. Again, Salish-speaking people's land in the area around Vancouver. So that's what the Japanese community is doing in terms of supporting those endeavors. Is substantial, but at the same time, it's like a drop in the bucket compared to how much academia is how much money academia is putting in material support and similar type of sponsoring for hiring PhDs, just as a general mainstream practice, hiring PhDs at universities, graduating PhDs, excuse me, and additionally, funding research and publications and hosting conferences, and additionally, academia is doing a much greater, even when it's just a few. The number of hirings is significant. PhDs, and additionally, the scope of the research that's being supported from academia is very narrow, and again, that's troubling. That's we'll say not just like troubling. That is unhealthy, and it is. There are a lot of challenges with that, just because the purpose of the research is not for the benefit of mixed people. It's for the benefit of the mainstream, knowing further how to subordinate and inferiorate other kinfolk. So that's what's troubling. And because it's mixed people who are doing it, it has an air, it has the semblance, the facade of it being like some kind of like pro-mixed kind of thing, when in actuality it very much is not. It's very much to the contrary. It's a matter of researching how to better enslave peoples and control peoples. So, but because it has mixed race on the front of it, because it's mixed race face doing it, then it's like saying, well, hey, look at us. Now the Critical Mixed Race Studies Conference has different. Well, I'm not trying to get too much into this, but there are challenges with that. Again, just looking where the money comes from, and then what we can recognize as the intention for the program itself, because that's where the money comes from. Where the money comes from, where the materiality comes from, that includes for myself as well. And if you ask me, everything comes from the Most High. Well, then that applies to everybody, yes, but less people proclaim that. So in the meanwhile, we talk about the intermediaries, and that's where the rubber hits, that's where the shovel hits the ground. How about that? Now, so anyways, I guess that was just off on the topic of the IDGAF mixed folk being a liability, or being perceived as a liability. I was talking about the work that we do, the efficacy of the work that we do, and how that is co-opted, even directly or indirectly, either directly by mixed kinfolk in many ways. No, this is not a hate thing. Oh yeah, so I'm supposed to say the love thing too. All right. So, but what we observe is that a lot of kinfolk don't talk to us. That's okay, but at the same time, like, it's legitimate too. It's not just legitimate. It's not just priority. Oh, we should be talked to. We should be recognized. It's necessary. It actually is necessary. Just because that's what's done in a culture. So if anybody's going to claim to have some type of legitimacy or whatever, they gotta holler at us. And ooh, that's a big statement. That's a lot of ego. That's facts. We hollered at others. We hollered at the ones before us. In the interfaith movement, we hollered at the ones before us. In the mixed heritage movement, we hollered at the ones before us. So it's what is done. Now, to claim to have some legitimacy or whatever in the mixed heritage experience, that's discussable. People can reason about that, but there's a strong track record. And that speaks for itself, and because of that, that's just beyond myself. I'm a piece of shit. I walk with God. I'm no better or no worse than anybody else, but this is the nature of things. So for people to do things, it's not even just a matter of holler back. It's a matter of like acknowledge, recognize, and it's not a matter of like bow down to me or anybody around me. It's a matter of in order to do something genuinely and enduringly in the experience of mixed race, mixed heritage, and further, even just multiculturalism itself, it has to acknowledge what we do, the truth that we share. And work with this. It's not ego. It's beyond ego. We're serving a purpose greater than ourselves. So that being said, what we also experienced for a long time, for many years, in the 20 years, particularly, I attend the first critical mixed race studies conference. The first one I attend is actually the second one. This is over 12 years ago, thereabouts. And so from that time and since that time, even before that time, what we recognize is that there are kinfolk, particularly sistren, to be honest, and that's scary, but also brethren as well, but sistren in a particularly pronounced way, subtly acknowledging and subtly recognizing what we do, coming out the woodwork, and kind of just like looking at us like they know who we are, like they know what we do and what we've been doing and everything else like that, and not being able to say that for one reason or another, but at the same time, like no, we're here, let's roll, let's do it, we're down, let's go. And us on this side, myself and kinfolk around me, like being a little bit pause and be like, wait, hold up, wait, are you ready? Do you know? Like, I don't know if you don't. I don't know if you know. I don't know if you're ready, like to be in this walk for these problems, because that's the weight and that's the hesitation. Because and we're very mindful of how much we impose upon others, and because we know it requires discipline. It requires letting go of a lot of things in order to be able to navigate the predators around us, the predators seen and unseen, warat. So, like, but people come up to us through the years. Mixed folk, kinfolk come up to us, quiet ways and direct ways, letting us know, yo, we know, we're what's going on, next steps. Even to this day, amidst all the ambiguity and subterfuge of the internet, like, we get calls, and we get notices, and we get communication, encouragements even, that precipitate us going to the critical mixed race studies just a few months ago when it's in our backyard. So we're humbled by that. We give thanks and praise to the Most High for that courage of kinfolk jumping on Zoom calls and having that eye like, yo, that's him, that's that dude. And is this too much of a presumption of ego or otherwise? Whatever. I'm trying to be honest here and like speak to that so we can be further dutiful and responsible and productive in responding to that. So I mean, it makes dudes, men, like, we're simple kinfolk, to be honest. I mean, we're genius and everything else like that, but at the same time, like, it's much easier for it to just be like plain speak, just talk. Let us know, but we know like there's increasing liabilities for that just in general in terms of how culture is today. So, and at the same time, also what we also know is that we have yet to establish a stable stronghold, a stable just homestead of residence, a village where people can be safe, so that when people do come through and people do like make themselves known and avail oneself of those vulnerabilities, that we have a place where people can stay safe. Yo, we got you. We got food. Don't worry. All right, let's build. That's what we continue working on. That's what our priority is a campus village of residence and a place of learning, a sanctuary for mixed people to be mixed, all different types, omnilateral, uno brazo culture, to study, to learn, and to become teachers. And in becoming teachers, either continue within our campus village and reside and teach other teachers, or to go back into one's own spot, one's own crib and village, even on other lands, and build. So that's what we work on. That's what our priority is. I'm done with projects. Like, I'm on my last project at this moment, God willing. And from this, it's a matter of routine and just sticking with the routine. Music and language learning, that's my priority. And when kinfolk arrive to study and learn with us, we share that as we're able, Monday through Wednesday. Otherwise, it's our spiritual discipline, because that's our foundation, that's our anchor, that's our support. um, and we share with kinfolk as we can. I mentioned the Uno Brazo culture. That's a matter of, I'm getting into this now. We're at 3.5 hours into this drive. The Uno Brazo culture is the all-embracing, omnilateral mixed heritage experience. So it's the way of being mixed that embraces all different types of mixes, all different types of cultures, regardless of what our personal blood heritage is. We are part of a culture that supports all of our heritages in a genuine, meaningful way. It doesn't mean we know everything of everything and do everything about everything. Well, again, we do know everything actually, but it doesn't mean we remember everything about everything, or that we do everything, or that we even believe everything. But we have a uniform culture amongst ourselves that's natural and meaningful, where we support each other in each of our own mixed heritage experiences. And then some of us who are like secular and don't want to mess with too much of the religiosity continue on accordingly. Those of us who have our own specific religions, whether it's Muslim, Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, Taoist, Jewish, or otherwise, continue in a genuine, meaningful way in that particular practice. We continue to support each other continually. That's Uno Brazo culture. And those of us who are further devoted and committed and interested in the confluence of our cultures, of learning the depths that come from each of these different branches and each of these different roots of our world heritage, then we exist like as a center point. And that center point doesn't mean the most important point or whatever, but it's the core of the confluences, and that's just the nature of it. And because of that, there are a lot of things that we give up in life in terms of the niceties and frivolities and vacations and everything. And we devote it to study, we devote it to learning songs and stories, we devote it to our relationship with our ancestors, with nature, with the Creator, and we support each other so that in that surrounding culture beyond our immediate practices, we can work with each other in a genuine way. That culture is rooted within ethics, within a shared ethics that is part of all our different traditions. It is rooted within a series of seasonal gatherings that are connect with nature, that emphasize our relationship with nature, and celebrate, or I shouldn't say necessarily celebrate, but honor our relationship with our nutrients, with the source of our nutrition, the plants, from the Sakurai blossoms, the cherry blossoms, from early spring in the northern hemisphere, all the way to the sugar maple leaves turning in autumn. We have nine observances between those two gatherings, 9 gatherings connected with nature along those lines, where we gather together, we sing songs, traditional songs from our respective cultures, and we gather in concern or in the purpose of that. It's a traditional gathering, like the Iwo Jima New Yam Festival. So I've talked about some of this before, but that's part of our Uno Brazo culture. Because regardless of whatever heritage we come from, we're all invited, we are welcome, and we all join in this particular gathering. It's accessible to each of us. We don't necessarily have to be the most knowledgeable at each one about hosting it and otherwise, but we can participate and support and appreciate it genuinely. There's an absence of exclusive proclamations of faith or allegiances or otherwise within the gatherings. It's based on our relationship with nature. So it's something that's relevant and accessible to all our cultures and communities. So, and then the third component of this is our songs and stories. Learning some songs from other nation or from other languages, and then participating, knowing stories from other heritages, and sharing that accordingly too. So that is our Uno Brazo culture, and that's what we share. That's what we cultivate. That's what we've been doing. And that's what part of what we teach. And for those who want to be further literate, there's further information. We have 124 legends of the world, of world civilization, that provide further literacy about world civilization, and that's for anybody. There's benefit in that for anybody in any vocation. We have a yearly study program for studying these materials. We have levels of study in terms of just basic kind of song and like music and instrumentation, to again song to the stories and further discussion, ethics, and studying about these in further depths, to the point of studying scriptures, and getting into like the core of the foundations of other traditions and other beliefs and religions, and having literacy within that, and with that there's authority, and there's responsibility, and it requires discipline again. So that's what we cultivate at this point, and that's what we do. That's what we hear. That's what we do here with the Sona Ashram and Sangha Yosef Rastafari. And it doesn't require people to being Rastafari. It doesn't require people being any particular religiosity. It's a literacy about world civilization, mixed heritage or otherwise, and it's a relevance to mixed people, but it's a benefit to the world categorically or comprehensively. So that's some of what we share as solutions, and we work to make it as stable as possible. At the moment, I mean, you can see where we're at in terms of the schoolhouse. So it's a lot of work, and at the moment, I'm working on a project to complete another publication, and I'm going to, God willing, go and return to doing that at this moment, because that's a priority at this point. But from there, like I'm done with projects. God willing, I'm done with projects. I'm done with things that are taking me away from my spiritual practice, my daily spiritual practice. What is recognized is that me doing the daily spiritual practice, prayer, meditation, study, and then doing the studies of particularly of music, dance, drum, and then that's one category. And then the second category being language, formal language studies. I meant clans are a big part of our methodology of community within our Unabrazo culture, and so it's building from the tradition and guidance of Guyana Shagoa, the law of the Great Peace from the Haudenosaunee, from the Iroquois Confederation, that shares the preceding, like the long-standing methodology of clan relations amongst indigenous people of this land, the matrilineal experience, and then the patriarchal decision-making. And then even further, where I'm personally increasingly illiterate within, getting increasingly illiterate within the methodology, the specific methodology of related native peoples, which is the Anishinaabe, Kriya, Ojibwe specifically, particularly, which include a methodology of clans that is increasingly practical for our experience today. It involves the clans involve units of families, smaller units of families within a clan and within a clan system, multiple clans, and formal methodologies of relationship between the clans. And amidst that, in terms of like residence and the practicalities, small numbers of a clan co-residing with each other, even in the same habitat like a longhouse, but particularly like in a nomadic lifestyle and migratory, just small numbers. And in those small numbers, there's the pragmatism of protection and providing the provisions, the material, the nutrition, and additionally, amongst a smaller number of families, it's easier to get along amongst a smaller number of families. When there's necessity of mobility and otherwise, there's further flexibility along those lines. Some of the times, families can come and go in that respect, but that's the general gist of it. And a number of those groups of units of families can coexist with each other, and then one unit might leave and another unit arrives, and further, or all of the units might migrate to another location. So we find that as an increasingly practical methodology of cultivating clan relationship amongst mixed people. I'm gonna have to pack this in because it looks like the rain's coming down. So yeah, let's go. Hold on. So the smaller units is an increasingly practical methodology of cultivating clan experience amongst mixed heritage people, particularly when essentially cultivating it from scratch. So that's some of what we share in terms like where kinfolk live today, and mixed kinfolk live today, and the migrations internationally, establishing habitat. The consideration is a paradigm of establishing villages wherever kinfolk are, for the pragmatic sake of protection and otherwise, and then again, modest size, so it's easier to get along, to make decisions together, and additionally, and then there being mobility of families arriving, families continuing on, and otherwise. Um, so body. I guess it will be nicer if I do this. How about a compromise? Do this. I get to look at the brick wall. So, oh, my computer, my computer here is being somewhat neglected. Abusage from the neglected. The wateration. So, that's the basic gist of what I have to share at the moment. I did all that just for that? Not at all, because there is further. But that is kind of like what precipitates me recording this at this moment. Those basic notions. About ethnic separation, the methodologies, 3 types of methodologies, and then also like the 3 types of mixed heritage kinfolk, and the purpose for it all again is for there to be honesty, and in that honesty, there being further understanding about genuine solution for well-being, and addressing the conditions. For people to understand or have a better awareness about what people are doing themselves, the effect that it has on others, and otherwise. And kinfolk are welcome to holler back, to speak and reason respectfully, and accordingly. One of the things that's observed in terms of, again, going back to the whole black mixed heritage experience is that, I'll say black mixed race because that's simplicity and that's the common terms being utilized. So black mixed race experience. Again, a lot of the trope again is based on very legitimate beef that black people have towards mixed people, taking advantages. The whole continuing favored status within the experience of oppression and enslavement. But to emphasize the division is just doubling down on the experience of enslavement, and it negates that path out of the enslavement altogether. So that's part of the challenge and part of the fallacy within the whole like discussion and argument, which is why like a lot of people, a lot of black folk or a lot of mixed folk, a lot of light skinned, red bone kinfolk or whatever else, avoid the topic, and because there's this notion of just passively passing, of just quietly getting along with the advantages of assimilation, and pretending like things don't exist. So black kinfolk have a very strong and necessary culture and skill set of calling things out, and just like being loud about it, for better and for worse. A lot of times it's very necessary and valid. A lot of times like it's off the mark, or I should say sometimes a fair amount of times actually it's off the mark. Just because that's for all peoples of all types. Whenever like masses are talking a lot about something that's probably, it's most often not the thing to be talking about, just because that's crowd mentality. Um, so that's part of the challenge is that, oh no, so that's the history. That there's a lot of legitimacy within black beef scrutiny and otherwise towards mixed folk, light skin and otherwise. Some of it, a lot of it, is not mixed folks' own doing. It's what's put there. A lot of it's not even white people's doing. How about that? What, you ready for that now? But anyways, point is that a lot of it's not white people's doing. A lot of it's not mixed people's doing. But at the same time, at the end of the day, or at the end of that day, a lot of it is mixed people's doing. And a lot of people to this day, mixed people are taking advantage of that. So it's acknowledged. That being said, that doesn't excuse categorical lambasting and disrespect and dismissiveness of all mixed people. And it's not just a matter of just saying, well, some mixed people are nice and some mixed people are messed up. That's not the point, and that's not the thing that's being stated. It's this thing that's being stated is when regardless of what kinfolk do, and all the game or whatever that makes kinfolk do, that's comparatively inconsequential when talking about kinfolk's ancestors. And that's what black folk are doing when talking about being black. And so there needs to be, if that's a continuing concern, there needs to be another conversation, another type of words to utilize, because that's what's being done. And in that type of accusation and conversation, black folk are out of pocket on saying that, just off rip. So that's one thing. The other thing also is this: we also recognize that all the game and all the abuse and everything, it's not just one way. Black folk have abused light-skinned kinfolk and mixed kinfolk for generations too, in different ways, in countering ways, in very vile and atrocious ways, even when it's just using mixed kinfolk to get at white folk or to get payoffs or whatever else. And then if mixed folk ain't anteing up, then bounce, get out. We don't want you, type of situation. So the shade goes in multiple directions. It's not a one-way street, and it's beneficial to be honest and recognize that too, if we're actually interested in solutions, or our cats are just like playing the game to get further crumbs. Either way, so along those lines, there's recognition that there's a trope, a long-standing trope, of black people enslaving mixed people, even just psychologically, of guilt tripping and like claiming allegiance or belonging or acceptance of mixed people. But as long as mixed people recognize that they're inferior, they're less than, they're not pure, and so they're always, whatever they say, it's not going to be as authoritative. It's not going to be as whatever. And one of the few ways that kinfolk can actually prove themselves is martyrdom. Look at those examples, and that's it. In the black community, in the black eye. Otherwise, know your place, stay in your lane kind of situation. And that is a form of enslavement. That is a form of subjugation. And very often through the years, for generations, for hundreds of years, mixed kinfolk have had a little other choice, because it's either be killed or be black and less than other blacks. And black folk know that. And in that trope, there's a sense of ownership of mixed folk. No, we got him. He's one of ours. We got him. We look out for him. No, he knows. And if a mixed folk don't accept those terms, then there's a sense of betrayal. Like, wait, you think you're not black? You think you better than da. And that's not what's going on here at this point. What's going on here is that, again, people are fighting for crumbs in the box game, but it has that faint kind of historic experience of mixed folk rebelling against the ownership of black folk, of mixed folk, and then black folk calling out the authenticity of mixed folk in endeavoring to not be enslaved by black folk, and thus being accused of being a wannabe, trying to be better, this and the other. Many mixed people are wannabes and trying to not necessarily be better, but just trying to be white or otherwise. But when a mixed kinfolk is just like just doing something else, or not just refusing to be enslaved by black folk, then it's still that same kind of trope. It's still that same type of accusation. So in that trope, and in that accusation and acknowledgement, here's the catch-22, and this is how black folk are out of pocket talking about mixed people across the board. It's like this: if mixed folk are black folk, then there's no question, and black folk are out of pocket saying that mixed folk are not black folk. If mixed folk are not black folk, then black folk are out of pocket for talking about mixed folk, because black folk don't own mixed folk to be talking about mixed folk. That's it, plain and simple. Now, it's a little bit further involved, because then when we talk about culture, this other type of shared experiences, then we talk about authenticity in that wise. But then, even then, in a different way, and even to a larger extent, black folk are out of pocket in that endeavor of separating mixed folk from black folk, because much of black culture is mixed folk. And all the different types of revisionist histories and rationalizations and everything else like that, talking out the side of your neck. Did it. Anyways, so there's that. Now, that was what we had to share at this moment to precipitate the recitate. We got notes though. These notes are from the past week of considerations. Oh wait, we got a whole week of these joints. We're at 4 hours and we got a whole week. Yeah. This is perceivably, comparatively succinct. It may be that many of the anecdotes and otherwise to lace up these notes are already articulated or already occupy the space for those would-be articulations. So, whilst I'm on this search for the notes, I'll share this other anecdote, this other thought consideration on the topic of black fathers, black fars. So there's a certain trope. We're saying trope today. Trope. There's a trope that addresses the phenomena of absentee black fars, absentee black fathers. For many generations, from slave days and further, this notion of black men having children with women, and particularly black women, African women, and then being absent during the raising of the children for one reason or another, selfish, society, and otherwise. Some of it very legit and difficult, some of it very just bullshit. And so that becomes a thing, like that stigmatizes and devalues black men in general. Black men don't take care of the children, this, that, and the other. Now, that kind of criticism is bullshit, because even when there's legitimacy, and there is legitimacy about the responsibilities black men taking and having sex irresponsibly and otherwise, including myself, historically. First of all, for one to make that accusation genuinely, they have to let go of citizenship. They have to let go of imperialism, because it's like a slave owner enslaving a slave and like beating a slave for doing other things, and then saying, "Oh, look at that slave. He doesn't take care of his children." Is that a victim trope or whatever else? It's facts when looking at conditions, and so it's not excuses. Black men have to take their own responsibility, but the criticism coming from an imperialist holds no water. So that's what we're talking about. Now, that being said, that's not the point. The point is that if that's the case, we're getting engines coming in. If that's the case, if there's legitimacy, if that's the case, that like the circumstances for generations is that it's very extremely rare to see a black man take care of his children, and additionally, it's one of the rarest things on earth. Then in that notion of scarcity alone, there's the consideration of when we do see that, when we do find it, how valuable it is. Wada, aha, the black father who sticks around and supports his children, who stays in the house and raises his children, teaches his children, feeds his children, disciplines his children. How precious and valuable that is to be respected by all peoples of this earth. If it's such a rarity, if it's so scarce, there's a reason for it to be so scarce. There are conditions: societal, natural environment, psychological, spiritual, and further, there are reasons for it to be such a scarcity, much like gold and silver. Practical value of gold and silver is generally not much further valuable than other types of metals or precious metals. But because of the scarcity and a wee bit of that shine, oh, the value. So, if there is a genuine scarcity of responsible black fars, when we see it, wada, acknowledge, value, respect, learn, because if there is that scarcity, there's a reason for that scarcity. And if there's such a scarcity, there must be such a pervasive reason for that scarcity. And amidst such a pervasive reason for that scarcity, when we find the actuality, wada, how is this actuality able to endure and persevere amidst the conditions and reasons that make the phenomenon such a scarcity? What is in that black man for him to stay at home, honor his relationship with his wife and with his wives, to raise his children, to discipline his children, to teach his children, to feed his children? What is in that black man? What is in that black far to do that? To persevere, be in all those conditions, and take out so many that all kinfolk around the world recognize. Oh, it's such a scarcity, is it? as much as it is a scarcity, when we find the actuality, it is to be valued equivalently, to be studied and respected and supported. Wada, invested within. How about that? It's no welfare. Learn, bring your apple, and study when you see it. Understand the gifts of strength and discipline, honesty, compassion, and modesty, diplomacy that exists within a black far to stay in his home with his wife and his children, day after day, year after year. Feed, teach, discipline, and love his children. Learn what that is, who he is to do that. That's anybody and everybody around the world. The Black Far. The logic is plain as day for those who got their eyes open. Plain and simple. I give all thanks and praise to the Most High Elohim. Alhamdulillah, Baruch Hashem. Hallelujah. Jai Om. Shishimado. For the fact that I am raised by a Black Far. A Far of African ancestry. Mixed himself. If you look at him, you probably wouldn't say it. Of blessed memory. With my Eurocentric Moor. So, the judges can go and figure that one out. Meanwhile, we still looking for the notes. It's not that difficult. Come on. Concentration is the situation for evaluation. We already said situation. Ah, okay. Done found it. Ah, he's speaking that speak. Ah, da 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 da. All right. So here's the notes. These are just basic notes, just whatever. Okay, so yeah, we get into depths in these joints here too. All right, so we have 4 hours. Well, that's a nice marker. So the first thing to share is this. This joint right here, what we've learned, what we recognize, what's been shared and communicated to us is that this is the devil's screen. Haha, how about that? Now, let's be clear about what we're communicating here. It's not a matter of this being evil per se, and not a matter of blaming an inanimate object or whatever else, because that's almost the tantamount to idol worship, idol like denouncement. That's like along those lines. We got to look to ourselves for responsibility, whatever else. But what I'm saying here is this: when I call this, you funny, I be. When I call this the devil's screen, and I'm talking about this computer, I'm talking about mobile phones, I'm talking about tablets, all them joints, all the devices. It is the devil's screen. Why is it the devil's screen? Because it is such a force of temptation. It is such a phenomenon of temptation and distraction and misleading in and of itself, particularly because people are so involved in manipulating it and perceiving that people are doing it themselves. But it's a screen, it's an illusion, it's a veil. And people, it's a narcissistic type of thing. Oh, is it, Peter? Mr. Thousands of hours of vlogs talking to an image of yourself, presuming others are seeing it eventually at some point in the digital archaeology. Devil's screen, because it is a temptation, it is a delusion. It draws one away from the actuality of life and envelops one within this imaginary. And there's benefits with imaginary, but at the same time there's a significant amount of detriments. And like the Prophet Muhammad says about intoxicants, there's a little benefit and a lot of harm. Where 20 years ago or otherwise there might be a lot of benefit, comparatively speaking, about the internet, and comparatively fewer harms, because it has yet to fully manifest or significantly manifest the selfish methodologies of society. At this point, it's thoroughly unhelpful. It's thoroughly unhealthy. But it's very difficult to perceive being practical, a of being very pragmatic within society without a device like this, or without being in proximity with somebody who has a device like this. So in the meanwhile, there's increasing susceptibility towards becoming enveloped in the vortex, doom scrolling, and that's one of the reasons of calling this the devil's screen. It's not hating, it's not antagonizing. We don't demonize the devil. It's just a matter of recognizing that the temptation and the distraction. So it's mindfulness of how to of utilizing it accordingly, utilizing it purposefully. So that is one thing. Devil's screen. So in recent weeks, I have the occasion, the experience of visiting a local spot with some Ethiopian food, and at that spot there is some African kinfolk, an elder couple, maybe about my age, to be honest. Actually, oh, is it elder? What? Igamba. Probably had less gray hair than I do, because Africans don't get gray hair too tough all the time across the board. There are many Africans with gray hair, but very often, like, there can be a 67-year-old African with all black hair, and it's not just for men. So, anyways, I'm saying anybody who looks like over 30, to me, in my mindset, looks older than me, like feels older than me, just because I'm so young acting. But I have to recognize, like, wait, hold up, that person's probably younger than me. Now, that brethren, the older couple first, is probably the brethren is probably about my age. I would still almost estimate him being older than me, but at the same time, again, I'm pushing 50, so ain't too many people on this earth older than me, comparatively speaking. Now, I'm still very young, according to those who are older than me, so yeah, I'm still working on making babies, being married, and having children. So, and that includes having a wife. How about that? Anyways, so anyway, there's the African family, couples. One is elders, maybe about my age, and then one is younger, maybe like early 30s. The younger one is also has a baby, a toddler, maybe 1-2 years old, holding it in the arms. Beautiful conversation. Now they're sitting right next to me. I'm there by myself. I should say I'm there dolo style. Never by myself, but I'm there dolo style. And so, and again, facing right towards them. So I'm not trying to be in their conversation, but anyways, I can hear what they're saying, and I'm trying to be in my own kind of zone or whatever. But I'm also vibing, because in that space it's a different vibe. And then also just being in the presence of Africans, it's just like, okay, these are not Americans, and it's not anti-American. Just a matter of recognizing, like, it's a different culture, and Americans tend to be very domineering, and just like always trying to like be the one. Whereas within other cultures, there's a further subtlety, and in many ways, other cultures are much further imperialistic and xenophobic and otherwise. But in terms of just like the mannerisms, and additionally, just like further reserved, and not just wanting to like control things or just prove oneself or otherwise, and just always like trying to be on top. So, and particularly amongst Africans, there's just like, oh, wow, here we go. This is this experience again. Okay, beautiful. This is this energy. It's been a while since I've been in this energy. I appreciate this. And so there's a certain serenity. There's a certain like slowness, calmness. And additionally, it's other than utopia. It's other than perfect. It's other than better than or worse than. It is what it is. These are Africans who are on the Western Hemisphere. So again, don't be too presumptuous about what intentions and ambitions are. That being said, energy, positive, relaxed, calm, Afrocentric, welcome, Aquaba. That's the experience. So I'm just vibing. All right, cool. I can hear some of what they're talking about, and the kind of scenario is like the elder couple seems to be welcoming the newer couple to the place, and kind of giving like a what's what type of conversation about what's going on in society, making preparations for family, and additionally, and so a number of institutions are mentioned, and then the talk gets into the topic of schooling for children, and the different methods of schooling, whether it's public, private, parochial, or otherwise, the different advantages with each one, what the preferences are altogether, and additionally, but what is shared is just this just very shared, unquestioned kind of presumption of the benefit of education, which again is part of African culture, and particularly of African middle class kind of experience, and additionally, but also just like part of the conservative experience of African culture as well, whether it's Caribbean, European Africans, Afropeans, or otherwise. So again, it's been a while since I've been in that kind of vibration, so I appreciate that. But at the same time, I get a little bit like a little bit frustrated because one, I know a number of the institutions I'm affiliated with, or I have a relationship with a number of those institutions that I hear being mentioned. I'm not trying to hear everything, but I hear enough. I think about, yo, do you know so and so? But I'm not just going to jump in. Could be, and actually be very welcome to, but I don't, not at that moment. There's a number of other things going on, including propositions of marriage and otherwise. So it's a lot of things going on. So I just kind of like stay in my zone. Now, at some point, I particularly get somewhat like I won't say anxious, but like I get like, yo, I want to share something right now. So rather than doing it then, I share it here. So what is discussed is, again, education, the importance of education, and again, don't in that cipher, you don't have to like even talk about how important education is. That's just like, we recognize it, we value it, we have it ourselves. We want to optimize that experience for our children. How do we do it in this society at this moment in these conditions? So that's what the topic is talking. That's what the conversation, the talk is addressing. I don't hear all the details or whatever, but I hear that general thing. What I want to share is this. I want to talk first about like the Varna system, and like, are you familiar with the Varna system? Like caste division of labor, the lines that are drawn between the different castes, and additionally, the priests, and the kingly caste, and then the merchants and the administrators, and then like the laborers. And so, okay, fine, we're familiar with that. We can evidence that in many civilizations around the world. Okay. And to recognize that within the United States, there's a formal caste system of Europeans with land being the number one, Europeans in debt, in servitude, laborers being the second. Then it's Africans, who are subhuman and less than everybody else, and then there's native kinfolk, who are just like unfortunate. Well, I'm not going to give some sarcastic rendering of the genocide going on at this moment on this land. So, but that's the fourth category. So that's the formal, on the books, official caste system within the United States. So, are you familiar with that? Oh, well, it's less pleasant to talk about when we're having some injera bread. Understood. Seen. Now, that being said, what's beneficial to recognize also is this, that there is a further subcategorization within that Varna system, and this applies. Well, I won't make it universal, but this is particularly applicable within the United States. And what it is this, and this is what I learned within at law school. And I've said this before, that when we talk about education, what we're actually talking about is people being trained to be higher paid laborers. And so the basic Varna system, like aside different from what the United States does, but like similarly, the basic Varna system is this: there are priests, there's the religious experience, there's the government leaders, the kings, governors and mayors and everything else like that at the second level. Then there's the white collar workers, and then there's the blue collar workers. That's the simple way of looking at the Varna system. The white collar workers use the mind, get paid further higher, and additionally, but still are subjected to the government and priests. The blue collar workers use the body, work in the field, and work with physical labor, and tend to receive less compensation than otherwise. That's the basic, like, post-industrial Varna system outside of the United States, around the world. Priests, well, like, kind of sort of around the world. Priests, kings, white collar workers, and blue collar workers. So, within the United States, recognizing that the priests are those who are in the religious communities, clergy and otherwise, and it's this tenuous status, because within that church and state separation, there's like a vying for power on both sides for having it all. But officially, generally speaking, that's the joint. Priests are this clergy, but they have to be sanctioned and recognized by the government and otherwise. Then at the second level, in terms of the kingly caste within the United States, it's not the politicians. It's not the governors outright. The governors are low standing. The presidents and Supreme Court and senators and everything else, they're low standing. Low standing. because it's for the most part only temporary positions, but it's low standing in the second category. What this actual second category is, predominantly, and at the hierarchy of it, is the landowners and the cults and the ciphers and the plutocracies and the oligarchies and everything else like that, that has large land holdings. Land holdings. It's not even a matter about money. It's land holdings within the United States. That's the second tier. Those are the kings, just like within feudal systems. It's just another feudal system. The people who own the apartment buildings, the corporations, the shareholders, and additionally, those are the second tier. And there's a lot of different type of kinfolk in that second tier, but that's what it is. Now, point is, particularly when it comes to education, when we talk about going to school, and we talk about going to graduate school, business school, law school, medical school, PhD, and otherwise, all that is either third or fourth caste system, or third or fourth caste position. When somebody gets all those degrees, they just become a high-paid third-class citizen, a high-paid laborer. They're still a laborer. Kings, the second caste, is not laborers. They are administrators. They make decisions. They don't do work like a work product. They don't provide a work service, even a white collar. They don't do that. They are kings. They have that authority. So that's the second class. If somebody doesn't have that from birth, inheritance, or otherwise, then that person is either third or fourth caste within the system. Or that person can venture into being eventually a first caste by becoming a priest because of certain allowances or whatever within the United States culture particularly. But otherwise, point is, like, all the high-paid lawyers, all the people with big money, all the entrepreneurs and business owners, and additionally those are not second class or first class citizens. All of those are third class citizens, white collar workers. When I was in law school, I remember, like, when I first, like, wake up, find out about this, and like wake up to this, is like, wait, like, this is not the epitome of society. Like, we talk about, like, powerful lawyers, this and the other. Lawyers run the world. Lawyers are the CEOs and presidents and this and the other. Oh, lawyers, lawyers, lawyers. That's what we get. Just like doctors get their spiel, lawyers get their spiel. But in actuality, lawyers are all laborers. Lawyers all work for somebody else. Work eventually and ultimately for the higher tier, the higher caste kinfolk. So even though lawyers may make lots of money, live in big houses, drive big cars, fancy clothes, and even get land holdings for those who are prudent and disciplined enough, even in those scenarios, the lawyers are still just third caste laborers. And again, those who work in the fields, work in factories, who use physical labor, those are the fourth caste. So point here is that when people invest so much on education, to educate their children, to get a better life, to make it in this world, to make it in the society, and additionally, kinfolk are simply making all that investment for a child at the best, generally speaking, to be a third caste, I keep thinking of citizen, but just a third caste member of society. That's the top prospect of graduating from university. That's the top prospect, particularly of graduating from graduate school and getting advanced degrees. It's just becoming a higher paid white collar laborer. Third caste status, standing. And to recognize that it's not a key to the top of society. It's not a key to becoming king. It's not a key to becoming queen, or to enter into the court of the potentates. It's simply to be a third caste standing kinfolk with a lot of money, or with a lot of credentials or otherwise. So, in acknowledging that, what is encouraged is that parents become less presumptuous of sending children to school with the intention of just getting education and thinking that's going to be the key to everything. for parents to be further mindful of what children actually need, the knowledge that children actually need, the knowledge that adults actually need to live in society in an honest and compassionate and modest way, in a righteous way, and in an enduring way. What those skills are, what that knowledge is, what that discipline is, what that love is, knowledge of self, discipline of self, and love of self specifically, what that is, and then to teach that, whether it's teaching it oneself as parents, in addition to what's learned at school. A lot is what's taught and learned at school simultaneously. Whether a parent teaches that by a parent self directly, or whether the parent homeschools a child or sends a child to a school that specifically focuses on that. That is the beneficial education. It's not a matter of the credentials. It's not a matter of the connections, because all those credentials and all those connections simply guide the student and the alumnus and the graduate into further conditions of subjugation and servitude, inferiority, particularly when the child is coming from an African experience. It doesn't provide a knowledge of self, education. It provides a knowledge of how to be a high-paid worker, of how to acquire a skill that is valued by the oppression, by the pirate ship particularly, and then get money for it, get a house, get a car, and all these other things. So it's beneficial to recognize that, because what is sacrificed, what is given up in that process, is often that knowledge of self, that respect of self, that love of self. And it's that love of self, it's that respect of self, it's that knowledge of self, and the discipline of self that guides a child beyond the temptations, beyond the traps, beyond the labyrinth of distraction and otherwise, to be prosperous within life. And prosperous isn't a matter of just having fat stuff or whatever. Prosperous is a matter of is a matter of having honesty within oneself, peace within oneself, health, and having that within the relationships within others. Kinfolk can live a long time in an unhealthy way, and building and accumulating unhealthy things and unhealthy relationships that have a surface appearance of prosperity and stability and lucrativeness. However, also have the eventuality of dissolution. So, particularly when a person is of a specific background, ethnicity, heritage, that is different from the mainstream and different from what is taught within mainstream education. So, getting the education in and of itself, so many parents make so many sacrifices, very altruistic, moving, beautiful sacrifices just to provide their children with an education. And that trope is one that's very much propagandized, and so it skews what people's vision and recognition of actuality is. But it's such an ingrained ethos amongst very well-intended and intelligent and knowledgeable people. But particularly this generation and this era shows that a university education is not the answer. It's not even a matter of university education in and of itself is not the answer. But the university education is actually increasingly an antithesis to the answer, because it draws people away from the answer. And I've said this a long time. I can sound like I'm hating or whatever else. I'm speaking from experience, and it can be dismissed. Oh, that's his personal experience, and that's sour grapes and everything else like that. I went from bitter grapes to sour grapes in the span of 4 hours. But there's always that susceptibility that screwed me. But also there's also an honesty and just a recognition of what conditions are. Particularly for somebody who's coming from again, a heritage. It's not even particularly, because even for people who are European ancestry, there's a loss of sense of self and knowledge of self of one's ancestral history as well, one's ancestral language and customs, and additionally, because imperialism affects everybody around the world. particularly Europeans. Europeans are initially affected most severely with imperialism before the Triangle Trade, before the Middle Passage, and Europeans just become the face of imperialism over the past few centuries. So it's a matter of recognizing that. So it does apply to Europeans as it does to people of other ethnicities. So one way of looking at it in terms of like the credentials, because there is very actual pragmatic benefits or perceived benefits that are provided from a university education. It opens doors, it qualifies people for certain types of employment. It's a desirable credential to include when socializing with people, getting ingratiated into certain networks and social circles and otherwise. Even within one's own heritage, it being looked at as further prestigious. A youth with degrees is often perceived as a further favorable candidate of marriage within one's own ethnic community as well. So those are very practical benefits because there's a shared kind of delusion, or there's a shared kind of buying into that propaganda. But here's another way of looking at it, and I think this is further evident, like this is further obvious today than it may have been maybe 20 years ago when I graduated and I finished my formal education. But it's like this, and it depends on the institution, but by and large, what my experience is this. There are certain, well, I said before, like the place where a person graduates in terms of university, that's like their brand in life at that point. That's like what essentially defines them within society, and what like how that person is basically categorized amidst ethnicity and religiosity, everything else like that, like the university. It's not just a matter of what person studies, but like what university did they get into, and then what university did they decide upon? What university could they afford? What's the reputation of that university, and otherwise? And so that's what shapes a person, particularly at those formative years of life and formidable stage of life. And the additional things like graduate school and everything, those are like extra credentials that distinguish a person, but that undergraduate experience is like the definitive kind of thing in a secular society, particularly when people are not as religiously observant or otherwise, because in those situations that's the predominant factor. But even then, the university degree is a distinguishing factor within those circles, and it's not necessarily the same universities with the same kind of reputations, meaning that like if somebody's in the Jewish community, it might not be graduating from Harvard, it may not be that big of a deal because, so what? Like, are you observant? Like, were you observant at Harvard? Did you do observe Shabbat? Did you attend Chabad? And additionally, and that compared to somebody graduating from yeshiva or otherwise. So, or same thing within Islam, whether somebody goes to Cordoba, or whether somebody goes to Wisconsin, or whether somebody goes to a madras or otherwise. So anyways, that's religious specificity, but there's still the element of secondary education being a definitive characteristic for youth and further on in life. Now, that being said, at the same time, by and large, and particularly within mainstream culture, what is observed is that that credential of a university degree, as significant as it may seem within mainstream society, basically, it's actually like buying food from Costco. Like the food being the education, the credentials, and everything else like that. But the food is the food. Like the education is the education. The book that's read at one university is the same book that's read at another university, or the topic is basically just the same, regardless of what the university is. The further things is like the social, what the cruise ship experience is at the different universities. Who did you network with, and what's your status in terms of socioeconomics? Is it a private university, liberal arts? Was it a public school? Was it a community college? Otherwise, so all those factors. It's likened to buying something at Costco. And the idea of that is that if you're going to like a social gathering, and everybody's supposed to bring some food or whatever else like that, you go to Costco and you just buy some pre-made food or whatever else. You bring it and put it on the table and say, okay, that's what I brought. people look at it and say, okay, that's a credential that gets you in the door. Yeah, we see there's some value. We recognize, oh, it comes from Costco. Okay, there's a certain quality that we can expect in terms of either the aesthetic or otherwise. So it's not coming from someplace that we haven't heard about before. So we have some assurance about expectation about that. Um, but that in of itself is like that's a credential to be in the door and to recognize and have some recognition within the gathering. But that in and of itself is very little in terms of proving oneself at the gathering itself. Um, and if somebody brings in a lot of things from Costco or otherwise, it's like still, like we're doing a film discussion or whatever. So what are you going to say about the film? Or we're doing a book reading or whatever else. What are you going to say about the book? Did you read the book? Are you doing the work? How smart are you? This, that, and the other. This is a little bit of a strained example, but the point is that the university degree is a credential that gets people into a door, but it doesn't mean that much to people, as much as that sounds contradictory to what I just said in terms of being a brand for life. In secularity, there's not much that matters, to be honest. So the university is one of the top things, but at the same time, still doesn't mean that much. Like getting something from Costco. So getting the degree gets one into the door, gets one acknowledged within the gathering, and say, okay, you got the degree. It comes from someplace we know. We can have some assurances and expectations about what that substance is, not necessarily concerning the healthiness of it or otherwise, but we recognize you can afford certain things. You're part of a certain social network, and additionally of knowledge and value certain things that we share in common. We also have a membership at Costco, whatever. I don't, but kinfolk do around us. So anyways, and this is not a dig at Costco. It's just a matter of giving this as an example, as a frame of reference that people know about Costco, regardless of what their ethnicities are, whatever else like that. And there's certain presumptions and other things that are made about Costco. So if somebody gets something from Costco, then they know it accordingly. Wow, giving them a lot of plugs today. That's what a university degree is like. It's basically a status symbol, like something from Costco. And the actuality is further what people do inside the zone. If they don't have the item, don't get in the door. Don't get welcome. If they arrive without it, there's like, oh, just stay away from that one. They don't have the credential. So it does have some functionality. It does have some practicality and benefit. But at the same time, it's not the end all to be all. And that's the thing, because when parents sacrifice so much of their own life, work, and hardly spend time with children just so that they can afford to send children to education, particularly when it requires being a millionaire to afford university tuition today. When parents sacrifice so much just so that a child can have that credential, the actuality is that there's so much further in life and so many further answers that the child needs beyond that university degree. There's so many things that the child needs from the parents beyond just the tuition and room and board. Eventually, 15 years down the road at university, there's so much that children need that parents are depriving and withholding, not intentionally, but just because they don't value it as much as they do money and making the opportunities to have the credential within society to be a third-class citizen and laborer within society. My parents emphasized education all through our life, and rightfully so. And we're very, very thankful for that. My siblings and I have a considerable amount of education. A number of people in my family have university degrees as well as graduate degrees, and even do graduate studies and further. All my siblings attend university, so we have that. It's a result, and that's not necessarily why I speak as I do, because there are other people who don't have university degrees who speak just as whatever, white or King's English or whatever else. We have education. Now, that being said, what I also recognize, and what we also recognize, is that out of all my siblings, my immediate siblings, my brother and sister and I, none of us are employed in a position, in a job that requires a university education. I have over 8 years of secondary education: undergrad, business school, law school, degrees, graduated, not employed in a way, in an occupation that requires even a university, anything higher than a high school diploma. All my siblings, with all the degrees we have, are employed or have abstained from being employed in positions that require anything beyond, or much beyond, a high school diploma. And that's part of the intentionality within affirmative action, within the continuing ethnic separation within the United States as well as the world, wherein people might get education, doesn't mean they get a job. People might get a job, doesn't mean that they actually are valued and invested in that job. It might just be for a few years to cover the statistics, then let that person go, downsize, and then hire a new one. And then just kind of like, it's like a subsidy. We just have to incur this cost. We're not going to trust in that person. We're not going to invest our knowledge about how to do the job effectively. We're not going to invest this person with authority. Otherwise, generally speaking, if the person like shows that they're willing to play the game or whatever else, if that person can utilize this position to like make it less favorable for other people in the community, then there might be some room for employment. Otherwise, it's a matter of just playing the box game, doing the bare minimum of what's required, and then deuces, thank you for your service. Now service is no longer need, and people having to like navigate through life in that scenario. Some professions are further susceptible to that type of scenario than others, but generally speaking, there's a very primordial practicality when it comes to employment, beyond the policies of affirmative action. And those become increasingly evident once somebody already proceeds in that process. So it's difficult to get out of it or to do something different once one is in it. So there are consequences when one does. Anyways, all right. Point is, much of what I learn in life, and much of what I like of the substance that I learned, like the heavy stuff that I learned in life, is after I graduate from law school, and I seriously study then because I'm motivated to study, and I'm motivated to study the material that I do study. Now, education, the formal schooling, provides me with some skill sets about how to study, how to stay distant from what's going on in society, and additionally, so there is value with that. But what I do consider is that how I could have utilized my life differently. And there's no hindsight, 2020, da 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 da. There's no regrets. Everything happens for a reason. Everything is exactly happens as it is. But when we think about what we do, what we intend to repeat in terms of our children and progeny and further generations, and what things we were like, that wasn't necessary. That kind of evaluation is relevant, particularly when for those of us who are newer generation in a certain tribe, whether that's education, being educated with secondary education, or otherwise, and that's not some kind of like dig of like segregation or whatever. I'm actually speaking like to the antithesis of that, or to something transcendent from that. But my point is that when we learn something about society as a new generation, like if, for example, like in the experience of slavery, kinfolk all they know is slavery for a number of generations. Before that, kinfolk know agriculture and universities and additionally, but after that's been beaten and tortured and murdered out of kinfolk for a number of generations, eventually basically all that's known is a life on plantation. So to learn how to do a trade craft, whether it's carpentry, ironwork, or whatever, metalwork, a person is learning that for that first time generation. And then once that person learns it, then the person a man particularly has to discern, okay, what do I teach my children, apprentice and otherwise. Same thing with other professions, same thing with living with a certain discipline. Once learning it, it's a question, okay, like, it took me a long time to learn this lesson. I did a lot of things that were not relevant or not productive, not conducive towards what I learned now. How much of that do I pass on to people? How much of it is like difficult to avoid and just like we're gonna have to do it again with our progeny? And how much of that do we just like let go and like, we're not going to invest ourselves in that again? That's what we're talking about. So with university education, that's one of those things. Lots of practical, conventional benefits, but at the same time, a lot of liabilities. And what I look at in terms of my personal experience, it's almost unthinkable. Like all these degrees and everything, I'm very appreciative of that. And like, I don't want to question it or like sound dismissive or unappreciative of it. But at the same time, if I were to like encourage or even just guide my son to do the same, no, not even a university. Won't even go to public school or private school or parochial school. Homeschooling, cooperative schooling, plain and simple. Not availing my children's minds, God willing, to the manipulations and the biases and prejudices and hatreds and hostilities of society and mainstream society, particularly private school, public school, or parochial school. That's one thing. Now, when it comes to university, which some people do in terms of homeschooling and then eventually go to university and just like get those credentials, not even that. And that's very difficult to say or to acknowledge, but not even that. And I said this for a while, so I said, how is this difficult? I say it's still difficult because I still value so much my teachers and everything else like that. So how can I not know? Because I recognize, like, again, when I think about what I could have done during that time, and it's not coulda, woulda, but put it in this framework. What I will guide my children with, God willing, is rather than spending 4 years of just kind of like floating and going through all the temptation. There's a whole lot of temptation. As I said before at the beginning, like 4 hours ago, we've been here a quarter of a day at this point, almost. A quarter of a day. That's a little bit of a stretch. That's somewhat of an anticipation. We'll say a sixth of a day. A fifth of a day. That's probably almost on the spot. Anyways, high temptation. Living away from home, 17, 18 years old, height, or a man's kind of like height of virility in many ways, physically and further, still very ignorant if he hasn't had that discipline beforehand. A lot of temptations can go a lot of different directions in life. So that's very inadvisable. Me knowing what I know, to put that in front of my son, to guide him or even suggest that for my son. And what I learn instead and what I work on instead and what I cultivate in a relationship with a wife of sharing is guiding our son, our children, to have a strong knowledge of self, respect of life, relationship with creator and creation, and knowledge of the songs and stories, the rituals, the ethics, the discipline, spiritual, prayer, meditation, and further the services, knowledge of the scriptures. And that's just from my life and what I do on a regular basis and having that knowledge, because again, that's foundation. And then from that, finding a vocation, whether that's teaching, whether that's music, whether that's artistry, whether it's writing books, if people are going to still have books in the next 50, 100 years. But finding a trade, whether that's therapy, whether that's yoga teaching or whatever. So it's not a matter of blue collar, white collar, organic agriculture. Finding a vocation that's necessary to serve oneself, but then is also shared with others. And that can be utilized for bartering exchange and the necessity economics of world life in basic civilization, even in being in proximity with civilization. So that's the methodology. It's having that foundation core. That's what the teaching is. That's what education is. And then a child finding vocation along those lines. And obviously there's so many different ways to raise children, and who's to say one way versus the other. There are certain things that are shown as beneficial, healthy, that are categorically recognized, and then there's some that's like, yo, potato, different stroke for different folks. We gotta come up with a new saying. So all that being said, that doesn't involve university, and it depends upon what the economics are of our lifestyle at that time, of how to prepare children for the continuation. That affects like what we teach and what we prepare. And there is the propensity of learning outside of what we specifically do, learning something from convention concerning a specific trade or skill set. But at the same time, it's recognizing that it's all within a larger context and a greater purpose. So, and it's not just this rote presumption and reliance upon university education and the credential of a university degree as like, okay, story's complete, happy ending, everything's over. Life is just beginning in many ways, God willing, at that moment. So it's a matter of preparing children genuinely and thoroughly for that, and recognizing that much of what children need is parents in the house, sharing attention, teaching about family history, sharing what parents know at the very, as scant as it may be, what parents know about their own history, one's own history, and further. Children need that further than the money. That's the rootedness. That's what feeds children to endure through the storms, provides the stability, the rootedness amidst the winds. So, anyways, that's one of the lessons that's learned. Odi, haha, we had notes. We got notes. I think we can actually sit down again. So that's one of the things that I wanted to share with the kinfolk at the African spot a few weeks ago. And I'll also share one other thing, which is that I've shared this before. There's like a formula, or there's like a mathematics about the things that we teach children. And let me tell it. What do I know? This is what we observe. That like what a man focuses on in terms of what he passes on to his progeny, to his sons, in terms of inheritance, and what he focuses on in this life, on this earth, to accumulate, to pass on to his sons. So there are a number of different methodologies. One methodology is just like brute force of conquest, and then like just conquering people and taking what people have, and stacking that up, keeping maybe an army or a court that kind of keeps some order, so that just helps to stack up further, and maybe even have a methodology of that. The problem with that, the susceptibility, the liability, the vulnerability of that, is that it's very difficult to teach to a son. A man is too much in conquest mode, and that includes his own sons very often. So the sons tend to be very acquiescent to him because he's a conqueror. A conqueror at some point has to be on his own too, and it's very difficult for a son of a conqueror to learn that at a young age, and then as an adult, because once a man is a man, he's accustomed to his ways of being, and that's very difficult to change. Sometimes conditions or whatever else precipitate him, like emerging that hidden dragon or whatever, but very often it's very difficult for a far to successfully, enduringly pass on that inheritance. So even if he accumulates vast lands and vast riches, and passes that on to his son, when he passes and returns to the ancestors, there's often a strong eventuality of that son losing that inheritance at some point, because of being conquered by others, by being overthrown from within the court or otherwise. So that's just the actuality. So that's the susceptibility of that methodology of inheritance, of what to pass on to the children. Now, there's also the notion of manipulation, politics, strategy, using the mind. So one is like the domination of the body in terms of conquest, military, and additionally, another one is domination of mind, manipulation, game playing, pimp game. So it's not a matter of conquering other people or whatever, but it's always a matter of having leverage, knowing how to manipulate people, compromise people, and just get things done, and then accumulate things accordingly. Money, land, even, but particularly status and reputation, because even when people have are pulling strings of leverage and extortion or whatever on other people, at the same time those same victims still need that person often, or still perceive a need for that person, because the alternative is like either being conquered by others or working with somebody who's even further treacherous or otherwise. So people are resigned to acquiesce to those manipulations, but again, it's very difficult to successfully pass those on to one's progeny, for a man to pass that on to his sons, for a father to pass that on to his sons, because there's no genuine loyalty in that joint, and all the things that people had fear of and guilt tripping of because of the far don't often translate to the same kind of fear or whatever else or acquiescence to the sun. Um, and the sun might be a further skillful manipulator or otherwise. So I mean, there's that, but at the same time, there's a very high susceptibility and eventuality of being conquered one way or the other, because that's the nature of like the deception game by and large. So again, manipulation or conquest of the body, the inheritance of that only allows so much. The conquest of the mind only allows so much. If we go into the conquest of the heart, some scenario in that respect, but we're gonna fast forward at the moment regarding that. Another thing again is education, and again, education might have a further enduring kind of effect, maybe for a generation or two. But education, particularly just for the purpose of learning a skill set, a trade, an occupation, that doesn't do the most. That's not the most effective in like an enduring multi-generational inheritance, because if we just look at like the basic history, uh, a person getting a university education doesn't necessarily equate to the son getting a university education. And there is uh, there are a lot of additional um, factors that influence how effective a far's formal education translates into a son's education, and then that translates further into the viability and prosperity of the son within this earthly life. So it does have a positive track record. When we talk about educations, we still emphasize and honor and celebrate education. But again, education in and of itself can often only have an effective guidance for only one or two generations, and there's a continual susceptibility of like um, relinquishing or foregoing or squandering the benefits, the earthly benefits, the conventional benefits that come from that education. So the fourth category, and this is where I lead to, is not ethical discipline, but just discipline in general. Um, Discipline is one of the greatest things that parents can share with children and can teach children, and that parents can inherit onto children. Discipline, learning how to wake up on a regular basis, how to do prayers and meditation on a regular basis, how to sit still and quiet on a regular basis, how to study on a regular basis, how to be disciplined in interacting with other people, being respectful, proper relationship between man and woman. All of these things a parent teaches predominantly from a parent's own example of life, living, practice. And the children learn that. The children observe that, and then eventually the children imitate that, and then eventually the children practice that and build from that, particularly from personal experience, from life lessons, and additionally. And that's one of the greatest inheritance that a parent passes on to a child, is a disciplined lifestyle, because that child applies that disciplined lifestyle to any other endeavor, whether it's studying, and in studying, learning a skill set, and then in learning that skill set, having a vocation. But all of that emerges from the child's cultivated discipline of study, knowing how to be quiet, to sit still, to pay attention, regularity of diet, nutrition, exercise, rest, scheduling, planning. All of that is conducive towards very advanced education. It's very conducive towards very productive agriculture, organic agriculture. It's very conducive towards working in a construction site, building buildings and infrastructure, and additionally, so discipline. When parents teach discipline, like thorough life, day in, day out, regular daily life discipline, that is one of the greatest inheritance that a parent shares with a child, because the child most readily retains that compared to other types of inheritance. And that inheritance is progenerative. It provides health, healthy effects that provide further benefits, further insight, further inspiration, and further teaching and guidance of discipline. So, anyways, that's one of the greatest gifts. So, and that doesn't come with a university degree. That doesn't require a university degree, and it isn't necessarily provided with a university degree. That's something that parents share on parents' own. But the benefits that the parents gain, that the children gain, that the family gains, are multifold. And anyways, that's some of what we share concerning education and what type of education we share and emphasize within our kinfolk. Now we get into a topic of dolezal. So this is like an old story. This is like 6 years ago. Dolezal, for frame of reference, is a sister of European ancestry who passes for being African and actually gets employed at HBCU Howard. And gets like a lot of funding for doing activities that are Afrocentric. She worked with the NAACP, civil rights organization, but she does so when she's ticking the box of being black. So right there, there's a falsity there. There's a deception. Now, even if as she proclaims, like as I understand, and this is somewhat gossip, but actually you don't get into gossip, and that's what the point of the story is. It is reported that she proclaims like she identifies as being black, and she has a whole rationale. And meanwhile, she's knowledgeable. She got degrees in African studies. She has a husband who's of African ancestry. Her children are mixed. So it's not just out of the blue that she's doing this, even though a lot of people do. And it's very frustrating. So we know the frustrations that kinfolk experience when somebody does that. Particularly in the U.S. society, the history is that an ethnic community experiences atrocities for a long time by European hands. Again, imperialism it invades European kinfolk and then uses the European bodies to impose upon other people, particularly because it's easier as a policy, as the aesthetic, to distinguish between that. There are also specific characteristics about European people, kinfolk, that lend itself to that type of scenario, but it's beneficial to recognize that anyway. So there's a history of European people, kinfolk, causing considerable atrocities, imposing considerable atrocity amongst ethnic people, even punishing ethnic people for being ethnic, for having like an ethnic musical instrument or having ethnic food or otherwise. Then when things are perceived as getting further secure and there's less of a fear and a threat of that particular ethnicity, then there are contritions. There's reconciliation, and then there's, oh, we love you, and oh, we can't wait to see you, and da 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 da, and oh, we love this food, and oh, we love that dance, and da 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 da. And what happens is that it's like it's beyond misappropriation. It's like a cultural genocide, because then that culture that did the oppression, then on the flip side, like even just years later or a generation later, like proclaims love for that culture and wants to like do everything about that culture. So they want to play the drum, and they want to have the drum circle, and the kinfolk want to have a drum circle and communicate love. And additionally, but at the same time, like it's not returning it to those from whom it has been taken already. And so it's just a continuation of the cultural genocide, because it might be the musical instruments, it might be the culture, it might be the language or otherwise, but it's not the children of that culture that are learning it. It's the people of the oppression that are doing that. And so it becomes just a continuing experience of that oppression, and then expectation of it being rewarded and celebrated, because it's the culture that was taken away before, and now it's returned, although it's just a different type of an ethnicity that's practicing it. So that's part of the challenge. We don't want to deprive or hate anybody for loving any type of culture, whatever else. Like I said, we're omniculture, but we also have to acknowledge the history and the practices, so that we are further honest about what the conditions of today are, and then we respond to those conditions of today appropriately. So the case of Dolezal, Rachel Dolezal, again a few years ago, like 7, 8 years, 9 years ago, is an example of that, because she's a woman of European ancestry who claims to be of African ancestry, although generally speaking, she's abstains from having African ancestry directly. But in doing that, in claiming to be of African ancestry, and studying and learning, I think she actually graduates from Howard University. So then she gets benefits. She gets job. She gets salary. She gets status for identifying in that way. And then it is revealed that, oh, wait a minute, she's not of African ancestry, and she had like procedures done to give herself a further dark complexion, and she got her hair permed or whatever else to look further of African ancestry. So it was like she was faking the funk. She was living a lie, bearing false witness. And so many people were extremely upset about that, because it exists within a history of that being done. Now, usually when that's done, the person is not married to a person of the other ethnicity. The person doesn't have children, so there's very little legitimacy within the activity. It's just out and out appropriation, out and out co-optiveness, out and out down pressure. In the case of Rachel Dolezal, it's not as clear cut, because on one side, yes, like it's plain as day, she faked the funk. She bore false witness. She bore false witness of proclaiming a heritage that she was not, and she reaped very tangible benefits from that: employment, salary, and otherwise status. So recognize that. Now, at the same time, to her credit, or in her advocacy, she's married to an African man. She has children who are mixed heritage, so her children are. Her husband is, even if she is not. And that's what makes it less, like, what has to slow one up in terms of just vilifying her and lambasting her, because in lambasting her, it's not just lambasting her, but it's lambasting her husband, it's lambasting her children, and additionally, who, according to those racial politics, are also victims and don't deserve bashing. And now that's not the point of this trope, is just saying, oh, the family are victims of this thing too. It's to recognize that in disrespecting the mother, presumably for the sake of honoring the peoples of the culture, in disrespecting them more, it is disrespecting her children, who are part of that culture and who are also violated in the violations that she commits. So that's part of what is experienced and observed within Dolezal. Now, at the same time, what is also interesting is that it was an opportunity, we observe, for the mixed community to kind of vent some of the hostilities that are communicated against mixed people for a long time, with those accusations of being sellouts and wannabes and everything else like that. And so, because there's a history, even often inaccurate, but just because it's part of the history and it's understood as such, and that many mixed people are embracing a middle situation, a middle status of favored minority, favored inferiority, and that translates, as I said before, in terms of taking jobs and playing the whole box game in a way that's disadvantageous to black folk and others. That is a thing. What Rachel Dolezal does is not an anomaly. There are other kinfolk who are doing that, and so there is a certain rightfulness for black folk to respond rather vehemently when it is evidenced, when it is called out in openness. That being said, what we also observed in that time is how mixed folk took that as an opportunity to lambast Rachel Dolezal as well. On one hand, it's a matter of mixed folk disassociating with that tendency of out-and-out, unapologetic appropriation, and instead to continue. I'm starting to fall asleep again, so I've been at this for a while. I'm fatigued and concentration, so I have to be mindful of this, even though I'm outside in the middle of the day. It's been a long time. 5 hours now at this, yeah. Pretty much talking straight. Rachel Dolezal. So mixed people. Basically, Rachel Dolezal gives mixed people a bad name, plain and simple. And it's an easier case for mixed people to respond vehemently against, saying, oh, that's not us. She faked the funk. She outright lied. So it makes people being vocal upon, again, this is like, 6 years ago, whatever. 6 years ago maybe. It's an opportunity for mixed people to kind of like, when amidst the shadow and the cloud or whatever that's been over mixed people, just in terms of authenticity or whatever, it's an opportunity for mixed people just to be very pronounced and vocal, and very like almost militant in saying, oh, down with Rachel Dolezal, and oh, that's not us, and that's not a representation. Oh, she's so da 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 da. It's easy for mixed people to, and mixed people do that. When I was involved, like it had to be recent sometime, because I was on social media, and I would hear like the vitriol and everything, and I just was like, yo, mixed people, like if anything, you should know what she's going through, like regardless of how wrong or right she is, or just how wrong she is. Like, yo, she's a mother. Her children are mixed. This is, you don't throw her under the bus like that. Like just like say, yes, this is inappropriate, da 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 da. But again, a lot of people overcompensate and just go exaggerated vilification mode, and that was a lot of the case with Rachel Dolezal. A lot of negative scrutiny from the mixed people, from mixed kinfolk and the mixed community towards Rachel Dolezal. And again, I take that very pristine and self-righteous disclaimer, like, I didn't do that. However, that's facts. But I'm speaking to that now, so that it just is recognized about that susceptibility that people have of just finding an easy victim and then just lambasting that victim. Much like when black people find a white person who's vulnerable and just start lambasting the white person and just kind of like unloading and venting. So that was similar with mixed folk towards Rachel Dolezal. Now, forgetting about her being a mother, forgetting about her like trying to do the best that she can, ignoring her own plight to find answers, her own plight for spirituality and find guidance, and instead just seeing an easy victim and saying, oh, da 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 da, there it is. So, all that being said, I attended the Critical Mixed Race Studies conference 6 years ago, 7 years ago, no, 5 years, 6 years ago, thereabouts. And it was in the Potomac area, in College Park, Maryland, the campus of University of Maryland. And already by that point, there's a certain amount of disillusionment with the critical mixed race studies, just because, again, we observe, like, it's been a number of years at this point. We don't see things like progressing. We're seeing a lot of this automatic aligning with the LGBTQ Sodomite community, Sodomite community, and so like there was just like the preceding conference was just like this man in drag promoting mixed heritage experience, and so I was like, yo, no, we got families here, like this ain't for the families. All right, that's the Critical Mixed Race Studies conference at that time. Now, when I attend the opening day, it's scheduled from Thursday to Sunday. I think Thursday to Saturday primarily. I think there's a concluding program, brunch on Sunday, Domingo. But the main joint of it began, I think, Wednesday afternoon, maybe Thursday a.m. Then it continued through Thursday, Friday, into Shabbat, and then concluding on Sunday. My intention is basically just to attend Thursday and Friday during the day, during the weekday, and then just observe Shabbat and not go on Saturday, and then that being calling it a day, because I was staying inside the city. That was a somewhat of a commute to get to the conference, and so recognizing that it's probably not that feasible to try to do it on Domingo, and particularly it would be stepping on my spiritual practice. So just that was the intention, Thursday, Friday. Now when I attend Thursday, it's interesting, beautiful kinfolk again. Now that was the most recent one I attend, and before this year, and that was like a regular experience. I've attended a number before. I think I've attended 4 as of total. 2 in Chicago, 1 in Potomac area, and 1 here in Ohio. So, and they happen every other year thereabouts. Now, on that occasion, 6 years ago thereabouts, There's regular. I mean, it's on University of Maryland campus. It's at the Student Union, and additionally, and so there's a presence. Like you can see, like in this lounge, and additionally, like the people who are here are for the Mixed Race Heritage, Critical Mixed Race Studies Conference. So okay, cool. We can talk. We can look at our name tags and introduce ourselves and relationship accordingly. Um, and so that's what we do, and we continue doing till the evening, and then we get to leave the program. I have to be mindful. I gotta catch the train back, and everything else like that. Um, and on that evening program was kind of like a relaxed, kind of casual, let your hair down kind of thing, or let your hair up. Um, and there was spoken word and otherwise on stage. And the people who are doing the spoken word, or at least the people who are invited to do the spoken word, and the people who are the only ones effectively who do the spoken word during that gathering, are youth, young people. And basically across the board, the young people are just like communicating a vitriol towards older people. And it becomes this trope of championing youth, quote unquote, empowering youth, and that's pimp talk. Um, and in that process, and giving youth an opportunity, a forum to speak and vent and speak about the youth experience, which has been so woefully ignored by the mainstream. Youth, 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 mixed youth, mixed youth, mixed youth. And in that process, what we observe in listening to the spoken word and other presentations is a lot of disrespect towards elders within other specific ethnic communities. And what we observe is that the youth, and particularly Sistren, young Sistren, who are provided with that opportunity and invitation to be on stage, utilize that, whether it's through spoken word, whether it's through song and karaoke or otherwise, but find the opportunity of addressing a political issue at that moment. So at that time, well, it deals with a number of different topics, from indigeneity to religious conflict and otherwise. And I specifically remember, like, a lot of that trope was talking about Native people, like in a very passive, historic kind of sense. It's so sad what's happened to the Native people. In addition, it's like, yo, that's so genocidal to talk about in the past tense about people who continue to live. That's like intentional kind of like homicide or genocide. That's one thing. And a lot of the sistren are a lot of women are sistren. I'm getting to a point. I've been going in and out of sleep, to be honest, while I've been talking. So now I'm going to try to focus and wrap it up. Not really this part of it. The point is this: what we observe is that the stage was utilized as a way for throwing on mixed people under the bus and people of other ethnicities, and it's the young women who are doing it primarily during that event. And it was very difficult to sit there, not even being a member of any one of the ethnicities, but just to see what was going on about youth being irreverent and disrespectful to elders, regardless of what the elders have done, right or wrong. Just being disrespectful in that way. And when we recognize like what the conditions are, how the youth are being actually patronized to do that, even involuntarily and subconsciously, it just becomes, wait, you're selling yourself out just for acceptance as a box in this down pressure kind of experience. It's like, stop disrespecting your elders categorically like that, throwing people under the bus, naming people under the bus, and just doing that cancellation culture on one's own ancestry as a pretense, effectively, for being ingratiated within the rewards of the boxes of being mixed as predetermined by the imperialist plantation. So it's troubling to sit there, and I get frustrated because the elders at that moment in the audience were not provided. Oh, actually, I think one was, and it was a woman. And again, it's part of the artistic kind of culture, and that's not hating on the artistic culture, but it's recognizing how art is utilized, how theater, drawing, art, and additionally is utilized as a tool of oppression and pacification, and ignoring and passive aggressiveness and gaslighting and all that stuff. So there might have been one sister, and it was a very orchestrated. It wasn't like an open call to anybody else who wants to be there. Effectively, it was a matter of one adult was up there, and so it might have been predetermined or otherwise. But point is that there wasn't very much other opportunity and invitation for communication, for there to be like, yo, let's talk, rather than just putting somebody's name out on blast and like hating on them and throwing them under the bus. let's talk about this. This is a conference. Let's reason about this. And if you don't have a panel discussion or seminar prepared, available on the schedule, yo, let's chop it up afterwards. But don't just put them on blast. We don't have that forum. And the whole notion of being critical, that's a luxury of imperialism. Mixed folk don't have that luxury. So it's playing somebody else's game. An example of this actually is one thing I observed, like one of the tropes in popular culture amongst European kinfolk is this notion of like the charismatic young brethren of European ancestry who's very self-deprecating, and his humor is always at his own expense, and he does that to ingratiate and charm young sister who might be very beautiful and attractive and everything like that, and she just loves his brilliance but also his humility and his compassion and empathy, because he's always making fun of himself. He knows he's in a position of imperialism and everything else like that, and he's doing the best he can. So isn't that just so generous and genuine of him? And at the same time, it's so intelligent. He's so brilliant. Da 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 da. But the thing is, the woman still perceives him as a viable mate because he is in a position of imperialism, and that despite his self-deprecation individually, he's still part of the fold of the imperialism and is able to reap benefits from that to feed for his wife and his children, and accordingly. So whilst exactly he's being self-deprecating, because that self-deprecating keeps the revolution at bay, keeps the militantism at bay, and additionally, because the self-deprecating imperialist appears further genuine and compassionate and empathetic. So it can't all be bad. So that's how he can get away with that, because the imperialists recognize that he's actually implementing a very effective behavioral control and public policy that gives some vents, some release valves to the angst and oppression and hostility towards the conventional power structure. So, and he's able to parlay that into money, job, house, food, family. And a wife knows that. A wife sees that. She knows that game. Now, when brethren see that of other ethnicity, let's say an African brethren who's living in Africa or who's living in another continent or otherwise, when he sees that same young brethren self-deprecating himself, and he sees how the women genuinely respond to him and like are ready to have babies with him at that moment and be married and devote their lives to him at that moment. When other brethren see that, whether it's an actuality or whether it's a theatric performance, when other brethren see that, then other brethren emulate that and be like, yo, I want women like that. I want to be seen as intelligent and humorous and self-deprecating and humble too. Let me do that. Fine, beautiful. The thing about it is that when other brethren of other ethnicities do endeavor to do that, it is poorly advised, because many other brethren don't have the same credentials and characteristics and foundation and safety net that the European brethren does in terms of association and acceptance within the imperialism hierarchy. So when a brethren of African or Latino ancestry does perhaps the same exact trope, says the same exact jokes, aside from it just being unoriginal, it's literally somebody else's. And the brethren does not have the balancing imperialism and viability to be so self-deprecating. So that's my point. When people of a certain ethnic experience emulate characteristics of another ethnic experience, and in doing that are very imbalanced and compromised, because there's an absence of recognizing that the characteristics of the preceding ethnic culture is based upon credentials or arrangements or otherwise that don't exist within a man's own culture. And so when he does it, he's simply just imitating and the example without the balance of imperialism, and thus he's less of a viable mating prospect for wife and children, because he doesn't have that support, he doesn't have that backup from the imperialism. So anyways, that's beneficial to recognize when kinfolk endeavor to emulate an imperialist culture, and particularly an imperialist culture that seems to be homogenous or a different type of ethnic experience, rather than just imitate the aesthetic of that It's a matter of delving further into the laws of it, how to understand how the game works, and if anything, then invest accordingly. So that was said whilst being half asleep, and also uh, we are talking about uh, oh, I haven't even gotten to the story yet. Wow, okay. So that's part of oh, I was talking about critical mixed race studies and just the being out of pocket mixed people are when it comes to like even just talking about things with a critical lens. A critical lens is the luxury of imperialism. Mixed folk don't have imperialism and shouldn't have and can't have imperialism. Essentially, doesn't mean mixed people are perfect and can't oppress others, but just imperialism is antithetic to being mixed. Oh, you're either with us or you're against us. But point is, uh, when a group reaches a certain amount of efficacy of oppression, just like going on a ski trip or whatever else, like it's effective. Like it's what helps people join the club, go on the ski trip with them, socialize, build relationship, have memories to share, and otherwise. And yeah, we're probably further inclined towards hiring the people who are on that trip rather than somebody else at school or otherwise. So there's like changeability with that. Um, but at the same time, like when somebody's on scholarship and their family is like just like barely making it and need food, like it's instead of like going on that ski trip and ingratiating with the others and building a relationship that may lead very likely to like job placement and just along the line, rather than doing that, it's beneficial. Like, yo, no, our household don't have it like that. We can't afford going on a ski trip, right? Like, no, not even if it's all pre-approved and sanctioned and scholarshiped. Like, nah, that's not a priority right now. We're not doing the ski trip. I've been on ski trips, so I'm not hating on ski trips. Um, but just as an example, it's not a necessity. It's not a priority. It's not conducive to the well-being of our circle at this moment. That's what critical studies are. It's not the most conducive to the mixed experience at this moment. It doesn't teach us the most about ourselves. It is a luxury, and it's an emulation of a luxury of imperialism. But it's beneficial to recognize, and it may lend itself towards certain types of lucrativeness, of exclusivity, and accordingly in that same kind of culture. Yet again, it's beneficial to recognize it's not a necessity. It's not a priority. And mixed heritage kinfolk have much further priorities and much further studies and research that is of greater priority than what is focused on in academia. Um, so to focus and share accordingly. Oh, so the story. I mentioned that being frustrated with young kinfolk at that thing, of like just the elders being thrown on the bus, just all types of disrespect and irreverence. So at that point, after Thursday, I had in mind, yo, bump it, not coming back for Friday. That's it, done. I came all the way here for this. This is part of my stomping ground, so there's nostalgia. Nice, thanks for the memories. But I'm not coming back to just listen, sit and listen as an elder to youth disrespect other elders and not give ear to elders who made the effort, put in the work for a long time, and are in the room at that moment to be ignored. Like it's just like that's not how it works. That's not how the game works. That's the puppetry, but it's not the culture. So I can't like just avail myself to that. Again, another day. And again, it would only be a half day because I had to leave early for Shabbat and otherwise. So, anyways, that's what I. And again, kinfolk are beautiful. Like a lot of kinfolk are learning and energetic and avid and like want to learn and want to teach and want to share and want to build. So it's a beautiful thing, and it's like it's such a precious thing to be involved with, to be there. So it's a shame to think about like like intentionally missing it after making all of that effort. But that's where I'm at on Thursday, after doing all of that, and an entire like ordeal just to get to that spot, because the place where it was, it was literally off in the cut, meaning that it was off the campus. It was nearby in another facility. It was like as a bar complex or whatever. But even then, it wasn't just like a door and then get into the place. It was like behind a secret wall. Like it was a matter of like touching a button and the wall opening up, and then like, oh, here's everybody. I could hear them before, but now I can see the room. Anyways, if you know, then you know. So Thursday ain't coming. I'm trying to hear that. I got things to do. Blah blah blah. So Friday, and plus the other thing also, there was a hurricane going on. Like things were like picking up. The storm was picking up just at that moment. I might have got there Wednesday too. It might have started, like registration might have started on Wednesday. But anyways, by Thursday night, like it was comparatively calm, but like there were storms of ruin. So that by Friday, I decided, you know what, bump it. I'm here already. I might as well go. Just do it. So I do that. I go on Friday too. Now, as I'm doing that, as I'm going on my way to Friday, I find out en route that the university is actually closed. The campus has been shut down. So first I ask, wait, does this mean everybody? But there's other, like the conference, and additionally we're allowed to continue on. So, and this is because of the hurricane, massive winds, and additionally, so it's a very dramatic natural experience around us. So when I arrive back at the campus, it's quiet. It's hardly anybody there. It's closed. The conference is going on, and I find that once I get there, but like there's hardly anybody there. Now, and the thing is, it's setting up the scene, because it's trippy what happens. What happened was, I get there, there's hardly anybody there. I see a few people, younger kinfolk, who are kind of like in gaslight mode, which is typical at a conference. So, okay, it's cool. And then, like, I'm informed that there's like because like all the campus is canceled, therefore all the presentations are canceled or delayed. They're looking for another facility in the immediate run emergency to like hold the conference sessions accordingly. And so in the meanwhile, whilst all of this is being done, at that point there was like a changing of the guard in terms of the old school and the new school with the critical mixed race studies. There's already like a rotational revolving doors already established, but in terms of like the OG organizers, there was already like a passing of the guard in that respect. So I know some of the continuing leadership at that time. Some of the new young kinfolk I know less about. I'm just meeting for the first occasion. Again, I have yet to be, I should say, very few people approach me and do self-introductions and let me know whatever. And again, that sounds very presumptuous, very egotistical, but again, this is the game. When somebody does the work and has the knowledge, like, go and talk with that person. Listen. If it's not for you, then fine. But at the very least, you put in the work to recognize those before you, and therefore you have further legitimacy, even just any legitimacy, in speaking from that point on. When cats don't do that, cats don't have that credibility, regardless of whether they agree or disagree with the people. When cats don't do that, cats do not have the credibility, plain and simple. And particularly when we recognize that one of the reasons why people are generally, like predominantly avoiding of conversation with our side is because of the stigmatization of the oppression. Because of how much we share with mixed kinfolk. So to like shade on somebody for helping people and then accept that, but then like continue shade, that's not a good look. Anyways, going back to the story, there's changing of the guard. I see some of the people there. I see some of the leadership there. I'm trying to call names, and there's no individual kind of susceptibility. It's a collective thing, so it's not any one person per se. Some people might do it further than others. Some people might do it much less. Some people might go back and forth. So anyway, it's all different types of stuff. I'm there. I see some of the leadership, some of the old guard, or old guard, I mean like the laity that's been leadership for a long time, that's continuing on after the changing of the higher guard. So I might be categorized as part of that in the context of critical mixed race studies specifically. However, that's another story. Anyways, what's communicated is like for those few of us who are here, which is like the hardcore the hardcore activism and leadership and otherwise. For those of us who are here, we're going to gather together and just like talk about what we were trying to do with this conference, and just have some of that conversation we would have had as a conference, but we'll just have it here. So okay, cool. We'll do a powwow. There may be about 15, 20 people gathered in a circle. We circle around chairs in a room, in one of like the lobby areas, and basically each one was invited to just give a self-introduction and something that's of interest concerning the mixed race experience. So that's what happens. Each person goes around the room and communicates, gives a self-introduction, and maybe speaks for like a minute or two, describing what they're working on and what their interests are, what their priorities are, and additionally, and we get about halfway through the circle. And when we get to that halfway mark around the circle, there's a brother of African ancestry. He might be my age, again, seemingly older, because everybody my age seems older. Might have been a few years younger. All that being said, he has like a mid-sized afro, mini afro, and he introduces himself as a lawyer. So I say, aha, okay, here we go. Here's the first one for today. So he introduces himself as a lawyer. And not just that, but that he is the lawyer, he is the counsel and representative for Rachel Dolezal. What up? And he begins to describe some of the challenges that Rachel Dolezal and her family experience, and he describes an ongoing court contestations, and additionally, he works to advocate on her behalf, and further. And he talks and talks and talks for maybe about 15-20 minutes on. He's got his lawyer skills on at that point. He's just talking and talking and talking, not like almost nonstop. Now each of us was just supposed to give a brief description, like an introduction, brief description, whatever. He's getting into it. He's getting into his spiel. Like he said, he's probably talking 10-15 minutes, easy. And I'm looking around, like, again, I'm not the official leadership of the conference or otherwise, so I abstain from immediately stepping in and just be like, yo, and like boss hogging or whatever, and saying what's what, and take care of it. But at the same time, like, I'm looking around like, yo, is anybody going to say anything? You all presumably wanted to sit here in a circle. You all presumably wanted to like say something. Is anybody going to say, like, recognize that this is like comparatively inappropriate, and like have the courage to like stop this, brethren? Nobody. So I say, okay, I'm gonna have to do this, and that's what I do. Now when I do it, I just say, excuse me, bro. He said, oh, what? And I say, okay, you say you're representing Rachel Dolezal. Oh, yeah. And I say, okay, peace and blessings to her. And he says, okay, thank you. And I say, and I understand, we might have differences of opinion about amongst the circle and amongst our community about her actions, this, that, and the other. But one thing that we can recognize and agree upon and recognize as an important actuality is that she is a wife, yes? And he's like, yeah. And she does have children, yes? Yeah. And that she's actually married to a man of African ancestry, yes? And her children, thus, are mixed with African ancestry. And he says, oh, yes. So right there, that provides pause. Because that is a counterbalance to the shade that is communicated from the mixed heritage community to her, and calls out all of that, even just the silence of just watching it happen. And part of the reason why all the kinfolk in that circle are so quiet and don't say anything, because they know they have that guilt, and they're facing it right there and looking at the advocate, the legal counsel for Rachel Dolezal, who's representing her as she's catching hell from all different kinds, for all different types of reasons. So that guilt of like throwing her under the bus for the sake of getting greater status as being mixed was manifesting in that circle at that moment. And so I'm the only one who don't give a fuck, and says, okay, nobody else is going to say this. Yo, brethren, got you. Like, seeing what you're saying, respect to her, blessing, peace into her, because I didn't hate on her. I didn't know that. I didn't even say that, but just like peace and blessings to her and to her family. And I said, yo, we're supposed to give introductions. How about let's finish the circle and then we'll get into like further conversation. And he says, oh, okay. Um, and then that's it. And then we continue on with the introductions, and then we complete the circle. After the gathering, after that immediate powwow or whatever, then he comes up to me and he introduces himself to me and he's like, yo, appreciate that, da 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 da. And so we talk about it, I give my contact information, and we continue on accordingly. So, but that's an example again of the. I'm as I said that I'm half asleep the whole time I'm talking that way. If you don't see that, I'm half asleep, in and out of consciousness, literally as I'm talking. I'm sleep talking as I say that. When I talk about people being gone, I am gone when I say that. It's all honest. I know what I'm saying. I can hear myself talking, but I'm sleeping. I'm literally sleeping whilst I'm talking. That's how fatigued I am at this moment. I actually got some sleep, but after doing this for 5.5 hours, who talks for 5.5 hours other than Hugo Chavez? I don't know many, and I'm not trying to get that life either. So, and this is sweat. It's not tears, it's sweat, because the daylight is now on this side. It was actually on the other side. We actually began this on the other side of the midday, and that's part of the benefit of doing salat regularly, having a schedule. So we don't do 5.5 hour joints. So that's part of what we're talking about in terms of daily discipline. And further, this is what's allowing this to happen right now is that I'm working on a project that already offsets my daily practice, and so with my daily practice offset, I am increasingly susceptible to getting enveloped in this joint. I'm not blaming anybody viewing this. I'm not blaming anything else like this. I'm saying this so I can be further mindful of this, and give an example of what I'm talking about, so other people can see that, and be mindful of that experience within themselves. What the benefit is in having a daily discipline, and what the effects are when things impede upon that daily discipline, and so to be mindful about what we choose as extracurriculars that impede upon our daily sustenance, not just of food, but of prayer and meditation and rest and exercise and cleaning and all them things. So that was one of the experiences of the Rachel Dolezal kinfolk, the paralysis from the shade or whatever else, and my throwing mixed kinfolk under the bus. I'm just talking about facts, and this is like I'm trying to think of how I'm bearing witness against myself in terms of what I'm doing here. In additionally, so this is the scrutiny that's applied in our walk, and it's for constructive purposes, education and teaching. In additionally, because we're still in it. After all of that, I go to the critical mixed race studies. I don't attend the courses because, again, I don't attend the classes. I don't pay for registration because this is asking way too much. And there's allowances or whatever for those who can't afford or those who are disenfranchised. And so it's a matter of like I have to click that category of like less than in order to like not pay money of slave masters' faces and stuff. So anyways, it's like I'm not playing that game. We're not playing that game. That's why we don't register. And also, again, the topics we're not hearing Hollerback. One, we're not seeing like relevant issues being addressed. Two, we're seeing just what the imperialist plantation wants to study and allows to study. And so it's like I'm not gonna pay, like go through all the efforts of accumulating money to pay to listen to that for a day, and then the huge amount of money for the hotels and transportation and everything else like that. That's not the most effective way of utilizing resources, time, energy, space. So, was that supposed to be an example of how we are endorsing critical mixed race studies and supporting the cause? Almost, yes. But it's so off the tracks at this point. And then plus the joint this month was this year was like in conjunction with the sodomite like agenda events, and additionally, and then talking something about like true family celebration. No, get off that. Mixed race is not sodomite. That's not a thing. So, and it's example and evidence of the further co-opting and plantation enslavement of mixed heritage people, marginalization, um, and puppetry, and that's all with all due love and respect. I would say people's names. I'm not saying people's names now because of what I'm saying, but love and peace to all the kinfolk. I think kinfolk have a recognition, like, well, I don't know if me reaching out would necessarily be perceived as like a favorable, like proof of the love and affection. If it's just perceived as just endeavors of like just continuing to vent and impose or whatever else, but it's part of like the tenuous juxtaposition of perspective amidst these conditions and alignments and everything. So we work towards reconciliation, and amidst continuing new iterations and new generations of kinfolk getting involved, and additionally, one thing that critical mixed race studies does have for it, presumably, is certain continuity. Even though then, that being said, like the leadership is now on a revolving door, so now it becomes just like an academic institution that's essentially governed by academia rather than a homegrown. Like the progenitors, the first organizers of it, had a very much of matriarchic kind of like, even the albeit academic kind of secular rainbow cloud matriarchic kind of nurturing of the thing. So it was still personable, and additionally now it's just like very impersonable. So whatever. All right, I was trying to find like the strength and positivity, but I was there, so nobody came to talk to me. Well, actually, that's not true. Some people did, but that was people that I talked with before that didn't actually attend the conference. So, to my knowledge, some kinfolk stopped by. Some people hollered in a very quiet way. We see you. We appreciate you. We love you. And and we know like the kinfolk who don't, it's not kinfolk's own volition. And so we try to, we know kinfolk are striving, um, because even when kinfolk don't agree and have concerns or whatever else, it's at the very least, let's talk, let's reason, let's talk, let's get through this. We both here for the same cause, presumably. At the very least, amidst our differences, let's at least talk and acknowledge each other. And whatever, I don't like that whole agree to disagree thing, but at the very least, acknowledge, recognize. Otherwise, it's not just a matter of just like that elitist kind of avoidance and exclusivity. It becomes that avoidance becomes increasingly a liability, because it's increasingly seen for what it is, better and for worse. So at the very least, for the sake of the cause, acknowledge and build. Otherwise, it's evidence of the enslavement and like the limitations of the leadership and the efficacy of the activism. And the lack thereof. So, all right. We're wrapping this up here now. Can we? At hour 6, did I not say hour 6? Did I intend hour 6? Huh. Oh, okay. Okay. So now we're getting from the heavy into like the gritty, nasty pedophilia. So, continue to talk about this joint. Talk about the suspicion of it existing right where I sit in this building. When I'm sitting on the front a few weeks ago, and then two grown men, gray-haired men, middle-aged men, gray hair, walk out with two young children, 2, 3 years old, 4 years old, maybe a little bit older, but two young children, looking younger than to be the father's children. Though it could be. If I have children, that would be me. But two men with two children, all types of suspect in this vicinity, which is all types of suspect. And I live here for 15 years. I don't know who those dudes are. I've never seen those dudes before in my life, to my knowledge. And then when they see me at the front, they go back inside. Now that might be a feigned test, because they might have already knew I'm there. But either way, they make themselves seen and see how I react. And that's what we observe in terms of the testing, the hyena sniffing around within the pedophilia culture, also as well as within the cannibalist culture, just testing the water, saying something here, seeing how people are going to respond to that. Do we have an easy victim here? Do we have a vigilante here? What's going on? We're going to just test the waters, because there's tremendous genius in the kinfolk who are the violators, who are doing the atrocities. It doesn't require much, but they got to read people and see things. So they do subtle tests or whatever, and it becomes like when calling it out, oh, it's paranoia. What you talking about? We used to do da. But anyways, that's what we observe. Now the thing is, those brethren don't seem to presume to proclaim living here, because that's too obvious. There is a resident, and I'm trying to call kinfolk out or whatever else, and I'm not trying to be too specific, because this is a place, and if there's any inaccuracy, that's a whole lot of susceptibility and liability on my part. So I have to be very mindful, and that's part of the challenge. But what we recognize is that many of the kingpins and the queenpins are actually very unassuming people, or people that seem to be very unassuming in terms of their appearances or otherwise, have an appearance of being very docile, very harmless and otherwise. But meanwhile, they're the brain master of cults and ciphers and rings and otherwise, and are protected through those pretenses of weakness and otherwise. So it's just being mindful of that. And that's all. That's what I'm going to say about that scenario. That's enough. I'm not going to give further details for the moment, because I'm not trying to be too implicating, because again, we have to be very careful of our bearing false witness and suspicions. Now we have a responsibility, and I've just spoken of what I've observed, and then I've spoken of what we recognize as conditions and methodologies, and how what is observed fits into what we recognize. Now, that being said, we can't be too conclusive about actualities. At the same time, we have to be careful about being too lax about the actualities either. Seen. So that's where we are today. Now, on pedophilia, I'm gonna jump to the solution before I get into the talk, just for safety's sake, based upon where we are. Surprising, we got a lot of battery on this joint, and we done had a lot of storage, obviously, presumably. Wada, hoodie, yo, 15 now. That might seem like somewhat. I think we started with like 40 or 50. Wada. All right. So we're gonna do serious big. So we're gonna start with we're gonna like begin this point with the immediate solution or whatever. One of the immediate takeaways from this joint, which is this: when addressing the phenomenon of pedophilia, again, rather than like demonizing, rather than just lambasting people who are actually found to be perpetrators, that's not the solution. That feeds into like just the angst and the vitriol. It's overcompensation. And otherwise, those that are found are basically just like the scapegoats. They're the ones who have been sacrificed as a way of appeasing the masses. It doesn't reduce significantly and proficiently the experience, the phenomena of pedophilia, the culture of pedophilia. So the solution is, one, to be honest within ourselves, what we do, how much we're contributing, how much we feed from that, to be compassionate for ourselves, for victims, for the kinfolk who are the violators and committing the atrocities, compassionate thoroughly, and to be modest, to be temperate, to be moderate in our actions, just in life, generally speaking, but then also in our responses to what we observe. So then, rather than flying off the handle, making all types of accusations or whatever else, just being very moderate, being very matter-of-factly, and calling things out in a very respectful and legitimate way. And it doesn't have to be an outright accusatory way. I said before, like one thing to consider, I don't know if I've done this yet. I've done other things, but one thing to consider is like when observing conditions that look suspect, to go directly to the adult and just ask a very legitimate question, like, how do you suggest we take care of children in our community today? What are some suggestions that regular villagers can do to help promote the well-being of children in our community? And without even saying, like, I see you're a father, or that are not even doing any of that presumptuous, whether we believe it or not. Because if we do believe it, then why are we asking to begin with? And if we don't believe it, then why are we presuming or feigning like we do? So don't even say that, but just plain and simple. It's a legit question. What do you suggest we do? Because at the very least, it's an adult who's with a child, and with the presumption of having some genuine interest in the well-being of that child. And because of that, then that adult should have some vested interest um, in the well-being of other children as well, and particularly other adults providing for the well-being of that particular child too. So it's a legit question, and there are other questions along those lines. But in doing that, one, it's calling it out, without being disrespectful, without being so explicit or otherwise, but just broaching that topic without saying anything about pedophilia, but just saying, how do you suggest adults in our community protect and help serve children? I won't say serve, but just like care for the children, protect the children, care for the well-being of the children. That's one thing. Now, if there's cause for like if there's further concern or otherwise, another question is asking about like when a child is in a situation of danger, what do you think a child can do? What do you suggest a child do when a child is in that kind of experience of danger? So again, it's talking about the situation. It's a legitimate question. Now that second one is a little bit further challenging if there's cause for that type of like next level of conversation. It's a genuine and beneficial question to get an answer from, regardless of what the circumstances are. It lets the adult know that there are kinfolk who are mindful of what the conditions are and who have the courage and the temerity to speak to that. That's one thing. It also lets the child know that there are kinfolk along those lines as well. When a child is accustomed to just thorough corruption wherever the child goes, and people turning a blind eye and being pretending not to see, or like looking greedy and wanting some too, when children see somebody speak very calmly and authoritatively and legitimately with discipline, then children are like, oh, yo, hold up. Okay, there is something going on. And the power of children's minds is miraculous. The workings of the Most High are amazing. And when children are provided with genuine substance, solution, hope, the world is transformed. So that's one way. That's one way of addressing it that we say. That's one solution. When we see it, to call it out. And that's it. Not having to be over the top. Because again, who are you going to call? It's not the Ghostbusters. It's not the police. Pedophilia is all around. Everybody in a republic, every child, every adult who is raised in a republic, in a democracy, is a survivor of a pedophile ring. By definition. It's the nasty of it. Some pedophile rings are further severe than others. Every adult in a republic, a democracy, is a survivor of a pedophile ring. Very few want to talk about that, because very many are still staked in these rings and circles, beyond the corporations, amidst the religious communities, amidst the schools, and additionally, the way things get done further is through the corruption and manipulation that begins from childhood, that begins on childhood. So every adult emerges from that and can't say anything about it, because that reveals it. And it doesn't reveal it to the authorities, quote unquote, the government authorities, because the government authorities are in it. It reveals it to each other, and it reveals it to the public. And when it's revealed to the public, then the public has an excuse to scapegoat on that example, and to use that as an example of showing their differentiation from the scapegoat. So that's the susceptibility, is being outed in front of everybody else, because everybody's doing it, and that's why nobody wants to talk about it. Hardly. So the way of addressing it, for those who emerge painfully from it, each of us, myself included, is just to talk about it. Just to be matter of fact, not to get all vitriolic. Is that a word? It is now. Not to get vitriolic. Was that better? We're not always speaking English too, by the way. Okay? It's not to get all high and mighty and better than thou or whatever else. It's not to find that opportunity to just unload on just a very easy target. Somebody who got caught with their pants down, nastily speaking. That's not the solution. Yeah, that's one person amidst billions. So, uh, talking about it, just putting it out in the open, calling it out. Like when we see the normalization of sodomy, um, the blurring of lines of androgyny, the denaturalization of men and women, and masculinity and femininity. Those are all cultural conditions that make the predatory, sexual predatory, further rife. So it's just, and it's not a matter of lambasting those things, and I may be accused of lambasting those things about sodomy and otherwise, but it's a matter of talking about it and normalizing healthy conversation about it. Reminding people about what healthy relationship is, just with nature and trees and air and light and water. Those are the basics. That's very difficult to deny or disagree with. And then from that, recognize our continuing relationship with those experiences, where we get our food from, and additionally. And then from that, who prepares our food? Recognizing food is medicine. The herbs that we have is our initial medicine, our thorough medicine in life. Who prepares that? Where do we learn that? Home. Who takes care of the home? Mother. What's mother doing? Extending the nurturing from the womb into life. So now we're earning our relationship with Creator. When we have that language and our literacy and inclination, we're remembering our relationship with nature around us. We're remembering our relationship with our relatives of this earth and creation. And then from that, then we can talk about our healthy relationship with each other as relatives. The Wulun, the 5 relations: husband and wife, parent and child, elder sibling, younger sibling, teacher and student, friend and friend. What are our roles in each of those relationships that we have in this life? Having those discussions, talking about that. Yo, still on it. So, marriage, we have a contract now. And so when Kipfo asks, we have that prepared to share. We should be. If we do things other than just speaking for 6 hours on various topics. So, all right, now that being said, now we go back to Jesus. Why do you, Jesus? So going back like 6 hours ago, I talk about Buddha still being attached, like leadership within Buddha still being attached, because it's still the attachment to the provisions from the Sangha. So even when the bhikshu is not in the field directly or not in the marketplace directly getting the food, the bhikshu is still attached indirectly to those things, and that indirect nature might provide further diplomacy of being able to navigate the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows of the hierarchies of the kings and princes that come and go, because the kings and princes recognize, okay, he's not trying to have children, he's not trying to take over land, so he's not as much of a competition. If I try to get at him, it's going to be a whole lot of mess. I know things that I don't know about. How about that? He got things I don't know about, this and the other. There's no guarantee. It's not like me coming at another king or prince, so it's just unexplainable. So you know what? It's not that big of a deal. I'll deal with him. We'll build a park, a deer park, and they can stay over there, and that's it. So it becomes like not necessarily a thorn in the side, but it becomes like a concession, particularly because the bhikshu foregoes procreation. That's a big thing that makes the bhikshu able to endure, and the Sangha able to endure generation after generation of Kshatriyas, of the kinglies, of the kings. That being said, the bhikshu is still attached, and with that attachment, it is not the highest peace. There's still a caring about what people think, and still the valuation. Yes, tremendous concentration, tremendous knowledge and insight, tremendous command of very beneficial teachings. That's extremely impressive, and that's very difficult to do as a householder, and that's one of the things that becomes further convincing. Yet at the same time, just like with the Brahmins relying upon the reputation, the bhikshus are relying upon the reputation, and have to have some type of satisfactory counseling for kings when kings are thinking about killing and overtaking, just like before the Mahaparinibbana of the Buddha. when they're looking at conquest towards another group. He mentions and responds by saying, as long as they're doing the right thing, eh, it's not a good look to try to come at them. But even then, the Buddha is still attached to the diplomacy along lines similar to a Lao Tzu and a Kong Tzu and a Ming Tzu. So, but there's still that attachment. So, for those who are still in the householder site, including myself, we also recognize that there are other methodologies of attaining similar degrees of collective unattachment and peacefulness and calmness, because even in relinquishing the household life, there's still even competitions within the Sangha, competitions amongst the lamas and the Rinpoches, and the selections of the Dalai Lamas, and additionally. So there's still all these earthly holdings, but at that point when somebody makes that commitment, it's like, well, yeah, but what you gonna do now, because you already let that go. So just recognizing that beforehand. And so the Buddha himself has children and has the family life and is a householder beforehand. So there is a purposefulness of that. And so if one is going to follow the example of the Buddha, that involves being married and having children too. Now going on back to Jesus, in the consideration, the recognition, the evidence of Jesus emerging as a pedophile victim. Again, talking about the norm of pedophilia within the Republic, in ancient Greek society, Greco-Roman civilization, the normalization of the mentor with the parents' sanction and arrangement, and so again, recognizing some of those symptoms evident within the narrative of Jesus found within the Gospels. Him, a vulnerable mother, that's what pedophiles prey upon, a vulnerable mother, a marginalized mother who's less fortified to resist the temptations and manipulations to provide access to her children. That's one thing. Another one is absentee father. Obviously, very often when the father is absent, then the mother is comparatively vulnerable. Right? Those two things are evident within the narrative of Jesus in the Gospels. There's a history of him as a baby, as a youngster, scantily as a child, and then after the age of 13, thereabouts, there's a blank space before basically being tested in the wilderness. So in that blank space, there's a consideration of that being where he emerges and makes that leap from the pedophile ring into that experience of liberation. That can sound like blasphemy, and otherwise, it's honesty and recognition. Like, what makes you think not? So, just because it's not explicitly written, he associates with prostitutes, and additionally because oftentimes somebody who's emerging as a survivor of that pedophile ring is comparatively living in a wilderness of society, not aligned with any particular crew, and thus those who are most accepting to socialize and cohabitate with such kinfolk are those who have less discipline in terms of behavioral, and so are doing different type of things that are considered as beneath most within society. And so even though a person like Jesus himself is not doing those things, that's where he's accepted the most and most genuinely. So he doesn't even don't even have his own crib. So those are some of the evidence. Now, when we get into our spiritual trod, we recognize further about the nature of the revelation of truth, the consequences of that revelation, the effect that it has on relationships within family and society, and further, and what the motivations are within family for not abiding or not participating in that revelation, because family is often already significantly enveloped in the corruptions. So, and for better and for worse, because family is also often providing material benefits to that awakening one. So there's that balance. And anyway, so there's that. And again, just recognizing that within as within the Torah, it's permissible to enslave foreigners. It's permissible to have sex with the slaves that are foreigners, and that there's an absence of a specific age limit with whom to have sex, or with whom to enslave, or with whom to have sex, explicitly stated within Torah. So by that logic, by that actuality, there's the deduction of the permissibility of pedophilia being committed against foreign children, and that lends itself to a very lucrative trade and endeavor within the children of Israel, or amongst the children of Israel, when negotiating with other foreign entities, particularly the hierarchies that have a further yearning for that type of atrocity. So, and that's for thousands of years, but that's just, again, based upon what the laws are, what the laws say, as best as I can identify at this moment. And so all those factor into the situation. Now, that being said, one consideration is, if that's the case, then wait a minute, hold up, that don't compute, because if Jesus is born as a Jewish man in the house of Yehuda, then that would mean that he would not be able to be sold or utilized as a prostitute, or as enslaved, or have pedophilia committed against him, because that directly prohibits, that directly breaks the laws of Torah of enslaving and sexually violating, particularly a man, but just sexually enslaving another person of the children of Israel, a Hebrew, or a son of Israel. So yes, correct. However, here's the consideration, that at that time, and again, this is just speaking from a general knowledge about conditions and laws and circumstances and practices, but at the same time, like, amidst the actuality of this being the case, there's a very strong reason why this would be not discussed and reason. So we have to be mindful of that whole, like, reverse rationalization kind of thing, like, well, we don't know about this because obviously it's not going to be hidden. But anyways, that factors into it. But here's the thing. What we recognize about conditions is that, even just observing conditions of today, and additionally, is that there are those who are within the Jewish community, 2,000 years ago particularly, there are those that are observant, orthodox, and there are those that are less observant. There are those that are non-observant. There are those that get further ingratiated and attached to Greek society, to Roman society, and otherwise, either as citizens, as workers, as rich people, or otherwise. And at the same time, utilize what knowledge kinfolk have of Judaism. I guess it would be Judaism at that time too, although there's no J in the Hebrew language. People would utilize that knowledge of behavior, of politics, and additionally, even though not practicing it, even though getting distance from the synagogues, and additionally, and increasingly attached to the Greco-Roman societies, still sharing the knowledge and utilizing it as a way of situating oneself, as having a trade, having influence, having leverage with people. And so that might be applied towards a trade like being a carpenter, and just like, okay, I know how to do carpentry, and so I'm just gonna like build my house in this society here, separating from da 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 da, and then like utilize what I know from what I've been taught of our heritage, and how to deal with people, how to be fair, and apply the basic teachings of that within the society conditions here, and just like navigate through all the trials and tribulations accordingly, without being beholden, or without answering directly to the religious authorities within the Jewish community. So that's something that exists for thousands of years, including during the time of Jesus. In that, I mentioned carpentry is one of those trades. Jesus is known as a carpenter, even though I don't think it says that actually at all in the Gospels. So that's one trade, that's one industry. Slaves is another industry that we don't hear too much of that tough at that time within the area of Eretz Israel, Palestine, and otherwise during that time. Too tough. But we do know that it's a thing, um, and that Jewish kinfolk have a knowledge about the workings of that, the management, the practicalities, valuations, motivations, administration, and management, and otherwise. So that's something that's translatable, even though one's not necessarily religious and affiliated with the shul per se. Still utilizing that knowledge base to establish a trade and workings within another society, and having some influence and efficacy, even though not being like part of the official membership of the purity of that society, being valued for that knowledge base and eventually in other connections and otherwise. So again, it's the diplomacy and otherwise. It's part of the Jewish heritage for thousands of years. Now, carpentry, slavery, and then obviously go for the further step towards pedophilia itself, even if it's just mentorship programs and otherwise. Um, that's the deduction based upon experience and study. So I'm not saying it's an actuality historically or otherwise, but at the same time, particularly coming from a middle passage, and additionally, we live a life of reading between the lines and having to be effective in reading between and honest in reading between the lines, just to get by. That's a Qualib Tali reference. So again, that's what we're articulating, and not making false testimony, not bearing false witness, just communicating what we are aware of, and doing some mathematics in that process. So then when we do that, then what we recognize is that as very plausible conditions within which Jesus is born, then also recognizing the actualities of his life and what he goes through, and that's part of the honesty of the study and the apostle and the devotee, the disciple, is having that honesty and listening to what he's saying, rather than just agreeing with what he's saying, not rather than just vibing and say yes, master. It's a matter of saying, how often do the apostles say that? How often the apostles kind of just sit there like yes men, and not having a clue what he's talking about, and then their eyes being awakened later. That's not any fault, but just actuality. But at the same time, even thousands of years later, kinfolk still studying and reading the scriptures and not practicing. And in not practicing, not seeing what he's saying. How often did Jesus look for a lonely place? How often did Jesus say, yo, join in with me and walk and share the burden and be like me? Don't just be a sheep. But Jesus sees that cats ain't trying to be much else beyond sheep in this life. And so he accepts that role very reluctantly and all otherwise. So anyways, that's the whole point, is not to get into that, but just again, recognizing that scenario, the evidence of Jesus being a survivor of a pedophile ring, a Greco-Jewish pedophile ring, and reason about that. Yay or nay? Why do you say? And how it applies to today. Because as I mentioned before, somewhat of a different topic, one of the significant lessons and revelations that emerges from the Gospels actually from Acts and the Gospels, is the fact that St. Paul did not fully repent. After St. Paul has his blinding awakening, revelation, and conversation with Jesus, and becomes one of the most ardent preachers of the doctrine that Jesus proclaims, St. Paul still does not relinquish his citizenship with the Roman Empire. And instead, when push comes to shove and he's facing persecution, he calls upon that citizenship. He doesn't say, come take me, God, or God help me. He doesn't say, Jesus help me. St. Paul says that he defers to Caesar. And that changes the course of much of Christianity. Not all of Christianity, but much of Christianity since then. And because of that, because it's so influential and so foundational and so subtle, it seems to be so overlooked and so ignored, because so many people today are citizens of a republic and a democracy. So many Christians are citizens of a republic and a democracy, or a democracy, and therefore have less of an incentive and a motivation of recognizing the pitfalls, the susceptibilities, the guilt of citizenship within Paul and within citizenship itself. And thus, because of that, become further vulnerable to the manipulations of those that do see that. Don't care about much of scruples one way or the other, but know the art of manipulation and leverage and color mail. So, ain't no escape. Truth is truth. Jesus says that. But anyway, in conclusion, I'm in that one of the notes here says omnilateral culture. So I already talked about that. The Unabrazzo culture, that's what we work on. Our next steps, again, I have one project, my last project, God willing. And it's not even a complete project. Like, there's the intentionality of further iterations of this because it's an incomplete version of it. But at this point, I have to let projects go, and I have to focus on the daily routine. Family, marriage, wife, and children are priority. Spiritual practice, foundation. And then my learning, what I study, what I go out to study is music and language. That's what I study at this point. Because the knowledge is here, effectively. I can learn further, but at some point the teacher has to teach, and the learning is for the students, and the learning is from the students. So, and it's living life. It's not just a matter of reading things and like memorizing it. It's living it. So music and language is what we focus on here for myself. And then kinfolk who want to come and study, flow through, study, please, thank you. If you want to bring some vegetables, some rice, some wheat, some oats, some soybeans, some black beans, whatever them things is, we eat them things, and that's what we are. Now, our priority, aside from those things, is living as a village, living in a secure space, nature, plants, water, natural, and having a safe space for people to visit, for students to stay for durations and study comfortably, for there to be a normalization of mixed heritage, to live in a campus environment where the norm around the buildings and additionally is mixed heritage. And it's not necessarily big da, but just a space where people can just feel the sanctuary of mixed heritage, omnilateral mixed heritage, all different types, languages, cultures, this and the other, in a very practical, accessible sense. And then learn, study, and then go on and teach. That's what our priority is at this point. In terms of even community building within the mixed heritage community, and additionally, we advocate that, we support that. In terms of leading that, we're less available for that at this point. Access to internet is very moderate at the moment, once a week. That's not much to do in terms of meetings and gatherings and this and the other. So we're also precluded from committing ourselves at this point to having internet access. So from this point on, beyond what we already are doing. So we have knowledge about methodologies of organizing and how to strengthen sense of community and communication. But at the same time, we also recognize that it's not for us to do ourselves directly. At least for myself, it's to work with others and to be a counselor. So again, at the moment, we're online once a week. We're available for that. Cats have yet to jump on too tough in the past month or so, so that's fine. And we see how long this goes in terms of relevance. Now, that being said, there are other things that we do when we're online too. There's still relevance with that, but at the same time, there's a detriment because now the day later, I'm spending 6 hours recording this, and we know that's it's a relational effect. And it's taken away from the project that I'm guided to do at this very moment. So that's where things stand. Blah blah. Um, and with all that said, again, we give all thanks and praise to the Most High Elohim, known by many names and beyond all names. Respect and honor to the four directions of the wind, far sky, grand more moon, grand far soleil, and Inamaka. All our plant relatives, our insect relatives, our swimming relatives of the waters, our flying relatives of the air, our relatives of the land, the no-leggeds, the two-leggeds, the four-leggeds, the many-leggeds. Respect and honor to all our ancestors, prophets, and sages, past and present, known and unknown. Respect and honor to all our relatives we meet in this life, who return home into the dreaming and now walk with our ancestors and the oneness of the Most High Elohim. Respect and honor to all our parents, all our forebears, all our elders. Respect and honor to all our relatives who walk the roads of creation with us today. Respect and support to all our progeny, de los primeros 7 años a los próximos 7 generaciones, dor vador. Respect and honor to His Majesty Haile Selassie I and Her Majesty Waizaramanen, and the perfect balance of husband and wife. One heart, one mind, one love supreme. Blessed love and peace in Rastafari.